Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 5, The Harvest, Fly in the Ointment. She stood on the balcony of a red tower that grew out of the desert like a desolate tree. Or perhaps it was a bloodied giant's finger, stripped of skin by wind and sand. Featureless dunes rolled like waves on the sea. Could that just be the giant's flesh rippling? Alone atop this sole spire, she wore a pure white gown of superlative make. Urias design. I'm dreaming, Orium realized. She also understood her previous assumption was false. She was not alone in this barren place. Someone was out there. They were standing a long ways off, on a dune so far that it was impossible to distinguish anything about them. Not even what sex they might be. But as she looked closer, Orium saw that person raise their arms out towards her. And she knew what they were saying. Come down. She made no move to comply. Her nightgown blew in a breeze. But she felt nothing. He beckoned her. In his voice and his words was a smile. Come down with me, Orium. It dawned on her who that was. The realization should have caused her heart to soar. And still she made no move from the balcony. Jump. Tears came to her eyes. Jump down. I'll catch you. She shook her head wildly, sending long orange locks flying. At no time in her life had Orium ever been so afraid. That's not him. It's me. No, it isn't. It's me. Come down with me. Come down where I am. Jump and I'll catch you. He made no move towards her. But his words were like a palm pressed flat against her back, pushing the barefooted girl against the balcony edge. Hard. Jump. Tears fell as she tried to resist a terrible impulse to throw herself to certain death. Jump down. A firm grip seized hold of her shoulders. Jump. Orium. Hands pulled her away. Orium spun about to find Tatsuki's panicked features right before her. Wake up, Orium. She did. A new Orium disappeared instantly. Alone on the tower now, Tatsuki looked out across the desert to where the killer watched her still. Black blood streamed like ink down his white chin. She could see that much so horribly clear. It smacked its lips and ran its tongue tauntingly over them. Who are you? She croaked against the fear rising in her throat. In response, it leered up at her. You don't know my name, Tatsuki? She flinched to hear her own fall from those horrible lips. This revulsion only seemed to make it more excited. The white ghoul raised its arms out towards her now. Jump. Eat shit, she rasped back. Eyes ablaze, the nightmare out on the dunes howled. Tatsuki Arisawa came awake screaming and thrashing in her bed. One flailing arm collided against something that popped like a balloon. There was a tiny noise, almost a wail, gone before her ears could even register it. She flung the blanket away, rolling off a bed that felt defiled. Landing on the cool floor only seemed to accentuate the feeling of alien violation coursing over her. Wildly the girl clawed at her skin, raking fingernails leaving long red marks across arms, legs and belly. Tatsuki tore her t-shirt and boxers apart in a frenzied effort to remove whatever stain that thing had left on her flesh. She was wheezing and sweat-soaked, thoroughly revolted. When blood began to seep out and even that didn't seem like enough, the naked teen scrambled across the floor to her bathroom and threw herself into the shower, wrenching on the water. Without even waiting for it to warm up, she sat shivering and hugging herself beneath the icy flow. It was Ichigo. But it wasn't really him. Not the boy she knew. That bleached white monster with the eyes of a hollow only bore a terrifying resemblance to the moody youth she had known since childhood. And this freak had been in their dreams. Orium and hers both. Or maybe I was just in hers. It wouldn't be the first such instance. If I hadn't been there this time, though. The water was starting to heat up. It made the self-inflicted welts on her body sting. Still she made no move to tend to herself. That bastard meant to kill her. Kill us both. Tatsuki's head came up slowly. Her eyes were dangerous slits now, and her pulse throbbed the way it did right before a match. Any tears were the result of indescribable rage. It's time I did something about this. I've avoided the problem long enough. But it would be stupid to try and talk to Ichigo directly. He'll just clam up like he always does about bad topics. His only strategy is to beat up the things responsible, so that you didn't have to worry about them anymore. More like he doesn't have to think about it. Arrogant ass. No, talking to the source of the problem was useless. Better to ask someone who actually understood this stuff. And she knew just who that someone might be. Nanao Ise sat atop a giant mushroom seemingly without a care in the world, sipping tea. She placed her cup back on the saucer floating nearby and resumed leafing idly through the pages of a well-worn book. An enormous black sword was buried point first in the lush red sward beside her. Daffodils and dandelions the size of elm trees rose on all sides, eclipsing the glowing blue sun in the yellow sky high overhead. A ladybug of proportions equivalent to a Volkswagen Beetle alighted on a blade of grass. It bore a curiously cute skull mask whose jaws opened, allowing it to munch on its perch contentedly. The sorceress paid none of these unusual happenings any mind. Thin, nimble fingers pushed a stray hank of hair back over one ear before moving to turn the page. She seemed absorbed in the contents of her reading material. Behind her, Ichigo Kurosaki rose with a bloody rock clenched in his fist. This event apparently was not worthy of Nanao's attention either. She just flipped a page without looking up. Meanwhile her assailant seemed hesitant. When no cataclysmic incidents occurred, he seemingly reconsidered dashing her brains out with the rock. Hungry eyes flickered over to fasten upon the giant butcher knife sitting close by. He gazed imploringly at his purloined weapon, fingers itching to seize hold and regain what was taken from him. Brown eyes darted rapidly between Zanjitsu and the Shinigami engaged in her leisure activities. It was so temptingly close. He need only stretch out a hand to touch it. To his surprise, Ichigo found himself doing just that. No, he remonstrated himself. Don't do it. Be strong, Ichigo. Be strong. But despite these admonishments he could only stare in morbid fascination as his rebellious digits inched ever closer to the Zanpakuto's handle. A crackling noose wrapped around his throat, causing his head to snap upright. At the same time, a slight weight settled on his back. He froze in an outstretched position. Nug. Ichigo managed to grunt. The giant ladybug left off munching for a few seconds to observe the scene of a black-clad librarian lying on the back of the teenage boy as though he were a lawn chair. She looked very comfortable, though her face bore a severe frown. A rope of lightning was clenched in one fist, the other end serving to collar her disobedient student. What did I say about using weapons? Nanao demanded crossly. Her noose loosened a bit, allowing him to gasp back, no using weapons. So what is that I spy clutched in your sweaty grip? The bloodied rock dropped to the ground with a thunk. Too late. Is this a test of demon magic, or pugilistic savagery? The electric rope squeezed his windpipe again before he could speak, and Ichigo cursed to himself. His fingers were scarcely an inch away from retrieving Zanjitsu. After that he could blow through this wacky wonderland with ease. Put himself on an equal footing with this demanding mistress of pain for a change. Instead of blundering along behind her, having to listen to her endlessly repeat. Failed. Her weight disappeared from his spine along with the constrictive cord. Ichigo came about just in time to see his teacher settle adroitly on the ground before pivoting to regard him. Disorobu, Nanao incanted. The environment wavered before finally melting away altogether, leaving them standing in a psychedelic mass of colors. Kurosaki could have sworn the big ladybug waved goodbye at him before blinking out, as if to say, "See you next time, loser." No way to tell if that was just his imagination or another example of the lady's bizarre training methods. It was all a head game with Nanao. She wasn't trying to pump his spirit power or increase his speed like most of the training he had experienced in his tenure as a substitute Shinigami. This was more like the internal conflict when first overcoming his inner hollow. It required reserves of fortitude and self-realization far more draining than simply locking swords with an opponent. Which was precisely what he needed. Unfortunately, rather like his Vazored training, Ichigo had no idea what he was doing and found himself getting absolutely nowhere. Demon magic is hard. Time for your punishment. Ichigo flinched as he registered her declaration. A second later her finger reached out and flicked him on the forehead hard enough to sting for a bit and little more. That was it. Though it shamed him to admit, this was seriously the part that rankled him the most. Because it wasn't just himself getting the worst of it. He swore Nanao's own disappointment was palpable every time she hit him. Like his failure to get this stuff to work properly reflected poorly on her as well. And he didn't like that. Nanao was cold and no-nonsense most of the time, but he had come to depend on her to an extent. No way to tell if she might feel the same. Maybe the fact that she hadn't given up on him in over 5 months of trying could serve as an indication. She was loyal to anything or anyone she set her mind to. That sort of determination inspired him, especially since it was clear he represented the most challenging teaching assignment Nanao had ever come across. She never belittled him, or even expressed exasperation with his minimal progress. Instead, she recognized this was not something that was mastered in a day, a month, or even a year. It was rather nice to have that kind of teacher for a change. Realizing this, he found himself saying something obvious. "Thank you." Nanao paused in her dismantling of the environment. She turned back to him with fingers still glowing eerily. The light shone off her glasses in a distinctly unnerving fashion. She gave him an appraising glance, then tilted up her eyewear in a knowing fashion. "I'm glad to be of help." Ichigo sat down and withdrew an energy bar from his pocket. There was nothing beneath him that he could see. Prior experience let him know the ground still existed even if he couldn't perceive it. He watched Nanao continue the reclamation process for a while. This underground training facility bore no resemblance to the place he remembered. Having achieved some of the most profound and useful accomplishments of his brief Death God tenure in exactly similar environments, it had felt rather comforting to find himself in that bleak landscape once more. Like coming home to an old friend, even. Lots of pain, lots of memories. Still, it had worked out in the end. His teacher did not share an appreciation for Death Valley, as she called it. Nanao took one look at the Vazard's underground training hall and declared, "This won't do." From then on, the barren rock and looming mesas he had come to associate with training were never seen again. Instead, the former Shinigami lieutenant instigated a series of renovations designed to create a locale more suited for the development of demon magic. According to Nanao, monotony and sterility were death to those of magical temperament. Kido required imagination, seeking out different responses to a wealth of conflicting choices. Of course, she used alliterative analogy. According to ISE, physical combat was like a children's book. Few characters, simple plot, little need for creativity. You try to chop them. They try to chop you. One person left standing. Or bleeding. Apparently Tiger Division had a game suspiciously along those lines. But that was beside the point. Now, Demon Magic was a 12-book novel set, multiple storylines encompassing a host of primary and supporting characters who achieve a variety of setbacks and triumphs while experiencing a broad array of emotions that resolve in ways which can inflame or infuriate the reader. According to Rukia, their old friend Renji often wound up enflamed from his efforts to make spells work. He had laughed when she told him that. Ichigo was not laughing now. No. In fact, he had bribed Rukia outrageously with rabbit-themed gear to ensure she never breathed a word about his progress to Renji. A man had his pride, after all. The point of all this was that the underground training room had experienced a facelift. Apparently the complex wasn't simply beneath the earth as he had always assumed, but axially misaligned to this dimensional strata to a minute degree. Nanao's words, not his. What that meant was this place had never truly existed as a part of the human realm, and had been crafted thanks to the efforts of the Vazard under the guidance of Yoriuki and Urahara. It was actually a separate pocket dimension. Apparently that sort of thing was possible, but required a tremendous amount of power. And even then the results were pretty crude, unless you were dipping into reserves so vast you could afford to be creative. Which was probably why his old comrades hadn't felt the need to doll this place up after fashioning it in the first place. Why expend the energy if you were just going to blow it away in training? Nanao saw a need. And she had whipped out some pretty esoteric Shinigami lore regarding the structuring of unearthly realms. Probably ransacked from their spirit library before she vacated Soul Society. Apparently once the environment was started off, you didn't have to be a captain level to influence control over its arrangement. Nanao referred to it as a cosmetic alteration, not affecting the underpinnings which settled this place. Basically she could manipulate their little schoolhouse like Play-Doh to take on whatever appearance was needed. Never had Ichigo walked in here to find the environment looking the same way twice. The magical architect dipped into her own labyrinthine reading resources to present him with settings derived from history texts, medical journals, science fiction, and mythology. Once he had found himself reduced to gnat's eyes within the magnified intestines of an Indian elephant. Then there was the time Nanao dropped him into the siege of Antioch. And who could forget his magical exploration of the underwater Ryaga kingdom? Wherever he went, there were puzzles requiring solving and hollow enemies decked out in thematically appropriate illusions. Being attacked by a giant intestinal fluke was somehow even more unnerving than the hollow he knew lurked under its skin. But according to his teacher, this was all part of the development process. It was kind of like a video game, really. He had to figure out the layout of his environment, what to rely on and how to best use his skills to his advantage. For Nanao, the characters in these stories she prepared were not Ichigo and his opponents, but more the spells he was expected to employ. After the necessary teaching preamble, which always involved slideshows for some reason, his hands-on practice would begin. He had been taught the basic applications that underlay each new spell. The incantations were memorized. It was like schoolwork. Homework. He could use any of the incantations taught to him so far during the lessons, provided he could remember them, or think of them in time. Shunpo remained an option, but the Zanpakuto was off limits, which severely limited his power. But as had been drilled into his head of late, power was not the objective. Control and recognition of the options available, those were what he desired. I need control. I need resources he can't manage. Because of what he is. Intellect and learning don't fly with him. He's just the sword, in the end. I need a set of skills he doesn't understand how to control. Because that's the first step towards breaking free. Separating myself from him. I think. Why are you doing this, Ichigo-san? Broken out of his introspections, Ichigo looked up to find Nanao had ceased her efforts. She stood with her back turned to him, gazing at the flowing mass of colors that surrounded them like a surrealist painting. He almost began to doubt she had even spoken when the willowy Shinigami shifted slightly. It was apparent by her stance that she was awaiting an answer. A sense of real discomfort left him clasping and unclasping his hands unconsciously while struggling to find his voice. Asking what she meant might be considered yet another failure. Her motivations were difficult to fathom at the best of times. To be perfectly honest, Ichigo didn't know the first thing about Nanao Ise. Not really. Most of his information came from second-hand sources despite their living and working together in close proximity for several months. She was a Kido master, obviously. Before the Autumn War she had been Kiraku Shunsui's lieutenant until the 8th squad captain was stripped of his powers. A short while after the craziness ended, Nanao simply showed up out of the blue in the human realm. She and his father left the house for a while, and when they came back Ishine declared that the Shinigami lady would be his Kido instructor from that point on. It was almost a relief. Their own training together hadn't been going swimmingly. Despite having admitted that he was once the captain for the reclusive Kido Corps in Soul Society, Kurosaki Ishine did not come to teaching naturally. The two of them wound up shouting at each other more often than not. One did not shout at Nanao Ise. It would not have been wise. And Ichigo had been raised to treat women better than that. Why she was really here had never been brought up. It didn't seem like Nanao was spying on him on behalf of Soul Society, which was his first inclination. He certainly didn't feel comfortable enough to come straight out and ask. People had their own reasons for doing things. While he was struggling to come to grips with all this, Nanao turned her head to fix him with a glance. Forgive me. Perhaps what I should have asked was, what do you hope to gain from demon magic? Oh, okay. That actually helps. What I want is... wait. Did Nanao know about his inner hollow problem? It had never come up before. Had Soul Society ever been briefed on that? Sure, the captains knew about it, which didn't necessarily mean they shared that particular bit of info with anybody else. And Dad never really made it clear what he told her. Well, Maybe the old tried and true response is needed here. I want to get stronger, Ichigo declared as confidently as he could. Nanao still didn't move. Ichigo took a nibble of his granola bar. He chewed and swallowed, waiting nervously for a response. Couldn't they get back to memorizing embarrassing cantrips now? It would almost be a relief to. That's not it. He paused mid-bite, not liking the way this was going. Nanao looked back then. Her face was stern in an almost accusing manner. Like she knew he was holding back on her. It might have been more credible had you told me this was to achieve a more equal relationship with Rukia. So that she wouldn't tease you anymore. Or that you wanted to show up Captain Abarai. And I certainly wouldn't have doubted if you were looking to make yourself a more suitable candidate in the eyes of Lord Commander Kukaki. All of these are reasonable explanations. All of these were uncomfortably personal insights, actually. Enough to leave him wondering just how much of his life she was aware of. That last one even saw Ichigo's face going pale as he tried to decipher just what such a comment was supposed to mean. And to make matters worse, Nanao wasn't done. But get stronger? This is real life, boy, not some once-a-week meet-a-deadline manga. Real people have real goals which tend to focus around other people in their lives. At least the ones who are actually making an effort, that is. They want to please a parent. They want to catch someone's attention. They want to denigrate a rival. Even rescue someone. And nobody tries as hard as you do in a vacuum. Which is why I also wouldn't have believed you had your response been that you wanted to defeat Aizen. Because he is no longer around to serve as an immediate threat. You're strong enough already to handle anything else. So what is it that you don't think you can beat in your current state? He fidgeted restlessly. Look, is this really important? I mean, I'm here, I'm doing this. Isn't that enough? Nanao turned to face him head-on. Clearly not, otherwise you would be making some progress. Instead all I see before me is a miserable failure. There was a level of scorn in her voice he had never heard before, and that made Ichigo sit up straight. He felt his face surge hot with anger. Hey, that's not. Ichigo never got to complete that sentence. From out of nowhere a huge white rabbit reared up behind Nanao and dove down towards her with blood-stained buck-toothed mouth wide. She didn't run. Nor did she cast a spell, or even raise Zanjutsu to defend herself. Instead Nanao simply looked at him while she was about to be decapitated, and her eyes seemed to say, "You just going to sit there, hero?" His Zanpakuto was not at hand. For just an instant the memory of Fishbone decharging at him while he stood weaponless so long ago returned, along with an image of Rukia flinging herself between them. Her instinct had been to defend. And his was too. Weeks of training saw his arm whipping out, middle and index fingers extending. Ichigo heard his own voice almost unrecognizable with anger roaring, "Byakurai." The bolt of white energy that shot forth was a ragged, jagged serpent, nothing like the straight and clean beam he remembered emerging from Byakuya Kukaki's manicured fingertips to effortlessly penetrate his shoulder. It arced near Nanao so close he felt certain it must have struck her. Instead the crackling energy curved over her shoulder and took the attacking hollow right in its big buck teeth as though drawn by a lightning rod. For just an instant its skull was surrounded by a nimbus of glowing particles. Then the whole thing burst, dissolving even as it did. Ichigo stared fixedly at the spot his enemy had previously occupied. Excellent. Nanao stepped past him, brushing nimble fingers through the lank fall of hair that draped her brow. A pen was back in hand as she diligently wrote down on the pad. A simple attack spell that could be utilized without full incantation. Small range so any chance of hitting the target was lessened, but also unlikely of damaging your ally. Very well done, Ichigo-san. He still couldn't look away. Had all that really been a part of his decision-making? It felt as easy to him as swinging a shina and kendo club. Might there actually be some progress showing through after 6 long months? When he turned around it was to find her regarding him expectantly. Dazed, the bewildered youth found himself blurting out without his control, "I have an inner hollow." Nanao threw him a penetrating look before giving a slow, deliberate nod. She did not speak. This actually helped Ichigo to get out the rest. Kisuke Urahara had my soul chain severed to try and reactivate my spiritual powers. But it took too long, and I nearly didn't make it. That's when the Hollow was born. It got stronger over time until finally it managed to take over for a while during my fight with Byakuya. I was so scared afterwards, and that's when the Vazard got wind of me. They offered to train me. Things went pretty bad at first, just like here. But I managed to beat the Hollow. I thought I had it licked until Ulquiorra killed me in Hueco Mundo. The Hollow stepped up to keep us both alive. It's been laying low since then, but now it's trying something new. And I don't know what's left for me to do except try to get my hands on skills it doesn't know, so that the next time it comes to take over I'll have a bigger bag of tricks. It was easier to talk than he had ever believed. Before he knew it, the whole story was out. In truncated form, at least. He hadn't mentioned how the Hollow reacted to Rukia, or the way it had shown him an image of killing Nanao herself. Maybe those bits could just come out later. Assuming there was a later. Assuming she didn't up and leave as a result of learning all this. Nanao didn't respond at first. She looked pensive, with a fist pressed to her chin and brow furrowed in deep thought. This might be precisely what you need in that case, she spoke in low tones. The core of demon magic is controlling one's spirit, it's about mastering oneself to as fine a degree as possible. That sort of focus contradicts the mania of hollows. They lack restraint. Calm, controlled choice from a library of spells goes against their very nature. He listened while moving to collect Zanjutsu. The blade did not speak to him when he took hold. Still, it made him feel good to have his soul cutter back. He hefted the great weapon up before him, examining its outlines and thinking about what she had said. So what would you estimate my odds of winning are? Out of the corner of his eye he saw Nanao look away. That told him everything he needed before she even spoke. Inner hollows have occurred in the past. As you can imagine, the result was never pretty. There are no recorded cases of anyone succeeding in removing the infestation. I don't know how to advise you. The delicate-seeming woman then swiveled back to him. But I do know how to train you. And if anyone could manage to luck out and find a viable solution for winning, it's you, Ichigo-san. You have a knack for coming out against impossible odds. So I will continue to aid you until a solution can be found. And I hope to see you standing as proud as you do right now. His reflection in the blade stared back reproachfully. That would be something. She drew closer to assure him. You have every reason to be proud of yourself. Yeah. He spun and grabbed her wrist, bringing a startled Nanao back around to face him. They stared at one another. Like this, he could clearly perceive the streaks of blood on her cheek she had tried to wipe away. Damn it, Ichigo growled. I hit you. My spell hit you and you healed it so I wouldn't see. Nanao pulled away from him. It could have been worse, she declared. Her tone made it seem as if she dared him to dispute this claim. Their gazes remained locked together in a duel. You still have a lot to learn. Like not hitting the instructor. He groused half-jokingly. One eyebrow rose in mild reproof. That would be preferable. She beckoned off to the side. With Nanao in the lead they started to walk together towards the exit. Captain Aburai blew off one of his teacher's ears during his training. Ichigo looked at her askance. Seriously? Oh, yes. And that's not the worst of it. You should have seen the mess that resulted from trying to teach Lieutenant Kuzugishi Kido. The beds of the 4th Division were crammed to capacity for nearly a week. His footsteps slowed as an image popped into his head, a panicked mob fleeing from the little pink-haired cherub as she skipped joyously down a street while shooting lightning and fire in all directions. A snort of laughter blew from his nose. That bad, huh? No, she was phenomenal, Nanao threw over her shoulder. She just enjoyed it too much. His magic tutor sauntered off, leaving Ichigo puzzling over whether the dragon lady had just told a joke or not. Ganju Shiba rolled off his pallet with a groan. In the dark he rose and shambled across the tiny room that had been his home for the past month. A digital clock sent a magnified red image of the current time across his ceiling. It was now 5:45 in the morning. Most residents of this city would still be slumbering peacefully abed. Some people might consider being required to rise at such an ungodly hour as unfit work conditions. Clearly those people were unused to being woken at 3:30 by a foot colliding with your ribs. Ganju envied those people. Lucky stiffs. Speaking of lucky, this new gig of his was a sweet deal. When his older sister had called Ganju into her chamber to inform him of his unplanned expedition to the human world, at first he suspected a trap. Since when did Nasan assign him vacations? Because clearly that was what this sounded like. His suspicions leaned toward yet another horrific Amie, an arranged date with a suitable candidate for the first son of the Shiba clan. The last such disaster had left him wishing he had been born a commoner. Such treasonous thoughts might have earned him a cruel reprimand simply for thinking them. Kyokaku sometimes seemed capable of reading his mind. His new boss was a saint by comparison. Kukaki Rukia actually accorded him respect as her employee. Why couldn't he have had a sister like her? Outside of the hours spent as an employee of the Usagi Shoten, he had virtually no supervision. Considering his existence as a spiritual being residing undercover in an alien environment, one might believe there would be little in the way of recreation. Not like he had a lot of friends here willing to pal around and kick back. But really, what did that matter now? Here he could expect a minimum of privacy in his own quarters. Here a man could pick his nose to his heart's content without worrying about getting a beating and a lecture about decorum. Here a man could ogle as many of the nudie magazines that seemed to abound in this plane as he could afford and not be slapped silly. Here a man could leave his dirty clothes lying around without worrying about coming home to find them burning in a pile on the front lawn. Here a man could live without the ever-present fear of an unpredictable and violent sister delivering merciless thrashings under the guise of training. Here, on Earth, Ganju had finally found heaven. As he opened the door to stumble down the hallway, Ganju passed a bleary-eyed Khan on his way out of the bathroom. The two of them exchanged identical grunts of greeting, it still being far too early to engage in anything resembling civilized conversation. The last son of the Shiba then proceeded to occupy the wash closet until he was fit for duty. A quick change of clothes, some last-minute trimming of nose hairs, in case any suitable ladies stopped by, you never know, and 10 minutes later saw him downstairs helping the Modsole open up shop. Ganju flung open the front door. He inhaled deeply of the fresh morning air. What felt like an elbow took him right in the gut. The next thing he knew, he was on his knees wheezing and gasping painfully. "'Bout damn time you opened up," Tatsuki groused as she strode by her crumpled victim. "I've been waiting out there for almost half an hour." "Yup. Feels like home to me." Arisawa spared him not a glance, passing the shelves stocked with all manner of trinkets and foodstuffs, pausing only long enough to remove her running shoes before stepping up onto the area behind the shop proper. "Now where to start?" "Hey, Tatsuki-chan." Khan came hopping down the hall toward her tugging on a t-shirt. He seemed to be having a hard time finding the hole for his head, and this allowed her to get a good look at the almost painfully perfect physique some short-sighted god had seen fit to bestow on him. Tatsuki inspected those washboard abs with a grudging admiration. It actually made his perversions a little more bearable for some reason. Did that make her shallow? The show ended when he finally pulled his head through and came to a stop before her. "What brings you by?" "Out for a run." He indicated the jogging suit she had on. "No." The girl stood stock-still regarding him. Something in her face must have told him a bit about what was going on. Feeling uncomfortably naked for some reason, Tatsuki added, "I've been up for a while. Jogging seemed a good way to kill time. I was waiting for you guys to wake up." She shifted restlessly, not liking the way he was looking at her now. "I need to talk to Rukia." "Oh. Well, sure." He seemed about to turn away, then hesitated. "Are you okay?" "I'm angry enough to kill somebody, actually." To her relief right at that moment a tiny dark-haired head peeked around Khan's long legs. Yururu Tsumujiya regarded her with half-closed eyes, rubbing the back of one hand against them. The child did not speak, only glanced up at Khan questioningly. "S okay, Tatsuki's just paying us a visit. No reason to get uptight." The Modsole patted his tiny co-worker's head a little warily, like she was a cat that might claw him without warning. Yururu turned back to watching Tatsuki. Her sad little eyes blinked and ducked towards the floor. "You shouldn't hurt anyone while you're here," she whispered suddenly. Her statement sent a chill up Tatsuki's spine. It seemed this child had picked up on her mood a lot more clearly than Kon. The realization served to dampen that nervous animosity she had been experiencing. Actually, being threatened like this was almost a relief. It left her feeling somewhat grateful. "Thanks, Yururu-chan," she smiled tiredly. "I needed that." Kon didn't seem to know what to make of this. It was Yururu who dropped a little curtsy, almost doll-like in her pajamas. "The mistress is giving lessons now. I'll let her know you're here. Lead the way." Tatsuki made it a declaration in spite of there having been no such invitation given. Yururu threw another glance at Kon, who hesitated before slowly nodding his head in permission. Without further ado, the somber golem padded back down the hall with Arisawa following close behind. After a minute spent traversing the darkened corridors, they came to a door. No lights burned within. All the same, her guide rapped on the frame. "Tenko, you have a visitor." "Miss Arisawa." There was no response. At least, nothing audible. For a moment only a pale glow infused the paper screen before subsiding. This sort of thing might have raised a few eyebrows only a year ago. Now Tatsuki was finding herself grown more accustomed to the occult intruding upon her daily life. This, at least, could be categorized as friendly. Yururu slid the portal open. "You can go inside," she murmured without meeting her eyes, looking very timid and small. The impression couldn't be farther from the truth. Karen had told her a few stories about what this seeming child could accomplish. It was nothing short of freaky. With a grunt of thanks, Tatsuki entered the chamber, which now glowed with a cheerful orange light coming from a single paper lamp on the floor. The door closed behind her. As it did, Rukia Kukaki looked up from the Go board across from her and smiled. "Welcome, Tatsuki-san." "Hey. Sorry to pop in on you so early. I need to. If you're gonna talk, make your move first, BA-san." Tatsuki glanced up in surprise even as her hostess demurely lowered her own gaze back to the board. Overhead, a brown-skinned boy merely chewed his thumbnail while swinging by his heels from a beam. Messy black hair waved back and forth as gray eyes flicked restlessly from his relative back to the board. "Rudeness won't improve your position, Noboru," Rukia chided without raising her head. "And come down from there. Greet our guest properly." Humph. Moments later the kid dropped down to join them. He paced back and forth, arms crossed over his chest. It reminded her of a monkey at the zoo. "Morning," the kid threw offhandedly in her general direction. His rudeness made her previous wrath experience a resurgence. Tatsuki hadn't known what to make of this obstreperous child since day one. Clearly he belonged to the same supernatural lifestyle that his guardian herself came from. The revelation that he was her cousin came as little surprise despite there being no family resemblance to speak of. She knew Rukia was adopted, as well as being royalty. Tatsuki had never met any of Rukia's family. Supposedly she had a brother, but beyond that the Kukaki were unknown to her. They could all be brown-skinned bohemians with no manners and bad attitudes. But she kind of doubted that. Nothing made any sense, but that hardly had anything to do with her purpose in being here. She had apparently intruded upon a hard-fought game of Go. Judging by an amateur perspective, it appeared the brat had backed himself into a corner. But this game supposedly hinged upon long-term strategy. For all she knew, the whole arrangement of black and white tiles hid a clever trap that would only become clear at the proper application of a single play. The whole thing was entirely too convoluted for her tastes. Give me a straightforward match and the feel of fists smacking any day. The game can wait. Rukia turned away while still on her knees to regard their guest. "Please have a seat, my friend. It's much too early for this to be a social visit. How can I help you? You can tell me what's happening with Ichigo." Maybe she was being rude just coming to the point like this. But dancing around the issue didn't suit her nature. And this was a matter of life and death unless she was seriously mistaken. Besides, Rukia hardly seemed offended. More like, pensive. Disturbed. Maybe frightened? "Noboru-kun," the young shopkeeper spoke. "Will you leave us for a moment?" Her restless ward looked absurdly disappointed, so maybe his position in the game was more favorable than she had estimated. like he was on the cusp of victory which her intrusion had abruptly delayed. Still he voiced no disapproval, merely moved in to give Rukia a quick hug before racing from the room. There were times Tatsuki almost forgot that Rukia was a great deal older than her, much less not a mortal of flesh and blood. But even spirits obviously had their share of earthly virtues. Her relationship with Noboru served to make this abundantly clear. She was like an aunt to him in a way, a favorite aunt who had clearly been entrusted with the child's care. The fact that he looked only a few years her junior did nothing to make the relationship awkward. In fact, considering Rukia's tendency to keep distant from forming permanent relationships in this world, it was almost a relief to see her harboring uninhibited affection for someone. It made her seem more human. Of course, her relationship with a certain not-so-ordinary mortal was precisely the reason behind their meeting. Once Noboru had left, Rukia wasted no time. "Before we begin, will you confide in me what brought this on?" Tatsuki sat down across from her, feeling a little ridiculous and childish in her jogging togs in front of the dignified young woman clad in her kimono. Yet even this was not enough to prevent her from continuing. She was nothing if not determined. "For the past few months, I've been having dreams. Really awful ones. And not just me. Orium too, though she claims to not remember them. Maybe it's true, maybe she just doesn't want to remember. What counts is that in all of them there's this creature that looks exactly like Ichigo. It never really does anything. Just follows us, always getting closer every time. And I don't think this is just a case of nerves or dreams. It's real. And getting stronger. So can you tell me what it is?" "A hollow." Tatsuki blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected Rukia to be just as direct as her. But seeing the calm, almost fierce look on her hostess' face with hands clasped in her lap, it served to accentuate the difference between their ages again. And this reminded her about one more of Rukia's roles, that of a Shinigami. A warrior, a fighter who faced monsters on a regular basis. It made karate matches seem absurdly immature by comparison. Rukia's gaze was sharp now, seeming to spear her with its intensity. "There is a hollow growing within Ichigo. It has been for nearly 2 years now. What I didn't know was that it had begun to influence the people around him. I am involved in these matters on a personal and professional level. So I take what you are telling me very seriously. As should you. Please tell me everything unusual that you can lay claim to knowing, no matter how small." The words came spilling out with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Lately she had been thinking of little else, such that her schoolwork and matches had suffered. Only now would it become clear if that had all been to some good end. In no time at all Tatsuki had unburdened herself of a fear that had been slowly taking root in her mind for several months. "You're taking this pretty well," she finally concluded. "Are you telling me that one of those things that feed on us is growing inside of Ichigo?" "Yes," Rukia nodded. She looked so infuriatingly calm. Like this was no big deal. Shouldn't she act at least a bit worried? I mean, Rukia and Ichigo were, well, they were dating, weren't they? Weren't they? So, what are you going to do? Maybe she shouldn't have said it that way. It sounded accusing. Like Rukia had been slacking on the job. But Tatsuki's nerves were worn thin. Most people her age weren't required to deal with something of this nature. You should be able to go to someone when you were feeling threatened. Like law enforcement. And death gods were the spiritual police. Why shouldn't she turn to the local Shinigami? For a time Rukia stared at her. Or maybe through her. Like she wasn't even there. When she spoke next her voice sounded distant. "I would like to free him. But this is not any sort of regular hollow. It's his hollow, a reflection of his soul. It can't be purified in the regular fashion. Research is being done on this. But until a solution can be devised, we can only try to restrain the beast. And for a time I have been content with that. Only now, something new is happening." Her eyes flicked over to the door through which Noboru had left. "And I wonder if it is not connected to other matters. I mean, what are we supposed to do?" Tatsuki demanded, not caring how she sounded. Ghosts were bad enough, now it's dream ghosts. What should I tell Orium the next time Freddy Krueger comes around snickering and trying to kill her? I mean, have you been seeing this thing too when you sleep, or is it just us? Can we fight it? Can we kill it? Would that hurt Ichigo? What? How are we supposed to? I'm trembling, Tatsuki realized. And I feel like I might start crying at any second. Crap. I shouldn't have to worry about being murdered in my sleep at my age, or any age for that matter. A year ago I thought I could protect myself if someone came after me, but that was just humans. Ichigo asked me to look after his sister, but who's going to look after me? And Orium, too. Seeing her so visibly distraught, Rukia reached over and squeezed the teen's hand. I will protect you, Tatsuki-san. As will Ichigo, and Ishida, and... Of a sudden Rukia stopped. She glanced down, frowning. Tatsuki flinched as her grip closed more firmly. What? Rukia's calloused fingers roamed across her skin. There is something here, she murmured. On your arm. I can feel it now. Like a fragment of a spell, or something unnatural. I can't get a good sense of it. The whole thing is so very faint. She brought her other hand up and passed it over Tatsuki's forearm. Her fingers glowed a soft blue light. They left a trail in their wake, and something rose off the teen's skin into this blue plasma, like dust particles floating in a beam of sunlight. They coagulated together to form a sphere shape that reminded Tatsuki of a colony of microscopic organisms she had seen in science lab once. Rukia then crooked her wrist and an orange rectangle made of light emerged from the palm of her hand. She slipped her catch into it. The box sank back down into her, taking the spell fragments with it. Tatsuki remained entranced by this procedure. Even after all this time, magic was still pretty cool to watch. Rukia stood up, and she followed suit. You're welcome to stay while I confer with my colleagues. Can I offer you some breakfast while you wait? Ganju is quite adept at cooking, as it turns out. Nah, I think I'd better get home before anybody notices. Thanks, though, Rukia-san. She paused, feeling like more should be said. Seriously, thank you. For listening, if nothing else. I feel better. You're welcome. Now it was Rukia who seemed to hesitate before speaking. Tatsuki-san, about Ichigo. Yeah, I know. We shouldn't tell him about this or he might start stressing out and brooding over it like usual. She stopped and stretched her arms overhead as high as she could, standing on tiptoe as she did. It felt good. Like a wealth of tension had dissipated sometime in the last 5 minutes. Actually, I believe he should know what is happening. The young black belt brought her arms down in surprise. Really? Forewarned is forearmed. Rukia led her from the room back towards the shop proper. It wouldn't do for him to be caught unawares at a crucial moment. Now we can try to formulate a strategy to deal with this new menace. Tatsuki snorted. He'll just go tearing off to beat it up, watch and see. It's his fallback. The guy has the mindset of a juvenile delinquent to match his face. I happen to like that about him. Rukia cocked a grin back over her shoulder. If nothing else, I feel mature by comparison. That earned her a laugh, even if there was a sort of frantic edge to it. Tatsuki had to remind herself that her existence did not truly revolve around deadly peril and bloodthirsty monsters. Even Rukia had more than just that, and she was already dead, for pity's sake. I can certainly say as much while I'm still living. There was still plenty to enjoy in each day, and even look forward to. They had all their lives ahead of them. As long as they didn't lose sight of that, things might just turn out okay. The two girls proceeded down the hall, chatting about normal everyday things now. When he was sure they were gone, Noboru Kauki dropped from his hiding place in the ceiling. That conversation had been very enlightening. He knew something was up. And no matter what Aunt Rukia thought, he was not about to simply languish in this earthly shell while matters involving him were decided by Yoriuki or whoever was in charge. She had trained him to deal with any problems himself. It was his nature. True, his encounter with the Wild Hunt had not been what one might call a smashing success. But whoever had been behind that attack was still out there. They hadn't resurfaced since that opening move against him, but this might be their latest gambit. If so, he wasn't about to let them just disappear again. He would follow this evil to its source and confirm for himself if it had anything to do with the attempt on his life. And judging by what he had just learned, he might have an ally unbeknownst even to themselves. Which meant he had better start keeping a close eye on the Arisawa girl in case things turned nasty. At the very least, she had great legs, so his time wouldn't be completely wasted. Always look on the bright side, he thought with satisfaction. Best advice Mom ever gave him. Take the time to reflect on how our country is changing. You, the next generation, have a very, rare opportunity. So, make sure you don't waste your potential. Take pride in yourself, and let your actions reflect that pride. A valorous spirit can overcome any obstacle. Like the changing seasons, as surely as the falling sakura blossoms do. Harold, who wrote this, anyway? What? Council on Education? Pfft. Bunch of old fuddy-duddies. Are these really my glasses? As two teachers proceeded to argue in hushed voices with their distracted principal, a redhead slumped against Mikuru Ogawa's shoulder, snoring softly. Her back stiffened in suspense. Chizuru-chan. She whispered anxiously. You're dozing off again. No answer. Her attempts to covertly dislodge this burden met with as little success as usual. The small bob-haired girl turned a pleading look on the teenager sitting to the other side of Chizuru Hansho, but to no avail. Maehana Natsui's attention was riveted to the head of the gymnasium, although it seemed there might be the faintest trace of smugness to the smile on her lips. Like she was glad not to have to deal with the matter of Chizuru herself. Maybe it was just Mikuru's imagination. Drastic times call for drastic measures. Taking a slow, deep breath, she elbowed Chizuru firmly in the ribs. MMPH. Her sleepy schoolmate grumbled irritably and shook her head as she righted herself. Sorry, the girl adjusted her glasses with a yawn. I can't help it. His voice is putting me to sleep. This is the most boring assembly they've ever. HSSNNNRRRXXX. The last sentence dissolved into a gentle burbling snore. The next thing she knew, her clingy admirer had collapsed headfirst in Mikuru's lap. Embarrassment, thy name is Hansho. It was bad enough when the outspoken lesbian casually offered to massage her breasts to help them grow, or suggested the two of them share a session in a photo kiosk together. There was no malice behind it. Unlike a lot of the girls at school, Chizuru was a pretty decent sort. She championed Mikuru whenever her less savory classmates tried to target her for their cruel sport. Actually, Chizuru might have been one of her favorite people, were she not horny as hell and queer as toenails on a snake. Not bad, not really. Just weird. Very, very weird. I just think the students should be enjoying themselves a little more than this. Are you sure these are my glasses? My grandson once switched mine out with his, and I thought I was going blind for 3 days. Let me tell you, it was a relief to find out I was wrong. Of course that was only after I ran over the neighbor's dog. Stupid thing finally stopped barking. Who just mentioned retirement? A few snickers sounded through the hall. She knew exactly what they were thinking, but the old man's blunder did nothing to improve her own position. Attempting to dislodge that sleeping deadweight met with no success. Mikuru glanced down in exasperation. Well, if I can't get her off, at least don't let anybody notice anything. As she was thinking this, something flew out of Chizuru's head. Were she not so utterly embarrassed at this moment, Mikuru might have screamed. Or jumped out of her skin. Even fainting dead away would have been a perfectly reasonable response to an occurrence like this. As it was, she felt so red-faced, humiliated at her current situation that she did none of these things. Only stared as the thing fluttered before her face. It's a moth, she thought at first. There were wings. Like smoke or ash bound together. And a round body within which burned a small blue glow. The moth, or whatever it was, seemed to notice that it had become the target of someone's attention. With a certain jerky desperation it bobbed towards a window. Mikuru wasn't what one might call brave by any stretch of the imagination. It therefore came as quite a surprise when she found herself reaching up towards the winged entity as it tried to escape. Should I really be? Before she could even complete that thought, her small fingers cupped around the gray floater, trapping it in her palms like she used to do when catching fireflies. Maihana was looking at her strangely now. For a moment it felt like a dream. Did I fall asleep? Am I imagining this? Then a gentle tickling started in her palms, and the anxious teen let out a startled yelp. Chizuru awoke and snapped upright, nearly colliding with Mikuru's hands. Fortunately her arms swept high overhead on instinct. Unfortunately this position only served to draw even more attention to her. The normally unassuming girl found herself to be the focus of attention for practically everyone in the hall, from their senile principal on down. "Young lady, are you trying to do the wave? That reminds me, I haven't been to a Tigers game in ages. Anyone want to join me?" The principal peered owlishly at her over his spectacles, and once more Mikuru feared fainting on the spot. Chizuru and Maihana were staring at her as well. Eyes wide, almost ready to lapse into tears, with a supreme effort she managed to gasp out, "K. Kanonji." All confusion left her friends' faces. They glanced at one another, exchanging brief nods. Without warning Chizuru leapt to stand beside her. "Mikuru-san, what's wrong? Oh, you poor thing. Are your stomach cramps coming back?" she proclaimed loudly. "What? Stomach cramps?" Bewildered, Mikuru stared at her. "What's going on here?" a hostile voice demanded. Looking over she felt a fresh surge of dread when she saw the musculature phys ed teacher Kajin striding towards them. His lips were pressed together in a grim frown and veins pulsed in his overdeveloped physique. Maihana placed an arm around her shoulders comfortingly as the teacher came to stand beside them. "Sorry, sir. She's been feeling ill lately. I think we should take her home." "That's not for you to decide," the bulky jock declared authoritatively. "If she's not feeling well, I'll escort her to the nurse's office. There's no need for you two to leave the auditorium as well." His meaty hand flicked out in dismissal of the pair while hostile beady eyes fixated on Mikuru, causing actual stomach pains to blossom in her midsection. Everyone trying to help her out was only making things more awful. "Oh. Let me, I'll take her." As if on cue, Misato Oka came bounding forth. Mikuru fervently prayed for some passing deity to turn her into a caterpillar without avail as their own homeroom teacher drew up beside them. The woman looked positively puny compared to the bulky Kajin, but she interposed herself between him and her students with indefatigable confidence all the same. "Me, I'll take care of it. Outside of gym class they're my responsibility anyway, Kajai-chin. So don't worry about anything." The skinny woman then thrust a thumbs up in the big man's face while flashing a joyous smile. There might as well have been a banner over her head reading, "Leave it to Oki." It would seem his fellow educator's determination did not impress Kajin, however. He crossed his arms over pecs like seat cushions and glowered down his nose at her. "Oki-sensei, you shouldn't let 3 students skip out on assembly over one girl's stomach ache. Not to overstep my bounds, but I cannot condone such a serious breach of protocol as. I'll go with them." Everyone now turned their heads as a tall, willowy girl stood up a few rows down. Kunieda Ryo snapped shut the small book she held and surveyed the proceedings with a bland sort of condemnation, as if their tomfoolery had interrupted some very important reading. "Would that be all right?" The deadpan track star asked the question like she didn't care one way or another what the answer might be. For a few moments everything in the gymnasium was silent. Then Kajin gave a short harumph through his nostrils. "Well, if Ryo tags along, I suppose there shouldn't be any cause for concern." He glanced at the other 3 girls. "You can go." Without a moment of hesitation Maihana and Chizuru hoisted Mikuru between them and proceeded to carry the tiny waif down the aisle with both hands still clasped before her. Almost like they were police officers and she a collared criminal in cuffs. Good thing too, because she had been about to demand if Kajin was out of his flipping mind. 3 students leaving was a serious breach of protocol, but make Kunieda the 4th and suddenly everything's hunky-dory? The teachers always did that. Deferring to their star pupil. It was like a rule. "All right everyone, the matter's been resolved," the principal bellowed unnecessarily loud into his microphone. "Nothing to worry about, Ryo is taking care of it. Everyone back to your seats and we'll perform attendance." "What? When? Was I here for that? Seriously, did Ryo secretly run this school or something?" The girl in question fell into step behind them, while Oka-sensei quickly slid into the lead. "Where are Tatsuki and Inu?" the chipper educator demanded. "And the boys? They should come too." "Never mind, they couldn't all fit in my car anyway. I'll shoot them a text to come by later. And mustn't forget Karen-chan or her guardian." She was muttering to herself while tapping furiously with her thumbs on a smartphone. Sensei certainly didn't seem concerned by all the odd looks they were getting. Not to mention completely uninterested in what had prompted this episode to begin with. Not so the person responsible for their abrupt dismissal. Mikuru felt every eye on her, such that she wanted to just crawl into bed and forget this day ever happened. Wasn't anybody even going to ask her what this was about? While she thought this, the source of her troubles jumped and twitched between her palms, exactly like a captured moth. It made a tiny crying noise, however, which confirmed what she had initially suspected. This was something supernatural. Maybe even dangerous. And in situations like this, you turned to the people who knew that area best. "I just hope they're taking me to Rukia's place and not." "There, that's taken care of." Misato Oka finished typing and pocketed the device as the doors to the auditorium closed behind them. She cast a look back at her followers and beamed like they were a merry troop off to engage in good wholesome fun. "Now then, everyone out to the parking lot. We're having a meeting at my place." The teacher then swept out an arm to point triumphantly ahead and proclaim, "Meeting at my place, boys and girls," before resuming her unscheduled jaunt. No one questioned her decision. Maybe this is what being in a gang feels like, Mikuru pondered glumly. Arguing wouldn't work when Sensei got this way. She was like a cruise missile. No deterring her. All you could do was hang on and hope the devastation wasn't too bad. Now reduced to little more than a living insect jar, the girl allowed herself to be carried away. "Jin. Yo. I think we've got a problem." "Like what?" "One of my spells just became active." "That's 3 in 2 days. They must be getting braver. Or more desperate. Good news for us either way." "No, not good news. Something's wrong about this one. It hasn't joined the rest of the collective yet. It's been almost half an hour already, and it's still not showing up on my display. It wasn't destroyed, like the one last night? Give me a little credit. Jin. I think somebody caught the harvester. And if they know who it came out of, they might start to look at the others too. That could ruin everything. Maybe not. 3 guesses as to who got a hold of the critter. And if our slap-happy friends poke their big noses in, then the mess blows up in their faces, not ours. We're not to blame. But we still don't know who's behind the harvesters. There hasn't been enough of the aggregated spells to give us a fix. At the rate we're going, it would take at least another week. I told you we should have made the tracking stronger. Any stronger and they might have noticed. Whatever. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Don't stick your neck out, Rangiku. I mean it. If one of those bastards takes a shot at you like Nanao did, I'm going to kill them this time. I don't care who it is. But I might. So keep a low profile, lover. If Soul Society does get wind of me, I'll just find a way to lead them right to the real enemy's door. Watch and see. Will I need to put a leash on you from now on? Hey, that's not a bad idea. Thanks, Moonbeam. Bye now. Rangy Dash. We are all trapped down here. Starving. Like rats. In the small cave she had reserved for her private use, Lagrima dipped the polished sliver of bone she used for a pen into the inkwell on her stone table. A tiny blue flame hovering over her shoulder shed the faintest of light, enough to see the yellowed pages of skin in the tome. The letters danced as the lamp flickered. Like insects working over the paper. She would have eaten them if that were true. Devotion, duty, conviction. I must be strong. Reading used to fill something in me. His Holiness permitted it, since it gave me more stories to tell him. I changed things that would have met with his displeasure, of course. I know something of human history as a result. Once, half a century past, fighters from the nation of Japan were ordered to defend an island. To the death, as it were. With no food or water, they hid in caves much like the ones we inhabit now. For months they remained trapped there. slowly perishing from hunger. I remember. Their souls were rich with despair when we ate them. It taught me much. I never imagined I would find myself in the same predicament, though. Yet here I am. This world, which had been our home, our refuge, has now become our cage. In more ways than one. She began to write again. Her private thoughts. Stories guided me to my master. Ancient myths that whispered to me of his existence. I was agichus, and strong, so I let myself be drawn by the legends. To the dead zone of Hueco Mundo. When after years of searching I finally came before him, the legends brought to life, I knew at last I had found God. His Holiness raised me up into his army, and I served in whatever capacity and whatever submission he required of me. There was no need to question my existence from then on. He made us more than the beasts we had been. We were soldiers. Generals. Executioners. Pillars of his order. We were his angelic host. Until the jackal came. That is how His Holiness referred to the infernal Shinigami, when he spoke to us beyond the hearing of the sycophants who draped themselves around that pretender. He told us we would eventually rise up, and he would tear the jackal's throat out with his own fingers. Late at night he used to tell me about his plans. How he would whip the fallen jackal naked across the dunes, listening to him whimper and beg. When he tired of his sport, he would cut off his ears and gouge out his eyes with his thumbs, then leave his corpse there in the desert to be eaten by the hunt. I believed him when he told us that. And I did not permit myself to doubt that glorious day would happen. Perhaps I would not be alive to see it. When the jackal's damnable hyena made me break and betray my king, I realized that my strength would not be worthy of helping our God regain his throne. Yet still I resolved to be of whatever good I might be as a result. I was never able to admit it to him. Too ashamed of my failure. There was no need anyway. He knew. I could see in the way he looked at me. At all of us, really. We were once his most valued servants, but no longer. I only resolved to obey him should he ever call upon me. He knows my failings. How could he not? He is our God. So why, then, am I afraid? She dipped the sharpened pick into the cup of blood and continued. Perhaps it is because I have been asked to shepherd this humbled army when I know that I am unworthy. They mean nothing to me. If the matter were left to my decision, I would abandon them. And if they could, they would waylay me in some dark tunnel and rip me to pieces. I can feel it when I pass by. The threat of Barinholtz keeps the more dangerous ones from rebelling, but that sort of thing only goes so far. And he is not to be trusted more than any other hollow. The Sombras keep us hidden, but how long can this last? How long until something goes wrong? Mighty Baragon, why do you ask this of me, when I have already transgressed against you? Is this a sign of your favor? Do you grant me an opportunity to atone for my sin against you? If I could only hear you speak my name like you used to, even once more, or feel your hand upon me, I would. Lagrima. A shadow fell across her door, and she looked up. From the darkness a face peered out from its broken mask. We got another one, the hollow informed her. Duty called. Rising, Lagrima snuffed out the light and took her leave of that place. Outside, she passed Barinholtz standing guard. As she slipped down the corridor he fell into step behind her, his massive body like a wall filling this corridor. The unmasked hollow, whose name she did not deign to recall, trailed in their wake. Unlike Lagrima, this one had been touched by the mark of the jackal. In His Holiness Day, a hollow who dared to become Arrancar was considered pariah and dealt with accordingly. Now Hueco Mundo was fairly infested with their lot. During the jackal's reign, even their god had been defiled in such a way, forced to wear a face and form reserved for their natural prey. Lagrima was one of those who retained her purity, at least outwardly. As an Agichus she was uncommonly tall and thin but still formed along the lines of a human. The hollow hole proudly displayed in her midsection served to set her apart from such vermin. Her hair was white silk that grew from beneath the unadorned mask she still sported with a trace of pride. This bone helm possessed no facial features save for a pair of eye holes. A line of beauty marks trailed up its middle. A small harp made of bone was slung across her back. She wore a simple gray slip that left her arms bare, with a silver chain wound around. That had been the sign of her servitude. As a female, His Holiness did not wish her flesh to be marred by a brand as with his other warriors. She was more pleasing to him that way. Bare feet ghosted over stone that had been polished by the tread of her brethren. As she passed, 2 hollows charged with sweeping the corridors made way for her. Lagrima noted with distaste the small pile of sand they had collected. The granules seemed to make their way in here no matter how far from the entrance they might be. Only a short distance over their heads, separated by a roof of stone, the great desert of Hueco Mundo shifted sluggishly in eternal dreaming. Sand slipped from the ceiling in thin streams that could not be allowed to collect. Where His Holiness walked now there must be no trace of the dry stuff, for his benefit. She was nothing if not considerate of his needs. The wide corridor ended at a great cavern gouged from the bedrock. Though darkness accompanied them practically everywhere underground, here a faint light was permitted to be kindled. Small groups of hollows huddled together, discussing among themselves. They eyed her intently when she emerged from the shaft. Lagrima could feel the hate in their stares. The blame for their being entombed down here was hers to bear when the master was not present. She made an easy target to their hunger-maddened minds. When Barinholtz lumbered out of the corridor, though, the packs hastily dispersed to the nearest exits. Though the boreholes were wide and high in deference to His Holiness, it sometimes seemed as if even this was not to accommodate Barinholtz. A huge hollow before becoming a Jich's, had not lost much size from the transformation. His snout was a bear's skull with high-pointed ears and black sockets that gaped threateningly at everything within vision. Aquamarine stripes painted his frame as well as his claws. The midsection of his body resembled a black sphere which held that colossal form together with the hollow hole in his chest. Otherwise he was armored like a crab. Small spikes protruded in rows all around the outer shell, and his paws were more like oversized pistons tipped with long curved claws. The same was true for his feet. Barinholtz projected an aura of brutal power that was only emphasized by a marked silence. He communicated in brief grunts and snarls, a fitting testimony to his bestial nature. Rumors to the effect of him having been one of the potential Espada were not taken lightly. Their path took them out of the meeting chamber and wound through this underground ant colony for several minutes. The layout of the terrain was something Lagrima had memorized long before. She needed no light to guide her. A faint clacking grew louder with every step. When they finally came to their destination, the source of that noise was obvious. At this intersection of several tunnels countless dream catchers hung from the ceiling, their frames made from the dead wood of Hueco Mundo. The lattice work comprising their inner webs was actually Lagrima's hair wound into webs. Her assured steps took her to the place where the only glow in this dismal underworld could be found. As she approached a plaintive whimpering reached her ears. Snared in one of the dream catchers was a tiny winged creature that looked to be comprised of smoke. A blue light sparkled at its center. These sendings were the only things permitted to enter or leave the catacombs. Reaching up, the hollow leader retrieved her catch. She knelt before a porcelain chalice placed on the floor before proceeding to crush the imp overhead. It popped with a muffled whimper, allowing its bounty to flow out between her fingers in a thin blue liquid. There was precious little of this substance, and so Lagrima exercised great care that none of it should go to waste. She used the bone pen from before to scrape every last drop off her fingers. When this was complete, the ghostly maiden picked up the cup and rose to proceed unerringly down another mineshaft. Several minutes later their journey ended in a long room that looked like a crypt. She knew what would be found here without having to see it. Twice as wide as the regular tunnels, this one was lined with sarcophagi in which were displayed the lingering remnants of mighty Baragon's conquests. A shattered mask here, a broken sword spirit there, a reliquary of bones carved with the mark of the archers. The room was a trophy house of the dead and fallen. In the wall at the very back of this ossuary stood a pair of tall black candle stands. The tallow candles within them were black as pitch, in contrast to the tiny white cinders which throbbed atop their wicks. These paltry specks served to generate just enough light to make out the sepulchre housed between them. On that polished recess there lay what appeared to be a corpse covered in a funeral shroud. It did not stir at their approach. This meant nothing. Having repeated this procedure dozens of times now, Lagrima knelt and held aloft the cup. She murmured a brief prayer, then brought it to the dead lips covered by cloth and poured the ichor down. When the dish was empty, A faint sigh echoed through that chamber, whispering all around them like a restless breeze seeking release. It stirred the dusty remains with the force of a dying man's last breath. From that dry throat, a single word croaked out with painful effort. More, it whispered, so faint as to be naught but an echo. Lagrima rose. Soon, she promised it. Do not strain yourself. I must speak with His Holiness. The Viceroy of the Hollow Nation turned her back on that pitiful figure. She refused to admit how the sight of it filled her with dread. It showed just how far their species had fallen. Lagrima hated coming here, but no one else could be trusted with this duty. One that held a strange sort of hope even as it taunted her with the reality of their situation. As she stole away, the Ajichas cursed herself. That blasted form stretched out on its deathbed should by all rights be allowed to die. But their king commanded otherwise. Now she must report on her progress to him. When they came to a stone door with a great skull emblazoned upon it, Lagrima slipped inside without bothering to look at her companions. Baron Holtz had already taken up his position before the portal as she swung it shut, becoming an impassable obstacle in the process. Lagrima now picked her way across the largest cavern in this underground colony. The entire sum of her forces could have fit into this room with ease. Sometimes they did, to pay their respects. There was nothing to be seen here save for several sconces of blue flame that glowed along the walls. At the center of this chamber lay their only means of holy communion with God. Any uninitiated would see nothing special at all, merely a pit dug into the floor and lined with bone. The depths of this crater could not be guessed, filled as it was with a dark red opaque substance that could only be blood. The pool of crimson fluid lay in perfect stillness. Not even a ripple disturbed its tranquility. As she approached, Lagrima unslung her harp. Upon reaching the basin's edge she knelt and proceeded to pluck a single string. The note produced echoed sweetly in the confines of this room. In response, the tide of blood frothed and churned, until from its center there arose a sight of unspeakable majesty. A gigantic human skull the size of a boulder emerged, sporting a crown and held aloft by one titanic bony arm. This ghastly apparition was composed entirely of blood made solid by the dread power of the being who now turned his living eyes upon her. Blood poured down his effigy as Baragan Lusenburn, king of Hueco Mundo, addressed his servant. Speak, then. Only an image, then. Apparently he would not be joining them today. Striving to hide her regret, Lagrima hastened to obey. My lord, our outpost remains undisturbed. Several new additions to our ranks have been welcomed, and your army continues to grow. The enemy remains based in the remains of Las Noches, where we have them under surveillance. As per your wish, we have accelerated our retrieval of Effluvia, and his condition continues to improve with every passing day. There is no indication that we have been discovered. Our endeavors have drawn no attention at this time. They are too busy searching for whatever pockets of rebels have managed to remain undiscovered. You continue to please us, little one, the Vastolord rasped, blood sliding through his teeth. We are aware of the perilous situation you find yourself in. It is a testament to your valor that you have contrived to succeed in your mission up to this point. She bowed humbly in acknowledgement of this praise. It is nothing, Lord. I live or die at your behest. Ask of me anything and it shall be done. Inwardly Lagrima hoped for some kernel of information as to how long she might be expected to labor under this responsibility. Or even a hint as to when their master would rejoin them fully as he had promised so often before. More could not be hoped for. But to request such reassurances would be a sign that her faith was weakening. He must not be given proof of how truly fragile she felt. And what of the renegade? A moment's hesitation only before proceeding. There has been no contact with Grimjojigerjax. He continues to elude our efforts at capture. We lost communication with one of our hunting parties 2 days past, after my last report. I instructed the remainder to converge upon their last known location, but they have reported nothing back. The looming skull rose a little higher on its perch. In this you have failed us. To have one who was openly loyal to our enemy roaming with impunity about our lands is an affront to our order. The errant former sexta must be brought to bay, his strength yoked and added to your ranks. In this we will tolerate no failure. Unleash the hunt if you must, but see to his retrieval. This touched upon another point of contention, one Lagrima was far more willing to broach. Mighty Baragon, she spoke softly, raising herself just a bit off the ground. I am loath to rely upon the half-breed. Whatever its state now, it was still once a Shinigami. Our natural enemy. How can we trust such a one to shepherd the wild hunt? Surely a more worthy hand could be found to oversee your greatest weapon. The giant head stared at her in silence for a while. In this deathly stillness she recognized could very well be her last few moments of existence. His Holiness had killed for far less serious affront than questioning his commands. Then the bloody Dullahan slowly began to sink back into the scarlet froth from which it sprang. When those unblinking eyes reached the surface of the pool, his voice emerged, seemingly without need to speak. Do not come before us again without word of success. It will not go well for you. It shall be done, sire, she gasped back, feeling like a fist was squeezing the words from her throat. Lagrima watched her lord and master disappear back into his fount. Both hands were shaking as she draped the harp over her shoulder. Death seemed to loom overhead no matter where she went. The only question was whose hand would be the one to deal it. When she stepped out of the sanctum, her eye fell upon the lowly Arrancar from before still lurking outside. Might as well put this little lurker to good use. You, Tezima, she crooked a finger, remembering the name at last. Come here. The maimed Hollow stole over to crouch in readiness before her. Milady. Contact all hunting parties at once, she declared in a coldly imperious manner. Tell them they are to abandon any and all cover. Their top priority is the apprehension of Jiggerjax. No matter the cost, he is to be brought before me. Is that understood? It shall be done. It nettled her to hear the very words she had recently spoken being parroted back. Before she could think to question Tezima, the little sneak sped swiftly down the darkened halls. Feeling more troubled than ever, Lagrima took her leave of that place. Baron Holtz trailed behind like a shadow of pain still to come. Would he be the one to execute her should his holiness order it? Devotion, duty, conviction. They would be the death of her. Come on, Mikuru, spread gimme a peek. I can't let you see it, Chizuru-chan. Please stop asking me. Sounds like business as usual, Tatsuki thought darkly as she slipped off her shoes in the foyer. Now given a valid excuse to dish out some pain, she rolled her neck to ease any kinks before declaring, I'm gonna break something permanent this time if she doesn't lay off. Oh, don't worry, Tatsuki-chan, Orium smiled while removing her own footwear. Now that we're here I'm sure Chizuru will be all over me, so Mikuru can finally get a break. Imagine my relief, the spiky-haired fighter offered with all the cynicism of her years. Both friends then made their way down the hall until they came upon the living room, site of today's meeting. Hello, girls. Oka Misato called out upon catching sight of them. Welcome to our little shindig. Feel free to help yourselves to the snacks, there's plenty more where that came from. She indicated the spread on a coffee table, consisting of several types of crackers, a variety of cheeses, olives, sliced Italian prosciutto, and cucumber slices. Orium clapped her hands in delight and wasted no time in whipping up a concoction on her plate that looked largely inedible. While she joined the other girls in chatting merrily, Tatsuki moved to stand by their nominal hostess. You're pretty free with the fare, considering this isn't your house. Misato just grinned from ear to ear like a civil service Cheshire cat. Oh, it's adorable how you kids think you're all grown up. Don't worry about darling, that man is putty in my hands. He can't say no when it comes to me. And she sashayed off towards the kitchen. I'm pretty sure that's all he ever says to you, Tatsuki called after her. As usual, their 20-something teacher was immune to anything that did not correlate with her definition of common sense. Tatsuki envied that blissful ease with which the older woman ghosted through life. It didn't concern her at all that they were trespassing unlawfully in the home of a very unfriendly pillar of the community. This happened to be the house that their classmate Uriah called home. But while the Quincy youth might grudgingly grant them entry, his father Ryokan Ishida, who actually owned the place, had expressly banned them from meeting here like this. In fact, he installed a security system for the sole purpose of keeping his ardent admirer Misato Oka from getting in. Not that this proved to be any deterrent. Owing to some bizarre stalker mind powers, she always guessed what the code to disable the alarm might be, no matter how many times he changed it. Thus the Ishida household was the de facto headquarters of what they unofficially referred to as the Karakura Otherworldly Paranormal Society, or COPS. It wasn't a bad deal, really. Whenever something mysterious happened to them, which thankfully wasn't often, Oka-sensei would notify the members of their group, which consisted of everyone who had hunkered out together during the war between Soul Society and the Hollows. Although Orium technically arrived after all the fireworks were over, she was welcomed into their ranks nonetheless. It was kind of like a non-academic club. Chad never attended the meetings for reasons which she found perfectly understandable. The band was just a convenient excuse. And while she sometimes questioned why, in the end Arisawa usually found herself tagging along, just to find out what was going on. Which reminds me. So, she called out after snagging a handful of dried fruit. The elder Ishida could always be counted on to have healthful snacks in accordance with his medical profession. What's up with this meeting, anyway? We don't know, Maehana Natsui smiled where she reclined on the couch. All we do know is that Mikuro caught something coming out of Chizuru's head. She held out her cup as if that last statement was perfectly natural. Hey. Can I get a refill over here? Coming right up. Into the room came Kigo Asano, still wearing his school uniform and contriving not to look miserable. As usual he had been wrangled into serving all the girls in what came close to the definition of a slave. His amoral friend Mizuo Kojima was close behind bearing a platter of finger sandwiches he no doubt had one of his girlfriends whip up. If anyone ever pointed out to him that he was towing the line between gigolo and victim of child abuse, the delicate-seeming kid would probably just grin in that unconcerned way of his and make up a quite convincing lie on the spot. Blame slid off him as easily as it was drawn to Kigo. Kind of a yin-slash-yang thing going there. Or maybe just Abbott and Costello. They were all technically cutting class. Mizuo probably tendered a convincing lie to get him and Asano out. Whatever the case, while they were busily attending to the demands of their female cohorts, Tatsuki took the time to examine Mikuro. The most timid member of their group, Ogawa hardly ever initiated conversations, though she obviously resented being left out. It was her nature to tag along despite clearly having little idea what was going on. Her spiritual perceptions were the lowest among them, far below any of the rest. She could hardly make out spirits at all. Only strong ones showed up on her radar. So how was it that she, out of all of them, had seemingly gotten hold of something truly beyond the pale? While still flushed from having Chizuru continue to try and latch onto her like an octopus, Oriaminu turned in her seat to regard Mikuro with surprise. Mikuro-chan caught something? Where is it? I want to see. Is it bigger than a bread box? Does it have a name yet? I can think of a few. Let's see, how about? Hold on. Tatsuki stood up and crossed over to join them. Did I hear right in that nobody else has seen this thing yet? She then noticed something about the way Mikuro was sitting, even more tucked in on herself than usual. Realization hit hard. Are you still holding onto this thing, whatever it is? Ogawa gazed at her miserably. I can't open my hands, or it'll fly away. I'm getting really tired. Her face was just as distraught as her voice. Kuniya Dario looked over from where she was inspecting the doctor's bookshelf. Shouldn't Dr. Quincy, medicine man, have something lying around to contain things like this? That is his job, after all. I just finished getting Darling up to speed, Misato announced as she came strolling back into the room. He said we can stay as long as we want, and to ask Urayu-kun to help out when he gets free from Handicrafts Club. Oh, but don't worry, he's not our only avenue of expertise in this area. Oh, no. Kunieda groaned. This allowed Tatsuki to pick up on the meaning as well. Her heart sank at the prospect. Oka-sensei, please, tell me you didn't invite. Children, be of good cheer. Your champion has arrived. Flamboyant. Loud. Overwhelming. Wacky. Words that could easily describe carnival season in Brazil. Or one loud-mouthed, out-of-touch, deluded Japanese television personality. Don Kanonji was in the house. I come bearing gifts. their unwitting club mascot and sponsor proclaimed as though it were some great feat. Black-garbed men and women sporting shades and earpieces followed him into the den, carrying take-out food from some pretty expensive-looking restaurants judging by their bags. In no time the hired goons had set out a mouth-watering repast that made their previous fare look like dog food. They departed like shadows soon after, leaving their employer in the center of the room gazing proudly upon his self-appointed friends and comrades. Kanonji was dressed in a purple cloak with a puffy orange collar that virtually swallowed his neck. His belt was made of crystal balls linked together, and his open-collared sequin shirt displayed a number of gold and wooden talismans clattering against his chest. The pant cuffs flared over black and white platform shoes that made him even taller than usual. On his head there perched a beanie that had leather tassels hanging from its rim to mix with his already prominent dreadlocks. His mustache was freshly waxed, his spirit stick was twirling triumphantly in one hand, and he was already reduced to tears. It was the most ludicrous thing you could ever imagine. Whatever the danger, no matter the odds, the visionary vizier of the new age shall not forsake his followers. The goofy adult fell into a pose that was supposedly designed to lift their spirits. It looked like something from a bodybuilding competition, and served more to strike terror into their hearts. My occult senses warned me that trouble might be brewing today, and my horoscope proved it. Watch out for blondes. That's what it said. And now we see. He hopped up on one leg with an arm arched overhead. The source. His upraised fingers started to wiggle, of that. Without warning Don Kanonji thrust his stick out, pointing straight at Mikuru. Primo Nishan. Orium clapped excitedly at his performance. Meanwhile the target of this pronouncement flinched back. What? I'm not blonde, I'm brunette. Mikuru exclaimed indignantly, looking around at her classmates for support. Don't you have a television show to be filming? Tatsuki accused in the hopes of piercing the armor of his self-conceit. Please relax, Kanonji-san. Misato came up to him with a plate of food. Have some of the eel, it's superb. Ah, Lady Ishida. The goofball went down on one knee as if he was proposing to her. Thank you for informing me of this development. Tell me, is your husband well? He's dynamite, she supplied without missing a beat. Somehow Kanonji had gotten it into his head that Misato and Ryukin were married. The idea hadn't been dislodged by any evidence to the contrary. I see we're not all here yet. The television star popped some fried eel into his mouth and looked around at them. Where is my number one pupil's sister? She shouldn't be left out of such momentous proceedings. You don't even know why we're here. Tatsuki was starting to feel like she had just completed a particularly grueling 10-mile run. If her life kept on its current course she was going to be sporting gray hairs by the time she was 20. And Karen-chan will be here after school lets out, which was. She checked her smartphone, 10 minutes ago. I don't think she'd complain if we started without her. Okay then, their teacher declared. Let's begin. 10 seconds later found them all standing around Mikuru, who had never looked more harmless, harried, and helpless. Maybe that was her defense mechanism. It made people want to protect the trembling teen. So how do we go about this? Kunieda asked as they all inspected Mikuru's clasped hands. Is it still in there, Mikuru? I can feel it tickling, the girl mumbled as a blush worked up her cheeks from being the center of attention. After that they were all off. Can we stick it in a bottle? Kanonji-san, what if we put it inside one of those crystal balls on your belt? Isn't that what they're for? The saleslady told me it brought out the color of my eyes. Which was impressive since I was wearing shades at the time. Her powers were beyond my ken. If it's a bug, we should stick it on a pin. Like a butterfly collection. My cousin has one of those. It's creepy, forget I mentioned it. Can those of us with powers actually do something here? Oh, hold on. I have an idea. That was Orium now. So saying she reached up to touch the hairpins at her temples. Santen Kes-shun, I reject. As she spoke her ornaments glowed, only to split into 3 distinct streaks of light. A brief glimpse of the cheerful trio of fairies at their cores was replaced as they metamorphosed further into 3 boomerang-shaped objects which then took up position around Mikuru's clasped fists. Moments later an orange dome of energy sprang up to envelop that spot. There, Orium pronounced with satisfaction. You can take your hands away now, Mikuro-chan. Hesitantly the girl moved her cupped fingers apart. She flinched as if they had gone stiff before finally pulling them loose with a grateful sigh to collapse back onto the couch. Hanging before them now, within the spell dome, there was revealed something that resembled a black bat. It fluttered back and forth against its prison in futile attempts to break free. Orium's familiars kept it confined within that small space. Amazing, Orium. Misato complimented her. She then peered a little closer. What is it, anyway? Some kind of bug? Does that mean Chizuru-chan has lice? There is more to this than meets the eye. Don Kanonji lifted up his glasses and frowned at their captive prey. He raised his other hand to pass it over and around the dome as though he were a gypsy fortune-teller and this his crystal ball. I can sense the supernatural element in it more strongly now than before. It reeks of bad magi cu. Kuniada adjusted her own spectacles like she was examining very fine type print. Well, at least now we can get a good look at this thing. Good job, my love. Chizuru stated affectionately. So saying she casually reached over and groped Orium's butt. The beautiful redhead's eyes flew wide and she let out a squeak. As her concentration broke the dome simply vanished. Without hesitation the smoke bat took to flight. Everyone started yelling and dove for it all at once, the end result being that they slammed into one another and fell in a heap on the couch. Lego, it's escaping. Who's still touching my butt? Magic you hammer tgaah. My eye. Get off me, Ms. Wuro. Heh. Sorry. But isn't this fun? Overhead the Ashbat was capitalizing on their impromptu mosh pit to make its bid for freedom. A distortion appeared in the air overhead with a hazy darkness at its center. It was towards this which the flyer aimed. I got it. Atop the pile of flailing arms and curses Kigo Asano struggled awkwardly to rise, planting his foot on Chizuru's rump and using both Tatsuki and Meihana's heads to leverage himself. Ignoring their outraged screams, with a burst of strength he launched upright and flung out a hand to grab hold of the bat. As his fingers closed around the thing it squealed and burst. A blue vapor like smoke hung in the air for a moment before seeming to evaporate in the sunlight streaming through a window. Asano stood stunned as the rest of their party finally managed to disentangle themselves. He turned to look down at them, a sickly smile on his face. Heh. It, popped. See. The fumbling youth showed them his empty hand, which still held a faint grayish residue and nothing more. You are so beyond dead, Tatsuki hissed as she found her feet. Well, this was a bust, Meihana drawled as she regained her seat, seemingly uninterested in how one of her classmates was stalking the shrieking Kigo around the room with the intention of mutilating him. Her face brightened. But at least we got a free meal out of it. Oka sighed while Don Kanonji helped her upright. I was hoping for a little more. This supernatural element really sparks my interest. If only we could have learned something about it. We may have indeed, Kanonji declared in an uncharacteristically subdued voice. They all looked at him with surprise, except for Tatsuki who was sitting atop the prostrate Kigo's back and using his legs to bend him into a submission position reminiscent of a pretzel. Their fancifully dressed comrade, however, only had eyes for Misato's hand he was holding. Kanonji-sama? Orium asked. His face was troubled, but when he noticed them all looking at him he seemed to recover and drew himself upright, lifting the tails of his coat like a bat's wings. Be not alarmed, my friends. There is evil afoot, it is true, but remember you fight for justice. And your acclaimed champion will not allow you all to be besmirched by evil. For I have seen. He whipped off his glasses and used them to point at them all, a malign presence that hovers undetected in this room. The touchy-feely girl was not the only one among you who harbors a hidden terror. You are all infected by the same hideous infestation without your knowledge. What, all of us? Mikuro asked blankly. Yes. Well, actually, no. Not you. She scowled a little as he then turned to Meihana. And not you. But the rest of you, yes. My otherworldly senses are screaming at me. Now that I have felt one of these things uninterrupted, I perceive that the same dark parasite lurks within each of you. A malingering malaise of the spirit has you in its grip. I can scent its noxious odor even now. The kids glanced at one another, uncertain how to take this. None of them looked very confident of his pronouncement. Misato sniffed under her arm experimentally, then made a face. Well, I was in a rush to get to work today and might have forgotten my deodorant. But are you sure that's not just it? I certainly don't feel any different than usual. It is true. Kanonji rested his brow in one hand, seeming to slump where he stood. Oh, where have I gone wrong? To think that my closest colleagues and defenders of the world order could have fallen under a villainous influence without my knowledge. Please accept my heartfelt apologies, my young friends. Tears fell to soak into the carpet, and his teeth were gritted against the apparent injustice of it all. But know this. The psychic showman snapped erect, gaze locked on a point in the ceiling as though beseeching heaven while the tears continued to stream unabated. He looked much more determined than before. I shall not allow this travesty to continue unopposed. I, Don Kanonji, your chosen guardian and sorcerer without peer, shall waste no time in expunging this dark fator from your fair young forms. HOH. He snatched up his spirit stick where it had fallen and rounded on the group. Tatsuki did not like where this was going one bit. Hey, stupid. Didn't Ishida-san warn you about using your dopey magic in his home? This has gone far enough. I'm calling Rukia. She, at least, might actually know something about what's going on by now. So just sit tight and... He didn't seem to have heard her, too engrossed in his preparations. OHHHHH. Kanonji droned, sweeping his instrument slowly back and forth before their faces. OHHHH Budashinra AAA. As the chanting continued, a tiny pea of green light became to glow at the staff's tip. OHHHHH Sephiruth Constantinopolis. With that Kanonji slammed the butt of his staff on the floor. Evil, begone. He roared. The green orb expanded out to encompass them all. A host of screams sounded. And then the room was filled with bats. Hundreds of them. All flapping and mewling, all burning with a tiny blue glow. They flew out of the startled teens and Oki in a rush until the air was thick with them. Everyone was yelling and flailing their arms. Don Kanonji lost hold of his weapon, staggered backward and tripped on the hem of his long coat to fall over a chair. Something happened at this point. The same distortion in the environment they had seen when the previous bat attempted to flee was now occurring again, only far more this time. It was like the individual vortices opening all at once were causing some kind of chain reaction. For just an instant everything in the room seemed to quiver to their eyes like a disturbed reflection in a pool of water. With a gasp of indrawn air, the ceiling above them split in a long jagged tear, revealing a swirling morass of darkness. The ash bats streaked as one for this egress. To their horror, the girls found themselves being lifted up off the floor, as though they were connected to these things by tethers of some kind. Tatsuki looked around her, too amazed to speak or cry out. She saw Kunieda and Chizuru floating close by. Kigo was clutching to Mizuru and crying as they were drawn along. Misato simply wore a puzzled look, like she couldn't quite decide how to react to this. Tatsuki-chan. Whipping around, she saw Orium floating as well. Her arm was outstretched towards her, and instinctively she lunged forth. Their fingers twined around each other even as they were pulled towards the rent in space. "Don't let go," she demanded, almost in tears. Orium nodded fiercely, face set in fixed resolve as they were pulled into the dimensional distortion. It closed behind them with the sound of cloth tearing. There was a rushing noise like water falling into a cataract. Even as they sped along there was no wind, only a terrible feeling of cold. Almost as if the surging mottled grey darkness which flowed past them was a river through which they were flowing. It seemed to go on forever to either side. Without warning, a crazy laugh sounded, louder than anything they had heard yet and continuing without stop. "Where are you all going?" The laughter suddenly grew distant, as though they had passed it by. A bright spot was blooming ahead in the black tunnel down which they fell. All six of them covered their eyes as this speck grew until it had filled the distortion completely. It felt like they were pressing against something, a yielding surface that tried to throw them back even as they sank deeper still. The experience brought with it explosions of pain in Tatsuki's skull, like white-hot needles being driven into her sinuses. She shut her eyes and screamed as loud as she could in pain-racked fury. Then they were wrenched through with a painful jolt to collapse upon the ground. For a while Tatsuki just lay there, feeling cold and shamed. She tried to take a deep breath, only to choke when it felt like there was nothing but dry sandpaper in her throat. Staggering up, her lungs threatened to burst. Suddenly, like air being drained out of a balloon, the pressure eased. She could breathe again, but not cleanly. It took concentrated effort to gasp in and out, as though her body did not naturally know how to do something she had been born understanding. Her eyesight cleared, a condition she had not even noticed, and the girl looked up, dazed and confused, to survey their surroundings. The first thing she noticed was Inu. Her childhood friend stood a few paces off, seemingly without any of the strain Tatsuki herself was experiencing. Long red hair whipped in an icy breeze, and her feet sank into the pale dunes. Wait. Dunes? Disbelieving, Tatsuki looked down to where her own hands were buried to the wrists in sand. White sand. It dawned on her that they were atop a dune in the middle of a desert. When she gaped blearily around, the sight of rolling dunes stretching off in every direction confirmed this. Formations of rock broke the monotony in some areas, as well as a few withered leafless trees. On the horizon there glowed an enormous gibbous moon which dominated the night sky spread out overhead. Stars twinkled down as if curious as to what they might be doing here. I'm back. Orium's voice recollected her as to their situation. Arisawa strove to stand up. Her legs were rubbery in the manner of having just run a marathon. Through sheer force of will she managed to stay upright, stumbling forward though it felt as if she might collapse at any moment. At last she reached the other girl's side. Ori, Haim. Sad eyes turned to regard her, filled with a bitter pain that numbed her more than this whole alien environment. I'm sorry, Tatsuki-chan, Orium whispered. This is Hueco Mundo. Slumped on the floor of its redoubt, the restless hollow watched disinterestedly as the wild hunt fed. From atop the edge of this low ravine it could see the entire slaughterhouse film. A herd of huge hollows had wandered into their current territory, almost instantly becoming food for the grisly mob. Watching the cannibal pack pull down their fleeing prey, listening to the screams of the dying, it could almost forget its current situation. Aizen's flunky had left it shackled here to go and make nice with the other Vazard. At times like this the hollow almost regretted its newfound freedom. What good was being able to act independently of Ichigo if it couldn't even go more than a few steps in any direction? The gleaming line wound about its ankle had been treated to prevent it from moving. Shitbrains was a little peeved the last time it went off on its own, and now the cord was magicked so that the hollow couldn't touch it. Damn thing just slipped through its grasp every time it tried to get a hold while still remaining firmly attached to its leg. One day that cowardly little turd was going to pay dearly for treating it this way. The hunt continued to devour its latest meal. Medminos Grande jockeyed for position at the trough, tearing at one another in an attempt to reach a mess of spilled innards which comprised all that was left of formerly mighty hollows. Mighty to some, at any rate. Those pack mates not invited to this brunch roamed ceaselessly across the plains in search of anything that moved, their mindless shrieks almost seeming to take on a conversational tone. The hollow wondered idly if they really could communicate with each other before losing all interest in the topic. Curiosity did not make up a part of its personality to any great extent. I wonder how the Vazard would react upon coming back to find the wild hunt all dead? Might be good for a laugh. It chuckled to itself. A breeze blew over them. The hollow's head snapped up. It remained stone still for a moment, senses warily roaming about in search of whatever had disturbed it. Hardly daring to believe what the wind was telling it. Praying that it wasn't wrong. When realization dawned, it scrambled upright, an unholy grin baring its black teeth to suck in the dry air of Hueco Mundo with a laugh. Soon Navubich. They're here. They're all here. About to start forward in pursuit, it halted, pondering. Black eyes traveled down to the thin golden cord chaining it. A low growl escaped its lips. Without this, it could move freely to find them. But it would only have about half an hour. Maybe less. That much was clear from experience. After that the magic would wear off and it would be forced to return to Ichigo. Well, who couldn't it kill in half an hour? So what if the king wasn't here to see it? Could just take the corpses along. To show him. He could watch for a change, while it fed off their remains. Now how to get this thing off? As it pondered, a shadow fell over it. The hollow looked up to find a member of the wild hunt gazing down, eyes glowing against the shadowy backdrop of its body. Got something you want to say, head cheese? Not a sound. Those tremendous jaws opened wide, however, and the hollow readied for an imminent attack. Maybe this one was close to dying. That would explain its willingness to attack the hollow. With a grunt the Minos dove down, mouth opened to swallow it whole. Bracing itself, the hollow was mildly surprised when the stupid thing slammed its face into the rock right beside it. When the hunt member rose from the rubble of its attack, a faint glimmer of gold sparkled between its teeth. It gave a snort, head twisting violently to one side, muscles standing out in its jaw as it bit down. A second later the golden thread snapped and fell to trail off into the distance, fading even as it did. The hollow looked down at its unencumbered leg, then back up at the Minos regarding it dully. Thanks. It then leapt straight up into the air and delivered a kick to the masked chin. The giant hollow's head came clean off to go sailing through the air and land 100 yards away. Its headless body flopped lifelessly to the ground. Several other members of the hunt seemed to take notice of this. They came stampeding over and without further ado fell upon the corpse of their former comrade. Its blood soon stained their jaws. Only moments later Ichigo's hollow was loping at top speed across the white dunes to find his prey. Down in the ravine, Sir Nunnos lifted his head. He munched on a strip of bloodied flesh, slowly grinding the slippery mass back and forth across his heavy molars. Blood dripped from his antlers and ran down his mask. The sight of the hollow escaping was not lost upon him. Its flight reflected briefly in his great yellow eyes. Blowing a bloody grunt he then dipped his head back into the grisly morass of guts to get another mouthful. To be continued. Chapter 6, The Harvest, Dogging Your Steps. Jushiro-sama, no. You mustn't. Actually, I must, he declared with a smile, before plunging his knife into luscious pink flesh. A few seconds later, Jushiro Yukitake had effectively seeded the watermelon. He took a few moments to chop it up into perfect cubes. Meanwhile the servant Rin danced from one foot to another behind him, as if worried he might slice off a finger. Her concern only brought a smile to his face. It was nice to still be venerated a little. There. He turned back to his head of household staff and presented a bowl filled with chopped fruits. Work your magic with this, please. I'll see about cleaning up the mess. And no, he held up a hand to forestall her as she was about to protest. There is no need to get one of the other girls. I said that you could all go home early today for the halo unveiling, and I do not want to see anyone running late on my account. The young woman's face softened. You really are too kind, Jushiro-sama. Kindness is an armor against life, as Shunsui wrote last week. Her expression darkened immediately. Yes, well. I am sure His Excellency has many wonderful attributes, she stated in a frosty tone. But his talent with the pen does not fall into that category. Oh dear. He turned away and began wiping down the countertop to hide his smile. Has he been sending you poetry again? To call it such would be the greatest kindness. Rin selected some of the flavorful nuts and herbs from their larder, her voice rising in pitch to make sure she was heard. I certainly hope His Excellency does not expect me to invest any time in reading such scribblings. I have a nephew still learning his letters, so I am beset by all the atrocious grammar one can take. Yukitake grinned happily as she continued with her invectives against his friend. Despite the loss of his Shinigami powers, or perhaps as a result of them, life had never seemed quite so splendid. As minor nobility and a retired captain, an unheard-of position before now, he was permitted to orchestrate his own day without consideration for anyone else. Of course, because of his nature, he couldn't simply throw inhibition to the wind and behave without any consideration for those around him. Kiraku already filled that position so very nicely. It was almost like a dream come true. In less than half a year he had rediscovered the joys of simply living in Seoul society. Under the proper conditions, it truly could be considered a paradise for the spirit. His ancestral home in the Court of Pure Souls had not been obliterated like the rings of the Rukanga during the war. It was something of a relief to find that was so upon returning here. Though there had been precious little time to visit in the past 2 millennia, his heart had always been comforted by the thought that should he ever need to return, his first home would still be waiting for him. Of course, it took some doing to identify all the new faces. Lesser spirits devoted to his family had passed away during his age-old tenure as captain of Division 13. Their descendants as well as eager replacements were only too pleased to find the master of the mansion had returned home. Some even whispered that there might be time for him to marry and settle down, raise a family, all the usual priorities of the noble class. Yes, he considered while attending to the cleaning, I really should give the matter some thought. But where to even begin? I am somewhat out of touch with the peerage after so long. And I certainly wouldn't want to feel as though I was visiting the market in search of a bride. These things must be contemplated with neither excessive urgency nor temperance. Why, if done properly, I might even be able to consider potential brides in terms of love. Why not? If Byakuya Kukaki of all people could do it, then surely I. Pardon me, Jushiro-sama. A visitor has arrived at the mansion. He turned to find another servant girl attired in his household livery waiting at the door to the kitchen. Her name was Hanabi. Thank you, Hanabi. He snagged a towel to finish drying his hands. Excitement gripped him. A visitor? Perhaps it might even be an emissary from another family looking to initiate courtship. Wouldn't that be a bit of irony considering his previous line of thought? Mustn't keep them waiting, now. Jushiro breezed by his servant and practically skipped down the hall. He couldn't remember feeling so buoyant and, well, alive since his youth. Before the onset of the wasting sickness that all but crippled him in his later years. Now that ailment was completely gone, at the cost of his pride as a Shinigami. While thinking this he passed an open door, glancing inside involuntarily. Some of his light-hearted euphoria died a little. For there, resting on a stand in the room reserved for family heirlooms, was Sogyo no Kotori, his former Zanpakuto. The 2 blades were arranged in the mahogany stand on a shelf at waist height, their scabbards clean and new-made. Once these blades had represented the part of his soul that marked him as a death god, a living testimony of the power that had guarded their world for centuries. Now they were bereft of that vitality, even as he seemed to have gained it. This was a disquieting thought. Though no longer as fast or strong as a captain, or any Shinigami for that matter, Jushiro was able to exercise a greater degree of freedom in his choices and his activities than were ever available as the Taiko of Squad 13. All it cost was a part of his soul. It saddened him to think it. Are you still out there somewhere, Sogyo no Kotori? Waiting for the next hand to take hold of your power? I pray they do you justice, as I could not. Rest in peace till then, old friend, he murmured on his way past. A few more turns of the hallway, and the white-haired nobleman found himself in the courtyard. Further ahead at the gates to his manse a tall figure waited patiently with another servant. He recognized the visitor instantly, and once more his heart soared with joy. Komamura-san! Jushiro exclaimed in delight. The fox-headed man turned and, upon sighting him, bowed solemnly. Jushiro-sama, he intoned in a grave manner. It is an honor to be in your home. This is certainly a first. He approached his old comrade carefully, as if any sudden move might scare him away. We haven't seen you outside in a while now. I'm pleased you accepted my invitation to drop by. There had been numerous attempts made to coax Komamura out of his self-imposed hiding, but why dwell on that? He was here now and that's what counted. For his part the giant spirit did not seem overly enthusiastic about his visit. Saijin Komamura could never be called light-hearted in all the time Jushiro had known him, but the events of the Autumn War had seemingly robbed him of any motivation beyond quietly punishing himself. His existence was now composed of isolation and self-reproach. Well, time for that to change. Come in, please, you're most welcome. Yukatake stood aside and gestured for his old comrade to proceed into the main house. You look tired. Shunsui is here as well, he'll be glad for the extra company. The 3 of us haven't been together since, the last time they met was when visiting Yamamoto's sick room. Hardly any words were spoken. They simply stood around in that room listening to the sound of the machines which kept their crumbled command general breathing. Yamamoto never even woke up the whole time they were there. Still, it was not a wasted effort, paying respects to someone who had fought so hard to keep them all safe. One could almost forgive the old man for all he had done ostensibly in their names. Jushiro had long ago resolved to forgive his teacher and master. Just as soon as Yamamoto died. Coming back to the present, Komamura merely plodded forth towards the house without saying a word. Anxiously the older spirit followed along behind, marshalling his servants and sending them on errands with only looks and gestures. They would have something prepared to greet their new guest soon enough, and their master would take care of him until then. I'll take you to see Shunsui. We're collaborating on a new publication for Siridi Weekly. Jushiro prattled happily as they walked down the corridors. He was as willing to fill the conversational gap as Saijin seemed to empty it. It's going to be called resting on your laurels. Really, they just want to let us know we're still appreciated. As it happens, some of them dropped hints that they would like to hear from you, Komamura-san. I have no facility with words, his hulking house guest replied tersely. They walked for a minute in silence. Now that he had some time to think about it, the white-haired lord was baffled by what might bring Komamura here. It must be something of pressing importance to draw him out of seclusion. Nanao had mentioned she was going to visit him when she stopped by last. He had been entirely too thrilled to see her at the time to give the matter much thought. Really, it almost seemed like losing his status as a Shinigami had granted him the surplus of energy he had been missing for these many centuries. Like his body had been storing it all up, just wanting for him to take a breather so it could come roaring out. Which brings us back to the current situation. Maybe Shunsui would have better luck getting him to open up? Speaking of which, here we are. They came upon the quarters reserved for his old friend. Jushiro knocked politely before sliding the rice paper screen open. Kiraku, look who's he. EEP. A blur shot by them. Yukatake only caught a glimpse of the blushing maidservant who went tearing away to disappear down the hallway. Bewildered, he looked back to find Kiraku Shunsui scrambling upright, attempting to rearrange his somewhat disheveled wardrobe. Komamura. What a delight. The handsome rogue proclaimed smoothly while tying his sash securely. He swept his fingers back through long curly hair that was only slightly touched by gray, gathering the long locks up and winding a tie around them to make a ponytail. Please forgive my current state, we were discussing poetry. The young lady wanted some suggestions, and I was more than willing to. Yes, Shunsui, the maid's master waved a hand tiredly. He had been through this situation often enough throughout his life. It was almost a relief to know that becoming a powerless soul could not dim Kiraku's zest. But this might be considered taking advantage of his host's goodwill. These people served him because they regarded it as a privilege. Maybe the girl was a willing participant, but could you really call it that with the difference in their status? Let's repair out to the gardens. I'm sure a light meal has already been prepared for us. Wonderful. Kiraku beamed at them as he stuffed something that looked suspiciously like a slip up his sleeve. Let's go, I'm starving. So, Saijin-san, to what do we owe the pleasure? I wished to speak to you both. Komamura spoke quietly as they continued down the hall together. When nothing more proved forthcoming, Kiraku threw Jushiro a curious look behind the big man's back, to which he only raised his eyebrows in a mystified fashion. This really was an unusual occurrence. A few minutes later saw three former captains of the Siridi sitting on cushions in a tiny gazebo. The Yukatake family estate sprawled around them. Perhaps it did not quite compare in size and splendor to, say, the Kukaki, but it was no less well tended. And, in Jushiro's opinion at least, no less beautiful. Mulberry bushes sprouted around a stone-rimmed pond, and shade-giving trees grew in a pleasingly synchronous arrangement throughout. A small family of quail had made its nest in the sandy soil beneath a beech tree, and their mother poked her head out to watch her bipedal neighbors curiously as they took their places. One of the family servants poured steaming rosehip tea into ancient porcelain cups before retreating with a bow. Now free of prying eyes or indeed any possibility of eavesdropping, Yukatake took a sip before setting the cup down. So, Saijin, he began in what he hoped was a welcoming manner. I know you can't have come here for any minor reason. Please, as a friend, I'm more than willing to hear you out. Pointed ears twitched, while that still massive frame hunched in upon itself. The dogman's golden eyes gazed unblinkingly into the steam wafting from his own teacup. He looked to be collecting himself. At last Saijin Komamura spoke. A few weeks passed. Ichimaru came to see me. Yukate's eyes widened. Kiraka left off blowing on his tea with surprise. The two of them exchanged glances, speaking much without words. I can only imagine, the master of the house spoke carefully, that this was not a social call. Any more than your being here. Regardless, I'm pleased to find you still alive. The great shoulders lifted in a shrug, as if to indicate he did not share such a sentiment. It was heartbreaking to see this once powerful man brought so low by grief and recrimination. Still, he had always been a dutiful soul. Perhaps it was this that sustained him, and had brought him to see them today. His purpose in seeking me out concerned an old mission we shared command on, Komamura continued gravely. One that held a measure of personal interest for me. Golden eyes lifted then to regard them both. Were you informed that the wild hunt had been sighted in the human realm again? Jushiro realized his mouth was hanging open, and closed it hurriedly. No. I was not. Kiraku. Oh, well. Nanao mentioned something along those lines to me earlier, but I didn't want to worry you. An accusing glare from Yukatake only caused him to smile amiably. Not like it would have done any good. I would have appreciated the opportunity to determine that for myself, his friend retorted coldly. He rubbed at an ache in his neck he had not noticed until now, feeling far more weary than he had been only seconds past. Jushiro might no longer be in the game, but it seemed evil did not take retirement into consideration. It made him shiver to think that this peaceful, tranquil home could be set upon by monsters still, and he no longer able to defend it. With an effort he shook off such unworthy thoughts and returned his attention to the bearer of these bad tidings. Komamura was speaking again. Ichimaru and I were tasked with destroying the hunt on its last known escapade. This is common knowledge. The hunt has not been seen nor heard from again in almost half a century. Jin came to inform me this was no longer the case. But I did not need him to. About to speak, Jushiro paused when a low growl came to his ears. Before him, Saijin Komamura's hackles were raised. Those once mighty hands fisted in the fabric of his trousers. Sharp teeth were bared in a snarl. There was a look in the beast man's face now that both captains found unsettling. Something unpleasant, wild, and in no way human. I already knew. Saijin lifted blazing eyes to regard them, for I was Cernanos. Check it out. What's that, Inu no Mure? Makaizo Aramaki brought down the booze gourd he had been gulping out of with a contented sigh. He wiped the back of one hand over his mouth a bit unsteadily, cheeks flushed red and eyes glazed. From his position atop a small bare hillock, the lone Shinigami scout scanned the nighttime terrain of Hueco Mundo disinterestedly. What? I'm not seeing anything. Look. I see a hell butterfly. Lots of 'em. Makaizo complied. Sure enough, what appeared to be a swarm, flock, hive, maybe, of tiny dark creatures flapped overhead. Hard to tell what size they might be, what with how high up they were in his admittedly none too sober state of mind. But he was certainly not so far gone in drink to miss something straight off the bat. Inu no Mure, you numbskull. Those aren't hell butterflies. They're bats. Butterflies. Bats. Same thing. No. No, they're not. Whatever. Sighing, the 10th seat of Squad 11. No, Tiger now, Tiger Squad. Lieutenant Kuzugishi had impressed this point quite clearly into his head, along with her piranha-sharp teeth, the little savage. He was not about to let himself get away with any slip even in his own mind. Having assured himself of this, he watched the gaggle, that didn't sound right, of nighttime flyers swoop overhead on their way, somewhere else. Their presence did not disturb him. Even being alone in the very heart of enemy territory was no cause for concern. Siamese and Tiger had cleared out this stretch of sand and rock months past. There hadn't been a hollow sighted within 50 clicks. which sort of defeated the purpose of anyone being posted to sentry duty as he was. After you had catalogued the present surroundings, which amounted to sand, few rocks here and there, sand, you were pretty much left to your own devices. Nothing to bother or interest you. Just find a way to amuse yourself until your shift was over. In Aramaki's case, that usually meant quality time with some good strong drink. Never knew when trouble might come calling, after all. Know what I think? That word doesn't really suit you. What word? Think. You trying to say I'm dumb? You're certainly not intelligent company, and I should know. Pretty much all my friends are dumb. So what's the problem? Just be dumb too. It's got you this far, right? True, but what do I have to show for it? I don't follow. Look around us, Inu no Mir. We're all alone in the middle of nowhere with nobody to talk to. And nobody waiting for us at home when we get back, I might add. Lots of Shinigami have girlfriends or even wives, but not me. And I'm a ranked officer, even. But there's hardly a chance I'll rise any higher. Over 40 years I've been in this company. That's a lot longer than most transfers. But survival without prospects isn't much better than dying. So what do you suggest I do? You got anything to drink? You know I do. Is that seriously the best advice you can offer me? Can't hurt. You already look wasted. No wonder girls aren't interested. Nettled, Aramaki withdrew the Zanpakuto from its sheath and examined his reflection in its blade as best he could. Even to his own slightly bloodshot eyes, there was not much to recommend him. His face was too square, his mouth too wide, and his eyes set too close together, or far apart, he couldn't really tell. His mustache was neat and trim, at the very least. That said something. Personal hygiene was important. Especially in the ELE. Tiger. Gotta remember it's Tiger now. But as he was saying, you had to keep yourself at a minimum of proper appearance. This was as much a matter of survival as any tactic or swordplay they taught you at the Shinigami Academy. He once knew a guy who got killed just for smelling bad. Makaizo was sitting right behind him when it happened. Poor stinking slob plopped himself down, and as he was reaching for a bottle on the table, Makaizo remembered seeing colorful feathers twitch ever so slightly, and a voice proclaimed, "You're offending my nose, ugly." The malodorous malcontent in question responded, "So stick it up your A." That was as far as he got before a fist smashed his face in. He then made the rather unwise decision to draw his sword. Unlucky bastard died choking on his own teeth a few minutes later. Makaizo didn't feel any need to regret this incident. As it turned out, the dead man had been the previous holder of the position of 10th seat in their division, and his passing meant Makaizo automatically got a promotion, making him technically one of the top combatants in their peerless squad of warriors extraordinaire. More a matter of seniority than any exceptional martial prowess on his part, but rules were rules. He reflected on his appearance. Maybe I should grow a beard? Makaizo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, angling the blade and picturing how he might look with full facial hair. It was thanks to this he saw the woman standing behind him. "Can you help me?" "Aramaki!" Makaizo screamed loud enough to bring hollows rushing from all corners of Hueco Mundo and beyond. His attempts to scramble upright saw him pitching forward to land spread-eagled in the sand, arms and legs flailing back and forth like he was trying to swim away across the desert. Only after swallowing a mouthful of silica did it finally occur to him to stop wriggling unsuccessfully and leap to his feet, spinning around with both hands clapped around the hilt of his trembling sword. Who are you? Identify yourself!" he screamed in what was meant to be an intimidating fashion. "Misato Oki." After this straightforward declaration, she simply stood there looking at him, in no way unnerved by his shout or his drawn saber. Well, at least not as unnerved as he was. His heart wouldn't stop pounding, and he had a bad case of the shakes which might be the result of alcohol, but sadly were not. They stared at one another. It finally dawned upon Makaizo that this was not a hollow, unmasked or otherwise. Nor was she one of the Vazard. In fact, her soul felt, well, human. This was lent further support by her casual and modern attire, pants, blouse, and thin sweater. The woman stood several inches shorter than himself, with brown hair falling around her shoulders and some trendy glasses. Kind of cute, really. Wonder if she's got a man. What are yo? Oh, you a Shinigami. They spoke at exactly the same time, leaving Makaizo thoroughly confused and uncertain how to proceed. Aggressively? Chivalrously? Cowardly? However, Misato did not share his indecision and promptly launched into speech. You're dressed sort of like the ones I've seen, but that's a new style if I'm not mistaken. She indicated his brand new togs, which fit quite well in addition to being grade A body armor. The soul cutter clinches it. You're a Shinigami. Misato crossed her arms and smiled then. Good. Means you'll do. Follow me. And without another word she promptly marched past him, lifting her legs high and powering through the sand like a competitive athlete. The incomprehensible woman hadn't gotten a few yards before noticing Aramaki was not following her. She spared him a clearly cross glance over her shoulder, and upon finding him still staring dumbfounded, reversed direction to march on back to where he stood. By this point the bewildered Shinigami had recollected himself to feel sufficiently in control. However odd it was to find any living person in Hueco Mundo, it did not change the fact that he was a man, an officer of the spirit world, and she no more than a frail and clearly not very powerful human woman. It was his duty to not only take charge of this situation but see to it that she be escorted to a safe environment where they could then determine how she came to be here where no mortal had any right being. Having decided this for himself, the tiger officer drew himself up resolutely and looked down his nose at the approaching female the way he remembered higher-ranked officers doing to him. He was feeling remarkably more sober. Young lady, I'll have you know that ta-ta-ta. This was as far as he got as Misato reached up to seize his right ear and twist it so painfully and expertly he felt certain it must have come off in her hand. His gratitude at realizing this was not the case proved short-lived as the miserable death god found himself being unceremoniously dragged across the dunes by this puny woman while he babbled in pain, quite unable to stop. Lemme go yo that hurts, please stop, I'm not kidding, GAK about to pass out, hyah what I ever do to you. I'm going to keep this lecture brief, his obscurely cheery-faced dominatrix said as they proceeded in a beeline across the desert. Right now maybe half a dozen teenagers could be lost in this desert, which I'm guessing from all reports is Hueco Mundo. We were brought here thanks to an idiot, and right now the two of us are going to follow that flock of bats, because I can't think of any other way to locate my students. If you don't prove helpful, you will be left behind. Oka then released his smarting ear so suddenly he almost fell over. Only the clear threat in her words kept his legs moving as though in recognition that here was someone not to be trifled with. Aramaki stumbled along behind this intimidating trailblazer as they continued in the direction the bats had taken. A desire to avoid provoking her wrath any further awoke within him, the manner usually only reserved for superior officers, or just plain anybody who managed to scare the living hell out of him. Makaizo Aramaki was nothing if not keenly attuned to his own survival. Hey! We're gonna save some girls. Alright, let's do it, Makaizo. Fat chance. I'm running away the first chance I get. You watch and I'll. As if sensing this line of thought, Misato glanced warningly back at him, causing Aramaki to cringe and smile nervously to express his support of her leadership and the expedition in general. The sweat on his flushed and perspiring face apparently assured her of his compliance and she turned back around. Maybe I should send a hell butterfly telling the regiment what's happening? Along with my last will and testament. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I get your Girlamag collection. Do I have to explain the concept of what my dying involves for you again? Makaizo, we're gonna save some girls. Another dire glare from Misato, and both Zanpakuto and Master shut up after that. When her back was turned, though, Aramaki swiftly called forth a hell butterfly, gave it a recap of current events and sent it on its way. After this the unlikely party then continued trooping beneath the starry skies of Hueco Mundo, following a flock of bats. There was hissing in the tunnels. Whispered communications floated seemingly from one passageway to another, carrying with them a sense of urgency unlike that which the denizens had grown accustomed to. This was different. This peril could potentially mean their end. Lagrima strode onwards without listening. She didn't need to be burdened by the half-mad, fear-filled worries of these craven worms. She didn't need to hear whatever they thought or knew might be happening. All the dungeon's leader needed to know was that something had disrupted the delicately maintained equilibrium of this mausoleum over which she presided. If the mob panicked, fled, if she lost control even for a moment, it would mean her end. His Holiness would kill her, or they would. Is this the day when I must die? No. Her pace quickened, and Lagrima practically sonito-ed down the tunnels. I can't fall, not like this, not for nothing. I've got to try and survive as long as possible. Why, when I have done nothing wrong? Nothing wrong, nothing. I have done nothing. Nothing to deserve this, nothing not to deserve it. I am a lowly worm. My existence has comprised no worth until now. I must strive to accomplish something to prove my value. A rattling sound now filled her ears, growing stronger the closer she approached her destination. Lagrima forced herself not to think about death rattles she had heard from human throats. Not now when she might be faced with the same thing. She skidded to a halt, feet sliding on polished stone to arrive at the chamber in which her dream catchers hung. It was like walking into a beehive. From the ceiling, every single one of her hundreds of carefully prepared snares was filled, rattling against one another from the thrashing familiars imbued with their deadly essence. Their glow lit the otherwise darkened chamber. Several hollows crouched beneath these rustling eaves, glancing worriedly between each other, and clearly just as confused as herself. A shiver went up her spine. Turning, Lagrima focused on the one face she recognized, belonging to one of the jackal's discarded refuse. She strode forth and grabbed the little wretch by the hair, twisting painfully until it sank to its knees with a cry, single visible eye wide with fear. When did it happen? She demanded. I don't know, the black-haired little hollow gasped. I heard and came here and they were just like this. All of them. Lagrima hissed, yanking her hair again for emphasis. The prodigal cried out. Another one, very similar in build but with short sandy hair, seemed about to rush forward, but Lagrima snapped her head up and fixed the fallen soul with her empty eye sockets. It halted at the threat visible within their depths and shrank a step back, angry but unwilling to risk itself. She turned back to her informant. They all came back at once. That is not supposed to happen. All of them together. She didn't let herself finish. All those feeders in a flock, someone was bound to have noticed. Hollow, Shinigami, even the hybrid pack who had staked out their claim here first. Someone would come to investigate. And they would find this place. Their only sanctum would be breached. Then she and her followers would be slaughtered, cowering in these lightless depths. They would have to flee. Abandon their refuge before it was too late. A sound impinged upon her senses. Looking up, Lagrima was reminded once again of what lay overhead. There was a feast of essence contained therein, more than she had collected in all the last year. She hadn't been expecting to reach this level of saturation for another 5. Now that it was hers, she was almost afraid. Would this be enough? Did he need any more than this? It might be sufficient to bring him back fully, or at least capable of moving with them when they left, so that he need not be carried or abandoned for dead. Almost amusing, that, for if they did leave him behind, then she would assuredly die. His Holiness would have her head for failing him. Suspicion blossomed within her. The hollow viceroy unslung her harp and plucked 9 separate strings of different color. The reverberations went out, and when they returned, she almost dropped her weapon in surprise. 2 were still in the mortal realm, but the rest of the vessels were, here, in Hueco Mundo. Lagrima was stunned by the implications. It was always too much of a risk to try and capture any of them. Something like that might be noticed. But if the vessels were within her reach, then she could actually use them to provide the feeding. This could very well be the key to a complete rejuvenation. Not to mention her freedom. If she didn't panic, this could be her salvation. The key to escaping this prison. Her choice was made before she even thought about it. Lagrima turned to the mob of hollows clustered at her back, many of whom quailed before her. She detached 7 strands and held them out to her vassals. Bring them to me, she whispered. Clad in a comfortable white yukata, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Kukaki dojo, Toshiro Hitsugaya strove with all his might to meditate. The atmosphere was perfect, as expected with anything involving this clan. Candles burned softly on posts. 2 swords rested in their stands. Other than this, the room was bare save for tatami straw mats. Designs painted on the sliding screens evoked feelings of tranquility and harmonious nature. Not a thing to disturb you, not even the creaking of the home's timbers. It was like even they knew their role and were pleased to offer their humble services. It therefore made Toshiro vaguely guilty that all he could think about was he had never felt so bored in his life. Yet another word often associated with Byakuya. The young captain could not find it in himself to remonstrate his Zanpakuto. He did not even dare chance a peek at the man himself seated in an identical position to his right. He knew what he would find, nothing. A classic image of indrawn meditation. No sign of agitation, not even the slightest hint that this required any more effort on Byakuya Kukaki's part than anything else he succeeded at admirably. The man was so perfect it made it hard to like him. Hitsugaya Toshiro was not of an ungrateful nature. Having been scorned so severely in his youth, he could appreciate when someone honestly wanted to help you. And when Captain Kukaki met with him after the Autumn War and offered to help him train, it seemed like a golden opportunity. With the rumors surrounding the Kukaki, perhaps quite literally. It was on the first day that reality came crashing home. A horde of instructors fell upon him, complete with lectures and printed material for him to read. Toshiro didn't even get to see Byakuya for 2 weeks. Any fantasies of a no-holds-barred battle with the superlative Shinigami quickly dissipated. Instead he was actually subjected to tutorials, on the nature of the spirit, the essence of swordsmanship and proper social discipline, all delivered by frowning old geezers who probably hadn't lifted a sword since Byakuya's grandparents' day. Needless to say, the situation did not improve when the lord of the manor himself decided he was ready to descend and start the real training. Both of their Zanpakuto were nestled in stands against the far wall. The captain of Greyhound Company hadn't said a word when he laid Senbonzakura into her cradle, then stood aside patiently with arms crossed. And so Toshiro had been forced to silently follow suit, all the while wondering how much they could accomplish without weapons. The answer was, not a hell of a lot. At least, not from his point of view. Apparently Byakuya had a different definition of tutelage than his eager young disciple had first imagined. There would be no sword play, no testing of their spiritual limits. Not even demonstrations of sorcery, or fleetness of foot. No. Instead, their time together was spent doing this. This mind-numbing tedium of seeking to achieve inner peace, personal insight, and other vague fanciful concepts that belonged in the pages of a book, not a battlefield. Honestly, what was he supposed to learn from this? How to think people to death? Maybe if I drop into the lotus position on the battlefield and start droning, Aizen will be too busy laughing to notice when Ichigo Kurosaki chops his head off. Would you do so if that was assured of happening? Maybe. Maybe not. This is exactly what Lord Kukaki is attempting to address. You lack clarity. Not true. I can very clearly picture decapitating Aizen. And you will be no closer to making it happen than when you first fought. Toshiro bristled slightly. Your enemy assuredly does not spend his time daydreaming about killing his opponents. Instead he makes certain that he can. How assured are you that, were Aizen Sosuke to present himself before us right now, the victor in the battle would be you? I'm working on it. Why else would I be here, subjecting myself to this misery? Next time we meet, I am going to kill the bastard. You do not even know when that might occur. What makes you think you will succeed where others have failed? An entire legion of captain-class warriors stood arrayed against him, yet you yourself remain certain that he survived the battle, perhaps even triumphed. What does that indicate about such an opponent? That he cheated? What else would you call for Vastolord in a sword that distorts your opponent's perceptions? I call it beyond your reach. And it was 3 Vastolord. About to launch into a full-scale argument with his spiritual partner, Toshiro was distracted by a door sliding open to one side. Revealed there was one of Byakuya's servants with head bowed and fists pressed to the floor. I beg your pardon, my lord, the man intoned in the manner of a condemned criminal. Please forgive the disturbance, but our precious Lady Rukia has returned to the manor. She requests to speak with your lordship, at his convenience. Toshiro could have hugged the messenger, and kissed their precious Lady Rukia. This swift blooming goodwill towards all mankind died out just as quickly when Byakuya made no response to the revelation. Not even the slightest twitch of an eyelash. The smaller captain cast a sidelong glance at him mistrustfully. Had the captain commander slipped into a state of perfect zen-like meditation such that he could not be bothered to recognize the world around him? Or was he simply taking a nap? Heaven knows the previous commander general had suffered from a similar ailment, such that you could never really tell if he was awake during the captain's meetings or not. On the other hand, right then Byakuya Kukaki's stormy eyes slid open, such that Hachugaya almost jumped in surprise. While he gaped, the aristocrat rose smoothly upright. "I must attend to other matters, Hachugaya Teiko," he spoke with the severity of a judge laying down his ruling. "My absence should not prevent you from continuing with your training. I will return shortly." So saying, Byakuya strode majestically from the room, leaving Toshiro by himself. The young captain wasted no time in flopping onto his back and flinging out his arms and legs with a contented sigh. He closed his eyes in sheer bliss. "Oh, but this feels good. I see we are only concerned with appearances when other people are there to witness them. Hang the cost. I need a break. My back's so stiff there might be a pole jammed up my ass. The pole of discipline. Child, you are weak." This unexpected attack would have caused him to bolt upright were he not so wound tight. Instead, Toshiro simply frowned and furrowed his brow. "What's with you today? I can't remember the last time you let me have it so badly. There are monsters hovering over you, separated only by the paper-thin walls of a hand-knit heaven. The Shinigami have still not fully recovered from their losses sustained in the Autumn War. Hollows continue to assault the living despite your forces in Hueco Mundo. And how do you react? By sulking over how mistreated you are. What exactly do you want me to do, Hirin Meru? I'm not God. I can't solve everyone's problems on my own. How would you even try? What? What would you do? Take me up and use me as is your will? Attack with spell, steel, and any other weapon that came to hand? How do you intend to defeat your nemesis? Should Aizen?" Hirin Meru's words began to sound more faint. This was all too much. Toshiro felt himself beginning to drift off to sleep, and welcomed it. He didn't even have enough spirit left to resist, much less argue his case. Heaven knows he could use the rest. His sense of the world around him was diminishing. A presence spoke to him then, hands, reaching out to embrace, and a woman's voice, whispering, "Captain." Toshiro's eyes snapped open, to find Rukia Kukaki bent over him with a worried expression. So much for appearances. In a single fluid movement he had spun about and sprang to his feet, almost cracking her jaw with his head in the process. "Lieutenant Kukaki," he stated with no indication that she had caught him in an embarrassing position. "I was." Words failed him at this point. In all the months he had been here, Toshiro had only seen the lady of the house once, and then from a distance. Her position as a lieutenant obviously demanded her attention, and he couldn't spend all his time here. But still, it felt a little odd suddenly speaking like this. While he struggled to save face, Rukia had already straightened upright. If she was perturbed by this situation, her royal training would not permit her to show it. "My apologies, Captain. I was in such a rush to pay my respects that I failed to consider you might still be meditating. If you like, I will leave you to continue with." "That won't be necessary. Any opportunity to have something resembling real human company would not be refused at this point." His sanity was hanging by a thread, after all. "My training can wait until after we've spoken." Crouched on her knees in front of him, Rukia smiled politely, losing any resemblance to her emotionless sibling in the process. "I'm pleased to hear it. Would you do me the honor of sharing tea together?" "It would be a pleasure." The door slid open softly, and before he knew it there was a low table placed between them bearing 2 jade cups and a teapot of the same carved to resemble a dragon coiled around itself. Several plates of artfully decorated sweetmeats served to complete this repast. Whatever servants responsible for this registered as mere flickers out of the corners of his eyes, only to disappear upon some unseen signal from their mistress, shutting the screens behind them and thus leaving the pair alone once again. Steam rose from the teapot dragon's mouth along with an almost palpable sense of warmth. Without hesitation Rukia lifted the implement and poured for them both, a fine aroma completing this impeccable presentation. She gracefully held out his cup and Hitsugaya took it, feeling unaccountably awkward by comparison and afraid he might spill the beverage all over himself. This in and of itself was new territory. He did not usually worry about the proper way to hold a drink, much less how to sit, where to look, or any such laughably basic concepts. But here in Kukaki Manor, one could not help but feel as though generations of aristocratic shades were watching you from the shadows with condemning eyes, silently demanding you not only be aware of their long-standing traditions but obey them impeccably so as not to bring dishonor upon their memory. His own upbringing had certainly done nothing to prepare him for such rigidly orchestrated opulence. One would think after living in the Siriti for so many years he would not find himself befuddled at mere social niceties. Both took their first sip of the beverage, with Toshiro reminding himself at the last second not to slurp. This was certainly not his office where he could do as he pleased without fear of reproach. As if to emphasize this, Rukia lowered her cup and fixed him with what seemed an inquiring stare. To his beleaguered brain it looked like she was awaiting something from him. Were they supposed to talk now? Should he begin the conversation? Which of them had spoken last? He honestly could not remember. I am somewhat at a loss to explain your current mental state. Or lack thereof. Whatever. If I mess this up, I'll be saddled with his lordship again. We have to milk this interlude for all it's worth. So, Rukia-sama, he blurted out quickly, what brings you by? She lives here, remember? Don't sass me, Hirin Meru. Perhaps next you could comment on how much she's grown. What did I just say? I returned mainly to pay a call upon the Research and Development Bureau, Rukia responded without noticing his inner argument, and Toshiro hurriedly strove to appear interested. One of our friends in Karakura might be suffering from an unknown malaise. I brought a sample to see if they might determine the facts one way or another, and decided to visit home while I wait for their results. He snapped to full attention at that, no longer needing to feign interest. What does this involve? Toshiro inquired, voice grave and wary. I am uncertain. His hostess glanced out the window as she took another sip of tea. This might have indicated stress on her part, or merely a desire to appreciate the beautiful scenery outdoors. With talk of the wild hunt these last few months followed by an almost oppressive silence, the town feels like it's on edge. And yet I have seen nothing overly suspicious. Only now one of Ichigo's classmates is experiencing strange dreams which do not bode well, as they concern. Here her face betrayed a possible shadow of discontentment, his other half. I see. Hitsugaya sought time to ponder by taking a drink. All the captains were aware of the particular burden hoisted by Ichigo Kurosaki. The peril represented by his inner hollow could not be downplayed, as Rukia's brother would attest. A part of him remained unconvinced they had anything to really worry about. The Vazard were functioning admirably with their inner demons, and apparently had been doing so for over a century. Nanao Ise had even taken up the human boys' training. Surely with so many people forewarned and forearmed, there was little chance of anything suspicious being overlooked. This very episode proved that. They were all being careful. And yet there were many unknown variables working against them. Threats unseen were far more grave than those you were aware of. Take, for example, the very person sitting tranquilly before him right now. Toshiro hated to admit it, but Rukia Kukaki made him uncomfortable. Through no fault of her own. This lady, a noblewoman of the highest peerage and ranking officer of the Godi I-7, also happened to be an assassin trained by Aizen Sosuke himself. The only thing which prevented her from remembering this was a memory spell Rukia herself had willingly proposed to have placed upon her. To top that off, she had also served as apprentice to his childhood friend Momo Hinamori, whose own betrayal was covered up just as securely as her continued existence. As such, he had to exercise a certain degree of self-possession around her not normally attributed to the somewhat blunt and straightforward leader of Leopard Company. The young captain was not alone in this predicament. Over a dozen of his friends and allies always had to keep in mind that Rukia remembered nothing of what had taken place following her defeat of Jinichimaru during the Autumn War. Her role in that affair, both ignoble and awe-inspiring though it may be, now served as one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Siridi, privy only to a select few. And as much as he might have wanted to speak to her, to learn whatever secrets about Aizen and their history together only she could reasonably supply, he was honor-bound to respect the tremendous sacrifice this strong-willed woman shouldered. It had never occurred to him how difficult it was to keep a secret from somebody you knew. How in the world had Byakuya Kukaki successfully deceived this girl for nigh on 50 years without cracking from the strain? Was there anything he could not do? The thought left Hitsugaya resenting and envying his frustrating teacher to an even greater extent than before. This place really was going to drive him insane. We shall know ere long if there is true case for concern, the young woman stated with precise decorum, her gaze settling on him again. In any case, I'm pleased to find you well, Captain. My brother informed me that you were visiting us today and I wanted to be certain to pay my respects, since there has not been an opportunity before now. I trust your lessons together are proving productive to your education. Not a hint of a smile or even change in her inflection, all the same, he could not rid himself of the suspicion that she was laughing at him on the inside. Or perhaps it was just a case of frayed nerves. Resolved not to let his worst impulses get the best of him, Toshiro settled on telling the truth. You can't disturb what wasn't happening. Your brother's example is a very difficult ideal to reach. Oddly enough, this was what brought a full-blown smile to her face, causing Rukia to glow like sunlight reflecting through an icicle. Yes, Nii-sama has completely mastered a state of inner reflection, she abruptly gushed with no attempt to hide her pride in this accomplishment. He is writing a treatise on its applications in the area of soul purification and the basis of the Shinigami essence. The academic community has been eagerly following his accomplishments towards successfully developing the mythical, barehanded absolution technique, allowing the purification of hollows without even drawing one's Zanpakuto. This would represent a radical reformation not only of Academy doctrine, but also the very nature of our existence as death gods. I'm very excited to read his final draft. Hitsugaya was honestly surprised. He had never heard anyone speak so highly of Byakuya before. At least, with no trace of jealousy or underlying rancor. To his even greater surprise, he found himself somewhat interested in reading that treatise himself. I cannot say which of us is more horrified. I know. If this is the result of living in Byakuya's presence 24/7, I really need to get out of here fast. It's an honor to learn from him, he lamely replied. I know, she sighed, and he could have sworn he saw a blush creeping into her cheeks. I want to go home. It came as an almost divine relief when a hell butterfly chose that moment to come flapping into the room towards them. Toshiro's heart soared in response. Yes. Plausible excuse, come to me. Rescue my sanity and let me abandon this noble Nuthus. To his dismay, the messenger instead bobbed over to Rukia, who held up her hand to let it alight. So much for an official reason to ditch meditation. For perhaps the first time in his short life, the acclaimed savant wished he could act the way he looked, behave like a child and selfishly forego all this tedium. Would that we lived in less dangerous times. I don't need a LEC. His inner dialogue was interrupted by a gasp from Rukia. She glanced quickly up at him. Just as he was about to inquire what might be wrong. The look she gave Toshiro stopped him altogether. It didn't last long, as her expression assumed that firm Kukaki discipline natural to the family. She stood up, and he followed suit. Unfortunately, my duty calls. I won't keep you from your meditation any longer, Captain, the lieutenant bowed respectfully. It has been a pleasure seeing you again. Nii-sama will rejoin you shortly once he has completed some tasks that require his attention. I'm looking forward to it. No further evidence of discomfort was given away. Still, what he had seen was sufficient enough. I hope we have another chance to converse. Pray enjoy all the comforts of our home while you are in attendance. Thank you. He inclined his head in response, keen emerald eyes never leaving her face. Rukia did not flinch or even acknowledge his intense examination as she turned and strode smoothly from the room, a testament to the Kukaki's remarkable ability to restrain themselves. Hitsugaya did nothing to prevent her from departing. The butterfly flapped lazily towards the window as she left. In a flash Toshiro traveled clear across the chamber to seize the departing insect in his fist before it could escape. His reasons for doing so were simple. The way Rukia had looked for just a split second back there, the horror she momentarily couldn't hide. Her immediate reaction was to look at him, not to ask for help, but more as though he were somehow linked to whatever had caused her such distress. There was no way to tell now what the message might have been, whether it regarded the matter they had touched upon before or not. Only the intended target could access that information, which had already dissipated after the transfer. But every Shinigami, even a young one like himself, picked up a few things they didn't teach you in the academy. While one couldn't spy on the exact message, if you caught a hell butterfly soon afterwards, it was at least possible to determine through tactile contact who had last sent it. Which could very well lead to answers. The information he wanted came swiftly, and upon registering this it was Toshiro's turn to feel shock, so intense his grip went slack. The hell butterfly flapped somewhat sulkily away at this treatment. Its wings brushed against his face with almost palpable accusation. He didn't even notice. The identity of its sender had momentarily rendered him speechless. Rukia Kukaki had just received a message from his traitorous lieutenant, Rangiku Matsumoto. Moments later he had snagged Hirin Meru and was moving to pursue the young lady Kukaki. His Ryotsu was hidden by magic as he stole through the halls so as to prevent her noticing him. Whatever Rukia might believe, or any reason there might exist for not immediately informing him of this development, it concerned him. On a very personal level. As an officer of the Goti I-7, as a dutiful Shinigami, and as someone who had a score to settle. Matsumoto. That woman was going to answer for what she had done. To him, personally. The rest could wait until Toshiro had his say. Switch. The soccer ball arced through the air. Without altering his gait, Khan caught it on one upraised knee and proceeded to bounce the ball from one leg to the other. His superior pistons enabled him to do so while still maintaining a higher-than-average walking speed, causing Karen to jog to catch up. As they made their way down the street, the middle schooler laced her hands behind her head and studied her outwardly teenage cohort for a few seconds. Say, Khan, she finally hazarded, could I get legs like yours? Absorbed in his athletic accomplishments, the lanky mod soul did not look at her when he spoke. No. Expected as much. Still, Karen was feeling adventurous, and so she pressed on. I mean, say I died, and went to Soul Society. Would I be able to get them then? A faintly cross expression passed briefly over his face. I wouldn't recommend it. Besides, the person responsible for giving them to me isn't around anymore, so you're out of luck. Switch. He passed the sphere back to her. Karen had to concentrate much harder than him not to lose the bouncing rhythm while maintaining a straight line and avoiding any other pedestrians. She recognized also that he was trying to distract her from asking any more questions. School had been out for almost half an hour and the press was starting to thin. They were only a few blocks from their destination now, so the conversation would have to wait anyway. Still, she resented how closed-mouthed her protector got concerning his past. Couldn't hurt that much to share, right? Thump thump. So what if, a hollow, ate you? Karen panted while continuing her training, feeling proud at being able to resume the conversation as well. Score 1 for multitasking. Thump thump thump. Does that mean, it'd get super fast too? Thump thump. He stuffed his hands into his pockets while slouching along. Sometimes Karen wondered if he knew just how much he looked like her older brother at times like this. If that happened, the only thing the hollow would get is nausea. Karen glanced at him quickly before returning her attention to maintaining loft on the soccer ball. You're kidding, right? No, actually, I'm not. We mod souls are designed that way. If I didn't know any better, I'd think Ku, my creator, threw that in as a joke. But he was seriously nutty that way. Oh. He almost gave away a man's name there, Karen pondered in deliberation. Ku. Kukaki, maybe? Could Khan have been created by Rukia's family? It would explain how they knew each other. Ichi and I mentioned once that they were super rich in the afterlife. Maybe the Kukaki had their hands in all sorts of businesses and experiments and whatnot, same as wealthy folks here. And Rukia had an elder brother they had never met. Her imagination pictured something along the lines of their current prime minister, Unsmiling old guy in a three-piece suit. Only this guy would be dead. This brought her back to a topic she had been considering for a while now. Khan. Yeah. Karen continued their shared game, never letting her attention waver for a moment. What will happen when I die? He made a sound then, and stopped walking. Karen caught the ball and paused as well. She glanced over at him, and was astonished to find her guardian rubbing his eyes with the palms of his hands. Khan's teeth were gritted like he was biting back from saying something. After a while he dropped his arms to peer at the girl studying him curiously with the soccer ball pressed to her stomach. Were you this much of a headache for Ichigo before we met? He demanded. 'Cause it would seriously explain his bad personality. Why are you even thinking about dying at your age? To his concern, this actually made her smile at him. Because my dad's a retired Shinigami, my brother's a part-time Shinigami, his best friend was made by a Shinigami, and they're both in love with the same dead girl, who is also, guess what, a Shinigami. Khan stared. Who told you I'm in love with Naese? Wait a minute. His face took on a look of sheer incredulity. You think I'm Ichigo's best friend? She nodded. Are you kidding me? What about Chad? Or Tatsuki? That idiot Kigo, hell, even you. Nope. Karen wore her cheekiest grin now, the very picture of pain in the butt little sister. You're definitely the one who gets him best. As he drew breath to proceed with further exhortations, she suddenly demanded, so how about it? What will happen when I die? This zigzagging from one unrelated topic to another left Khan feeling incredibly flustered. For a while he could only stare at her in exasperation. He didn't remember feeling this uncomfortable back when he was just a doll. Since his elevation to living breathing human status, there had definitely been a difference in the way he was treated by Karen. Maybe it was a sign he was growing up? Or she was. It remained unclear which prospect left him feeling more outmatched. When she finally gets boobs she's gonna be an absolute nightmare for guys the world over. Inevitably, his imagination began to wander. Halt. Cease and desist. Aroint yeah, villain. Karen watched in silence as Khan began to inexplicably beat his head against a tree trunk while screaming, bad. 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 It was best not to ask with him. She didn't really think he would do much damage, to the tree, that is. Instead she decided to make the last leg of the journey to Ishida's house alone and let him get all the crazy out. Upon her arrival, however, it seemed like strange behavior had beaten her there. Bring them back, you old retard, or I swear I'll call Ishida-san's dad. No, please. Last time he threatened to hurt me if I caused another incident. Maihana Natsui was apparently the one doing the yelling. She was standing in the Ishida's front yard with her fists balled in Don Kanenji's jacket, while Mikuru Ogawa hovered around them looking unsure of what to do. No one else was in evidence. Hey, Karen called upon strolling up, looking from one face to the next in search of an explanation. What gives? Three heads swung to focus on her. Karen-chan. Karakura read. You're here. Explanations followed. When it was over, she looked straight at Don Kanenji and declared, you dumbass. Their flamboyant elder adopted a crestfallen look and hung his head. I have failed once again. But allow me to make it right. He then swept his cape around himself while raising that ludicrous magic staff overhead. For you two are infected with the same fetid miasma as the other ones, little sister. If I can coax even one out from you, we might use it to track these fell creatures to their source. Brace yourself as I. Karen lifted one arm and pointed at a tree several yards off. Go sit over there and don't bother us. Otherwise I'm calling Kigo's sister and telling her what you did. Where the threat of Ishida Ryokan had served to dismay him, this new menace reduced their wacky sponsor to a quivering puddle of dread. Please, do not tell Mizuho-san. He whispered. I won't. The showman then beat a hasty retreat, passing Khan as he did, who gave him a funny look before jogging over to join the three girls. Kanenji obediently dropped down where previously indicated with his legs tucked against his chest, eyes that had bravely faced the worst the afterlife could offer now darting fearfully about at the thought of facing the wrath of a certain high school senior. His friends blatantly ignored his presence as they continued their discussion. At this point Don Kanonji spotted a monkey in the trees, but before he could think to call anyone's attention to it. "Hey there. Got a minute?" The visionary vizier looked up to find enormous breasts smiling down on him, with the kindness of a goddess. All thoughts of primates and guilt were swept away. His heart soared, his mind went blank, and he found himself stammering, "How may I be of help, O divine lady?" Unmindful of what was transpiring a short distance away, Karen had a cell phone to her ear and was listening to a dial tone. After a while she frowned and thumbed it off. No answer, the girl sighed before calling up another number. Rukia couldn't be reached, and Dr. Ishida had changed his number so many times to keep Oka-sensei from bugging him she couldn't possibly remember it. That left the Dragon Lady, and after that Ishida Jr. Let me get this straight, Khan's brow beetled furiously beside her as he addressed Maihana. They all got kidnapped by ghost bats. Actually, I'm thinking it wasn't an intentional kidnapping. The curly-haired girl had her own phone out and was busily tapping in some information. I mean, it can't be a coincidence that Mikuru and I are the only ones who didn't get spirited away, besides Kanonji-san, that is. My guess is they got pulled in by accident when the bats flew back to their cave, or whatever, 'cause they were still connected somehow. Makes sense if you think about it. Maybe to you. Although come to think of it. Here the mod paused as a thought seemed to occur to him. One time, when we were at the park, I could have sworn I saw something fly out of Tatsuki while she was sleeping. Thought it was maybe a hell butterfly, but it might have been one of those things. But what are they? And why only them? Why not us? Or me? Little Mikuru was trying not to sound ungrateful at being left behind from this ghost napping, but her heart clearly wasn't in it. Karen couldn't blame her. Despite being older, Ogawa was the weakest among them in terms of spiritual strength. She could hardly see ghosts. Although in this case it might have worked out in her favor. Being so slight spiritually could explain why she hadn't been sucked in, or even what allowed her to catch that thing in the first place without splattering it the way Kigo had. Was that why Mikuru hadn't been targeted by those bats? Was it only people with a certain level of spiritual development? The theory had an obvious flaw, that womanizer Mizuru barely ranked higher than her, and he was gone with the rest of them. Wait, hadn't Kanonji mentioned there being something inside me as well? Maybe I should ask him about that now. Karen looked over to where she had banished the goofball, and her jaw dropped. Tried to stop them, but by then, it was too late. The bad Sopiritsu had already done their work, and absconded with all the lovely ladies. -3, myself included. But never fear. I shall allow no ill fate to befall such a beauteous angel as yourself, O vision of loveliness. The psychic psychopomp shall shield you from any supernatural stalkers. Oh, yeah, hero time, baby. It wasn't the ridiculous monologue, which she must have reflexively tuned out up to this point. No, it was the one on the receiving end of this diatribe. Don Kanonji happened to be sharing a drink with none other than Rangiku Matsumoto. Noticing her staring at them, Rangiku smiled. Yo, Karen-chan, the fugitive death god grinned gamely, saluting with 2 fingers. Stunned, Karen had only just registered her surprise at this situation when she found herself being grabbed by the collar and thrust roughly behind Khan, who now interposed himself between her and the sweetly smiling woman. From this position she could not see his face, but by his posture, it was clear he meant business. Oh, relax, big boy, the buxom beauty sighed as she reached over and snagged the sake flask from Kanonji, refilling her cup. I'm not here for your little playmate. That particular mission's been rendered moot anyway, as of today. The psychedelic psychic here already explained everything to my satisfaction. She stood up then, dusting herself off and tossing back the drink. Breathing a heavy sigh that caused her chest to bounce enticingly, Matsumoto shook her head in rueful reproach. I swear, you people are almost more trouble than you're worth. Maihana came strolling up to peer in simple curiosity at her. So this is the crazy lady. She mused aloud. Where are they? Khan growled, ignoring the question and focusing in solely on Matsumoto. His voice sent an involuntary shiver up Karen's spine. What did you do with them? If you don't bring those kids back safe, I swear I'll. Want a drink? Their adversary held out her cup, never losing that charming smile. Come on, it'll settle your nerves. When he did not move to accept, she shrugged, and chugged the shot back. When her head came up, Ranjika's face had lost any trace of friendliness. I'll be brief just in case you've already called Nanao-chan, she spoke with a hint of steel in her voice. I'm not responsible for any of this. We've been tracking those things, trying to follow them back to their source. Her eyes flickered briefly to Karen and back again. Last time we met I was trying to get the kid to drink a spell mixture. Had I succeeded, any of those harvesters that came out of her afterwards would have carried a small tracking signal. Not that she would have remembered it, the spell was designed to make her forget our meeting, just like the others did. Karen eyed her mistrustfully. Harvesters. Others. Your lost playmates. As she spoke, the vixen reached up to draw a pink silk scarf negligently off her neck. A lot of you have been infected. Those bats were harvesting something from your souls. I managed to slip a Mickey to the rest without them noticing. If they recognized me, they forgot soon after. Karen was the last, but there was no easy way to do it with her. Even mortals take notice when somebody tries to mess with a kid's drink. Doesn't matter how hot you are, the old protective urges win out. So I tried the direct approach and... There came a slight whoomph of displaced air, and then Khan stood before Ranjika with one hand encasing the wrist that held the pink scarf and the other wrapped around her neck. It was hard to say which of them was more surprised by this. Karen hadn't even noticed him about to move, much less seen it. He was simply too fast. For her part, Matsumoto's great blue eyes had gone even wider, unfeigned shock written across that lovely face. Well, she murmured, throat working a little against his grip. You've made some improvements, I see. You used that trick before, remember? The mod soul's youthful features had gone dark. When she shifted slightly, he tightened his grip as a warning. Matsumoto went still then, regarding him with what looked like a new level of respect. Certain that he had her full attention, Khan continued. I wouldn't recommend teleporting. We'd both go together, and then I just might find your evil hideout. And then you might just die, she flashed him a look equal parts menacing and sultry. Yeah. But as you said, I've got some new tricks. Chances are I'll get away, and then even the biggest boobs on earth won't be enough to save you, I'll bet. She seemed to consider this, cocking her head as much as his hold would allow. You know. Ranjika then smirked in a way that looked oddly affectionate. You might just get lucky after all. Her hand opened, the scarf dangling limply, only to fall free moments later. Too bad. At this Ranjika snapped her fingers, and the air tore open right behind her with a weird cry. Even as Mahana grabbed her shoulders to pull Karen back from this display, one word was flowing through the girl's mind, hollow. She had seen this same type of jagged darkness ripped out of the environment before, whenever those soul-eating monsters were making their way into this world. It led to their nesting ground, Haikumundo, or whatever it was called. But nothing came out of this portal. Instead, Ranjika only smiled at the man still holding her in a grip of steel. I'd let go, if I were you. You do not want to go where I'm headed, believe me. With that she took a step back. Khan's whole body stiffened in an effort to restrain this escape attempt. Her free arm shot out, only to be blocked by one lightning-swift kick from his leg. She grimaced as if in pain, and they struggled on the very cusp of falling into the black hole. The valiant mod refused to back down, as if he fully intended to get dragged along with her, so determined was he not to let go. As they struggled together, something small dropped from a nearby tree and took advantage of the distraction to dash forward in a blur, slipping past their legs and disappearing into the void. Right then Ranjika gave a tremendous heave backwards. For a moment it appeared they would both fall into the darkness together. But as the dueling pair teetered on the brink, her eyes drifted over his shoulder. Gonna leave the kids alone? She gasped the challenge mockingly. Khan's features twisted, and with a curse he released her and sprang clear of the Gargantat, landing close to the girls. They all watched as the tear in space knitted up. From within it Matsumoto rubbed her neck gingerly. Before she disappeared from sight, however, her uncharacteristically serious eyes locked with Karen's. Be careful, kid. You've got something they want. And with that she was gone. For a while no one moved. The pink scarf lay where it had fallen in a crumpled heap. Noticing this, Khan stepped forward and picked it up. With a frown he tucked it into his pocket and continued to stare at the spot where his enemy had disappeared, considering. Karen joined him. You okay? She asked with some concern. He looked down at her, then back at the rest of their small group. At last he shook his head, apparently reaching some decision. Come on. I'm taking you all to the Usagi Shoten. Hey, Jin. You'll never guess where I am, Hueco Mundo. Wish you were here. No, seriously, get over here now. I didn't intend to come alone, and it would take too long to come back now. No time to explain. Just follow our spell, which is what I'm going to do. Hurry up and save me. A hell butterfly arced away from Matsumoto's fingers. Clad in black now in the middle of a white desert, the rogue Shinigami turned to where her Jigai sat waiting patiently. He won't be here for a while yet. I'm going in. Keep a low profile, and wait for one of us to come back. Run if anyone tries to catch you. No problem, boss lady, the amorous avatar crooned, dragging her feet seductively through the sands with a saucy wink. Satisfied, Ranjika then withdrew a cell phone from one pocket and opened it. The screen now showed a conglomeration of homing beacons relative to her position. Fortunately, it wasn't far. Shouldn't take long to reach the source of this trouble. She only hoped whatever she found didn't prove too overwhelming, or Jin might go on a rampage when he caught up, depending on her condition. He loves saving you. It turns him on. Makes me think there's something of the hero in his personality. You wouldn't know it to listen to him. He can be such a mother hen. It shows in his actions. Some of the best sex we've ever had came after he rushed to your rescue. I know where this is headed. I'm not getting injured just to satisfy your cravings. Spoil sport. Don't pout. Makes you appreciate the real thing more. Can we go already? I'm tired of waiting. The voice came from behind. She had no idea who had just spoken, but that didn't prevent Matsumoto Ranjika from responding with utmost control and precision. Her well-trained reaction to being surprised in a situation like this was to yelp, spin around, and quickly yank open her robes, exposing her bountiful décolletage in all their glory. And it worked, because the kid standing only a few feet away from her was too busy gawking at this unexpected peep show to react when her Jigai sprang forward and pinned him to the ground. She smoothly redid her attire, studying their captive at the same time. What came as a surprise was that he didn't struggle. At first she thought it was due to him still being in shock. Heaven knows her body had that effect on men, regardless of how young they might be. But when his messy little head lifted to look at her, his face proved completely calm. Like he didn't have two very strong arms and legs wrapped around him like vices. Like she couldn't separate his head from his shoulders in one stroke. Like he was completely in control and not afraid to let her do as she pleased to prove it. To be honest, it was a little intimidating. And exciting, even. Maybe he'd react if you stuffed your chest in his face. Time for that later. So who are you? She asked casually, crossing her arms and staring down at him with carefully feigned indifference. Make this snappy. I've got somewhere to be, and you're 5 seconds away from a level 80 Bakudo up your bulletin. I'm Masahiko. Lead the way, 'cause I'm coming with you. That fast enough? She considered this unforeseen development. Strange colored eyes. Bad haircut. Attitude out the ears. Kinda cute if he cleaned up. And a very powerful Shinigami for his age, one whom she hadn't noticed at all until a few seconds ago. Honestly, it was like she had stumbled upon a messy, brown-skinned version of Captain Hitsugaya. The thought was strangely comforting. But where in heaven's name did he come from, and why hadn't she sensed his approach? Well, enough of this. Bakudo 89, great. You're going to need my help, if you want to win this. His declaration made her pause, and she threw an inquisitive look down. This was eating up time, but curiosity compelled her to learn just what she was dealing with. Jin always said it didn't pay to leave unquantified elements at your back. Alive, at any rate. Have we met somewhere before? Because you're acting pretty fresh, not to mention self-confident. I heard most of the conversation, here and back on Earth. I think we share the same goals, Chiquita. He grinned impudently. At the same time, a brief flash of recognition passed through her. This feeling faded even as she tried to place it, leaving her much more uncertain than before. The boy, Masahiko, continued. Whoever the hell Butterfly was for, it's going to take time to track you down. Those humans are in danger now. I want to rescue them, and also find out who's behind this. Only you know how to do both, but it hardly matters, because even knowing where they are, you won't save them on your own. And if you are not taking the hot Jigai, it's because you want to leave it as an emergency escape route. So that means you know your odds look bad. From what I've heard, your side doesn't have many people to throw at big problems like this to begin with. His erstwhile captor bit her finger in trepidation. Honestly, Jin was better suited to this sort of complicated undertaking. It should be him here right now. Of course, that probably meant this poor kid would be dead instead of incapacitated. Her longtime lover had very lethal reactions, especially when taken by surprise. Not that this was a common occurrence. Where were we? Oh, yes. Well. Bring him up. The Jigai complied, straightening into a sitting position and taking the youth with her. This new arrangement hardly left him any more room to wiggle, though it did give her a better look at him. He had the stub of a well-chewed pencil tucked in his ear, and was sporting a short-sleeved button-up shirt untucked from his black trousers. His feet were bare. There was little in his attire to mark as informative or distinguishing. And yet, when they rose, something caught her eye. Reaching down, the beautiful spirit grasped the collar of his shirt, which had come up in the attack. He flinched when she lifted it further, his unusual golden eyes narrowing in challenge. Rangiku took little notice of this. She was more interested in the small pink bunny head that someone had sewn into his collar. You're one of Rukia-chan's, then. She mused aloud. Masahiko did not respond. He didn't need to, really. The girl's proclivities were well known, at least among those who enjoyed keeping abreast of rumors in Seoul society. It was this, more than any of his previous arguments, which helped decide her course. Get off him, she sighed. Her obedient servant complied. Moments later they all stood together on that lonely dune beneath the skies of Hueco Mundo. Rangiku perused this odd little soul once more. Masahiko did the same. She frowned, closing her eyes and running a hand through thick honey-colored hair with a groan. So we're clear, I'm not your nursemaid. We get in a fight, don't expect any help from me. He nodded. Sure. Great tits, by the way. One sky-blue eye slid open to fix him with a withering look. The urchin only laced his hands behind his head and smiled happily. Like things couldn't be looking any rosier in his book. 50, 100 years from now, I'd totally do him. Lead the way, Tetas. Oh, yeah. I'll make him pay for that one. Looks like they were already off to a great start. Before they left, however, there was one thing she really should take care of. As a courtesy, one might say. With that, the freelance death god summoned another hell butterfly and imparted her message to it. Dear Rukia-chan, surprise, it's me. Long story short, in case you haven't heard already, some of your little schoolmates are trapped in Hueco Mundo. I'm imparting their current coordinates now. And you will never believe who I just met. His names. 4 members of Siamese Company held watch at their assigned position. The military operation they were currently engaged in had a broad scope, requiring sentries at regular intervals to detect any enemies. It was uneventful work, and held markedly less chance of seeing any action like those who had to work with Tiger Company this week. Still, they remained attentive to their surroundings so as not to miss an opportunity to impress the top brass. Scanning the horizon, one of them squinted. Hey, he nudged his partner. You see that? The woman looked where indicated. What? I don't see. Her vigilant ally felt blood spatter against his face. The next thing he registered was a brief glimpse of something white, smiling at him through black teeth. Yellow eyes. Then it took his head off as well. After this the Hollow made short work of the other two. It crouched among their corpses, scenting the wind now flavored with the delicious tang of blood. They were close now, along with a whole mess of Shinigami, including a few he recognized. He would have liked to play with them all, but time was running out. He needed to find his true targets fast. And so the Hollow sped on to his destination. You know, Tatsuki, we'd make much better time if you carried me on your back. Even better if we just left you behind, Chizuru, she responded over her shoulder. Tatsuki-chan, maybe we should slow down. For her sake. Their spiky-haired spearhead ignored this suggestion as she continued to slog through the sands. As a matter of fact, she was already moving at a vastly reduced pace for her friend's sake. Orium had an admirable physique and could be depended upon to move briskly, but Chizuru lagged far behind in terms of athletic ability. She was the last person you'd want on a long trek across hostile territory with no clear destination in sight. Which happened to be their precise predicament at this time. Although Inu had recognized the general terrain as belonging to Hueco Mundo, this proved to be the limit of her previous experience. She had never been outside the bounds of the castle in which she was imprisoned, and thus had nothing to offer in terms of the terrain. With little to call landmarks and nothing in the way of discernible stars, they had simply chosen a direction and started walking. Tatsuki had recently developed a little mantra to help keep going in this situation. With every footstep, she repeated it to herself. Kill. Left foot. Kanenji. Right foot. Kill. Left foot. Kanenji. Right foot. After a while she had tried to look back to gauge their progress, only to find this was impossible. Everything looked the same around them, sand, hills, little valleys. To top it off, their footprints had completely disappeared only a few yards back, almost as if they had been swallowed up immediately by the all-encompassing waste. There was not a sound to be heard other than the ones they made. No wind blew here. Nothing moved. This world was, for all intents and purposes, dead. Kill. Left foot. Kanenji. Right foot. Kill. Left foot. Kanenji. How about we stop and rest for a bit? Chizuru called behind her. We can discuss our options, conserve our strength, maybe huddle together to stay warm. Tatsuki pressed on. I'm not cold. This is our only option. Keep moving. She could hear Orium reassuring their classmate that they would take a break in 10 minutes. It was not in the gentle teen to turn down someone in distress. Normally Tatsuki would have happily kicked that horny lesbian's butt the rest of the way. But not this time. After all, Chizuru couldn't help herself. There had been no sign of any of the others since they got here. Doubtless she was just as scared and miserable as they all were, assuming everybody remained alive. Please be safe, please be safe, please be safe. The girl was only trying to hide it by falling back on what she knew best. In an odd sort of way, that proved comforting. Like a reassurance that normalcy was not too far away, just waiting for them to find it. And upon resumption of the daily routine would come Kanenji's big fat head, just begging for her to unload on it without anything resembling restraint. So keep it up, Chizuru. Keep bugging the bejesus out of me. That'll make the anger nice, fresh, and hot for when it comes time to deliver both barrels point blank right between the dumb bastard's goofy eyeglasses. Kanenji. Right foot. Kill. Left foot. She didn't know how long it would take them to locate anywhere resembling civilization in this giant litter box, much less a place they might actually find themselves welcome as something other than food. Her own stomach was starting to growl. There hadn't been a chance to snag any chow at the meeting before everything went to hell. Yet another valid reason to reserve all her justified wrath for the person most deserving of it. Tatsuki kept looking straight ahead so as not to unnerve her comrades with her expression. She was making no attempt to hide the black murderous rage that was no doubt transforming her face into something even a Hollow would know to steer clear of. Right foot. Kill. She judged it just about time for another bout of whining. Lay it on me, girl. Only nothing followed. Tatsuki glanced backward. Sure enough there came Orium, chugging away with a determined look etched into those kind, beauteous features. And close behind stretched only empty desert. Oh no. Seeing the look on her face, Orium quickly spun about. The loss of their friend registered a second later, and she let loose a wild cry. Chizuru-chan. About to race past in search of the missing girl, Tatsuki suddenly felt something clamp painfully around her ankle. The moment she looked down was accompanied by a sense of disorientation as the very ground seemed to shrug her off, disappearing beneath her. She tried to speak. Ori dash. Then there came a rush, and darkness. This slight noise made Oriamanu whip around, to find that she had been completely abandoned. Disbelieving, she stood alone halfway up a hillock of sand. There had been no warning. None at all. From 3 friends lost but together, it had now dropped to 1. Where could they have gone? The explanation was so simple it made her angry she hadn't thought of it sooner. Trained impulse took over next, and she spoke the words without thinking. Santon Kishun, I. Something grabbed hold of her leg. Eek. Off balance, Orium fell backwards, the warding charm dissipating. Moments later 2 huge bone-white tendrils shot upwards to twist and flail where she had previously stood. Distracted by this new threat, she almost didn't notice the rest of the body emerge, white sand sliding off it in sheets to hover high above her, outlined black against the moon. It looked down at her, from only one great purple eye, opened its mouth and... "Ah!" Somebody screamed then, high and panicked, and Orium thought it might be her, until she realized it was actually the monster before her doing the yelling. Before she could respond it shot back into the ground fast as lightning. The sand settled, leaving nothing to disturb its pristine surface. Confused and alone, the solitary human could only stare. Her arms and legs would not respond to any commands. Slumped like a discarded sack of rice, Tatsuki heard the sliding of sand, followed by a whomp of something large settling near them. With it rose a weird clattering and creaking, like branches tapping against a window. In the darkness she heard voices rise. "Loli, what the? I can't." A woman sobbed. "I can't go up there. It's her. Damn it, Mainoli, it's her. That fucking monster woman." "Shit," the other one breathed, and there was no hiding the fear in her voice. "What's wrong?" somebody else demanded. A shuffling sound emerged from elsewhere in the almost total void. What felt like bugs ran over her cheek, and Tatsuki desperately strove to shake it off, only to realize an instant later that it had just been sand falling from above. "Where's the other one? There are supposed to be 3. Lagrima won't." "Fuck it." The thing called Loli yelled in a frenzy, and the clattering increased to a fevered pitch. "Fuck her, she can kill me if she wants to. But she can't bring me back afterwards, holy hell. Holy hell." After this Loli fell to muttering and cursing. Still helpless, Tatsuki lay without moving. They hadn't gotten Orium. And they hadn't killed her right away. 2 things to be glad for. Chizuru was probably in the same state as herself. The attackers, hollows, by my guess, had hit them with something that left her virtually incapacitated and able to do little more than wriggle. She could not strike out, or see, or even speak. But she could still listen. And think. The conclave of demons had fallen to debating somewhere in the shadows over her. "What'll we do? Azimuth, what'll we do? Go back up there. We're all screwed if you don't. If you don't, I'm going to." A noise like nails on a chalkboard, and the protest cut off in an animal roar. Something hot and wet spattered against the martial artist's bare legs. She heard the familiar sound of a body hitting the floor soon after. "You're already dead," a flat, threatening tone she recognized as belonging to Mainoli followed. "Do the rest of you want to try and match us? You fucking masked cowards, you've got no idea what the hell's going on here. Or what we're up against." No response came back, only hisses and whimpers more animal than man. After this it sounded like Mainoli drew away to be near Loli, and the 2 conversed in soft whispers. While the exact change did not reach her ears, there was the distinct impression that Mainoli was attempting to convince her partner of something, and meeting angry resistance. The rattling sound began to subside, however. After a while, both returned. "All right, listen. We're going back with what we have." A slight intake of breath, as if in protest, was quickly silenced. The threat of immediate dismemberment hung heavy in the air. Mainoli was doing the talking again. Loli won't go, and she's the only one of us who can tunnel. If you want to stay here and try, be my guest. I don't give a rat's ass. Azimuth is dead now, so there's no time to waste. We're taking these two before his venom wears off. No telling what kind of freaky powers they might use when that happens. So you can either follow along, or stay here empty-handed until Lagrima decides who to send to kill you. Maybe it'll be me, if I'm lucky. Her smile then was unmistakable. All was quiet save for some restive movements. Seconds later the sound of heavy feet retreating in a slow plodding rhythm could be heard. Mainoli had been right, these guys were cowards. Good move. Someone picked her up then, and they proceeded to follow the ones that came before. Tatsuki let herself go completely limp. She was positive now that they were currently underground in some kind of tunnel system beneath the desert. The hollows were taking them elsewhere, probably to give to this Lagrima person. And apparently the paralysis was temporary. If she just kept her cool, an opportunity might present itself. To fight to the death, at the very least. Just remain in check till then, Tatsuki. It'll all be worth it, mark my words. In the dark, she could detect the sound of heavy footfalls. And Arisawa resumed her chant. Kill. Right foot. Kanenji. Left foot. I'm coming with you. Kon glanced up from his preparations. Behind the screen, he could see Karen silhouetted with her arms crossed and assuming what even in shadow play was a very impressive stance. Too bad all that determination would have to go to waste. Sure you are. Because I'm the dumbest guy alive, right? He bent to continue tying on his shoes. I'd like to know how you plan to stop me. How about if I tie you up and lock you in a closet, smart girl? It felt so good just to think it. For once the unhealthy kinkiness aspect did not result in self-castigation. There were more important things on his mind. Karen. There. All set. With that Kon rose and moved around the dressing screen in his room. The girl had followed him in here, undeterred by his threats that she was about to see him naked. Apparently Karen was still too young to find this sort of thing inappropriate. Now she took up step behind the agent of the afterlife as he left the room, a single raised eyebrow being her only response at his get-up. Why won't you at least wait for Ichinii? He'll be here soon. Him and Nanao, and maybe even. Because I don't have to anymore. It felt good to say it. And a little scary too. Whether anyone else recognized it or not, this was the chance he had been waiting for. An opportunity to put his newfound persona to the test. And also to measure the strength of his own convictions. Kon had resolved to take every opportunity life had to offer. That meant accepting all the responsibility that was a consequence of being a bona fide living person. He had the strength, the capabilities, and a lot to make up for. Kon was going to save those kids even if it killed him. Maybe that would show Nasan just how deep his resolve would go. Mikuru and Mahana should already be waiting in the Usagi Shoten's secret cellar. Both had agreed to help Ganja run the shop while the other employees were busy. At first the big Galut was insistent on accompanying him, claiming that his Shiba magic and spiritual strength would be of great help. Kon politely refused. Ganja then pointed out that he did not know where he was going or what the layout of Hueco Mundo might be, to which he had countered that neither did Ganju. This might have gone on longer, but Kon was anxious not to have his thunder stolen. So when the Shiba shop attendant had just been preparing to go get his own gear ready, he clandestinely whispered in his ear that should Ganju insist on abandoning the earthly duties assigned to him by his clan, then the head of that clan was going to hear about it. There was something rather disheartening at seeing a noble member of one of Seoul society's 5 great families go white as a sheet and start gabbling like a storm-flung hen. But a win was a win, and Kon accepted his with only the smallest trace of misgivings. He assuaged his guilt by enticing the shrunken soul with the knowledge that he would have 3 cute girls helping him run the store, of which he would be the senior assistant in charge for a change. Ganju's spirits improved noticeably then, though he remained troubled by this whole prospect. Couldn't blame him. It had taken some desperate convincing to allow this affair to proceed as planned. Noboru was nowhere to be found, probably training with his foul-tempered mentor in Seoul society. But Yurura was on board. Her possible opinion as to the foolhardiness of this venture went unvoiced, and so the deed was done. Which left him with one last knot to tie up. "I've fought hollows before," his self-appointed shadow insisted as they made their way to the back rooms of the store. "And the others are already in trouble, so why should I stay out? I'm no more important than they are." "Now you're just being stupid," he shot in rejoinder. Entering one room in particular, Khan grasped a rope handle set into the floorboards and pulled up. Bright yellow light bathed their faces. The hatch rose to reveal a subterranean stronghold whose existence would have shocked the shop's regular customers. "I want to help." This admission gave Khan pause, and he turned to study her. Karen's head was down. Her shoes were shifting restlessly, fists clenching and unclenching as if in search of a target to strike out at. A thought occurred to him. Maybe she's not just being stubborn and self-assured? "I think the kid's actually worried about me." At this she looked up at him and whispered angrily, "Why won't anybody let me help?" "Oh. So that's it. Funny I didn't pick up on it before. Especially since it's a topic I'm intimately familiar with." Karen didn't want to sit by helplessly while someone she cared for went off into certain danger. She didn't want to be useless. "Now that is something I can understand. It's only because of you that I even know where I'll be going, Yamato-chan. That's better than nothing. Plus if I have my way, you'll never even get near any danger for as long as you live." "You're welcome, by the way." With that he smiled fondly, patting her lank little head. Naturally she smacked his hand away and drew back to deliver a more solid blow to his gut. "Let me be the hero just one time." "Okay, Karen." That finally stopped her. She was a smart girl, and he could tell by the way she regarded him now that she had probably figured him out. Not hard, his motivations could easily be described as transparent. "Fine," the angry adolescent scowled, thrusting both hands into her pockets and stomping past him to start down the stairs. "Hurry up and go if you're going. Rukia and the Shinigami will probably have rescued them by the time you show up anyway. Thanks for the vote of confidence." Grinning, he quickly picked her up in his arms, and before she could so much as yell, Khan shot into the pit. There was no time to spend admiring the scenery even below his current velocity. This barren rock garden Urahara had created held only the appeal that anything broken here would not be missed. Moving at unheard of speeds, the mod and his charge ground to a halt before two looming rock mesas in under a second. Between these pillars stretched a large wooden column. The tiny form of Urura was visible perched atop this beam. Don Kanonji sat crestfallen between Mikuru and Maihana, with a frowning Ganju crouched large at his back. The teens had dressed in some yukata that were kept on hand for those friends of the owner wanting to hang out and keep the store's vibe. In this case, though, the outfits were their uniforms for later. Khan stopped before Kanonji and settled his charge gently on her feet. He got off with only a punch to the stomach that he gladly accepted. Rising upright, the leader of this band of misfits gave a nod to his fellow artificial soul. High off the ground, Urura saw and began to chant. "In my right hand, the stone that connects two worlds. In my left." Ganju Shiba grunted something under his breath, twisting his palm against the earth as he did. The ground beneath Karen abruptly rose up to encase her feet in shackles of stone. She glowered down at this display of sorcery but did not move. Her guardian was satisfied. No chance of her getting sucked in now. Or following afterwards, I might add. "Prepare yourself, mystic," Shiba grunted. Their de facto benefactor gave a morose nod and gripped his magic cane. His preclusion from anything resembling battle or indeed conversation seemed to have rendered Kanonji more broken up than usual. This was the only role in their plan he was permitted. Not even shop duties would follow. With that, the Dawn of the Undead waved his wand over the sour-faced girl standing with feet shackled before him. "Evil Spiritsu. You'd better come back safe," Karen growled without bothering to look at Khan. He kept his own eyes fixed on what was transpiring above. "Whatever you say. Just tell Ichigo to get the lead out when he arrives. I strike the ibis when the clouds gather." Energy flared overhead, followed by a noise like an old gramophone needle being dragged across a vinyl record. At this signal, Don Kanonji slammed the butt of his stick to earth. "Begone." Once again a globe of green energy emerged, now encasing Karen. And just like before, a swarm of grey bats came bursting out of her. This time, however, there was no panic on their part. As Khan had half hoped, half predicted, the harvesters sped as one towards the portal to Hueco Mundo which Ururu just finished opening. They were from there. The mod soul felt his heart race from fear and exhilaration. This is it. I'm on my way. With a final look around at them, he grinned and leapt into the Garganta. Take care of each other. Khan cried, and then all thought was bent on pursuing the harvesters. Upon spotting her approach, Nilil flung both arms wide and leapt to embrace her with a loud cry of, Rukia. Hello, Captain Adolshvank, she spoke, muffled slightly by the Arankar's expansive chest. All the same, Rukia submitted to this embrace with due diligence. The co-commander of Siamese Company held a great deal of affection in her, so much one could almost forget she was a hollow. And the Kukaki princess reminded herself she had suffered much worse treatment from much less friendly captains in the past. This was a piece of cake. Of course, none of this explained why Nilil Adolshvank was dressed in a sexy Santa Claus outfit. The corset was red velvet, clinging to the excess bodice every curve as though it could not grip her tight enough. Black buttons on the bodice were stretched to their limit, allowing tantalizing oval glimpses of the bounteous banquet between them. Its white furred hem stopped scandalously high atop the thighs, granting anyone of a less than advantageous height, present company included, with an uncomfortably personal eyeful. Green and white striped stockings were also skin-tight and ended just above the knee. A broad black belt with a golden clasp encircled her waist, into which she had tucked her zanpakuto. The shirt's bodice was cut so low as to be salacious by any standards. Red gloves with ermine trim were complemented by shiny black shoes and gold buckles. To complete the ensemble, atop her hollow ibex skull was perched a stocking cap with a small sprig of mistletoe dangling off its tip. Drawing back to release her slightly, the vivacious Captain Adolshvank took notice of how Rukia's eyes lingered on her hat. Do you like my outfit? Renji recommended it. He said it's traditional apparel with worldwide appeal. I must say, few could wear it as well as you, Captain, the little lieutenant spoke stiffly, striving with all her might to present a picture of Shinigami respectability to make up for what her superior clearly lacked. I can get you one too if you like. Nell chattered happily. She rounded on the two Fraxion waiting patiently at her beck and call. Donda Kaka, Pesha, would you go rustle up another in her size? No need, Teiko. Rukia did not miss how some of the already salivating members of Siamese division gathered around her had actually perked up even further at this prospect. She also took advantage of Nilil's distraction to fix Renji with an absolutely vicious glare. It was meant to serve as a warning that she would soon discuss with him about his behavior regarding their naive but no less estimable co-captain. Chagrined, the flame-haired rogue's cheeks had gone a shade to match those very locks, and he refused to meet her eye. No doubt to save what little scrap of dignity he might yet lay claim to possess, the unscrupulous dog. I come in an official capacity on behalf of Ibis Company and Captain Katetsu. I trust my dispatch about the current situation was received beforehand. Oh yes, Renji informed me about it right away. Around them Shinigami patrolled the encampment's perimeter in groups, welcoming back returning units or bidding farewell to the ones on their way out. Those remaining in camp huddled together quietly talking or watching the three high-level spirits converse. As the reigning commander whilst in Hueco Mundo, Nilil was the general now and Renji her subordinate. They depended on her experience and know-how to determine how best to proceed in this world. Ignorance about mortal customs in no way precluded her established seniority in anything involving the world of the Hollows. I've already sent notices to Tiger and the Vazard, the lime-haired lady continued. They're coordinating with us in our search for the stranded mortals. I've also had an emergency aid station set up, along with making preparations to transport them back to their home dimension once they have been properly quarantined. There hasn't been any contact so far, but our hunting territory is pretty large and will take a while to thoroughly search. The possibility that they wandered into a hollow-controlled region is low. Unless it's the dead zone. That's a whole new can of worms. Rukia rubbed the handle of her soul cutter for comfort at this notion. At the same time, a brief sense of unease fell over her. This had been happening frequently since leaving the manor nearly an hour past. It was almost like she was being watched. But there had been scant time to think upon this too closely, and now was no different. Ibis will be sending a detachment to aid in treatment and purification within the hour, she responded. Then, in a much softer tone, thank you for your help, Captain Adolschwenk. I know how terrified those girls must be right now. Their safe return is our highest priority. No problem. We're. Right then Nelia leaned into the slight death god's neck and inhaled deeply through her nose, causing Rukia to give an uncomfortable shiver. The hollow heaved a sigh and resumed speaking as if this hadn't happened. Only too glad to help. Ah, Nell. Renji took Rukia by the shoulders and guided her a safe distance back. He gave an uneasy smile at the same time. Maybe we should discuss our course of action. You know, get everybody on the same page. Agreed. The festive fighter moved to lead them both into the pavilion. All three then took up places on cushions arrayed around a low circular table. Neliel swept one hand over its surface, calling up a map of the surrounding area. This image expanded out to include the surrounding terrain of Hueco Mundo. There was little to distinguish it. However, one point in particular was marked by a glowing yellow dot. It was here their attention focused. Not to sound a disparaging note, Neliel declared, but we've been over this stretch of territory repeatedly in the last few months with no sign of any hollow activity. Pesha came rushing in to deposit a platter of some kind of sliced meats beside her, to which his mistress immediately helped herself. Renji caught Rukia's eye and signaled her not to follow suit. She didn't need anyone to tell her that but silently thanked him all the same before continuing to listen. It's isolated, to be sure, but if Matsumoto is setting a trap for you, I can think of a lot better places to do it. Abarai rubbed his pointed chin in restless tension. We've got independent confirmation that a very large garganta opened without warning around the vicinity of the Ishida residence in Karakura. Nothing came through, so we didn't know what to make of it at first. Even before the Autumn War, Hollows knew better than to come sniffing around there. A faint disturbance of her senses caused Rukia to glance around. It faded, and she drew back to the discussion at hand. But at the same time, Naneo-san is with Ichigo. They were busy with a training session at the time. It happened so fast, which is why no one on their end could react in time. They're preparing to make the journey to Hueco Mundo together. She's confirmed Karen is safe with Khan at my place, and the 7 missing are all members of the cops except for her and 3 others. How do we proceed, then? Neliel sketched with her finger on the map, causing red lines and circles to spring up around the point previously indicated. Our forces in Siamese are deployed in separate concentric segments surrounding Target Alpha. The corridors between these segments will be kept clear of personnel, allowing any hollows attempting to escape to enter and be set upon from both sides. Once we have secured the area, we'll conduct a thorough sweep to determine if there is a hidden nest and whether the missing humans have been taken captive. If that is the case. Hey, I just felt. Yes. I've got it too. Let's hold off for now. Then it will probably have to be an underground facility. Would explain why it hasn't been found up until now. They always have escape tunnels, which is why the staging area is so big. Renji will command the reserve unit and pick off any hollows that might be fleeing. I'll take point for the initial charge once the entrance is determined. After consulting, we both decided not to inform Tiger Company about this part of the procedure. Captain Zaraki and his chipmunk are currently unavailable anyway, but their subordinates still aren't really suited for what might amount to a hostage situation. They're best at all-out carnage. Speaking of which, at least 2 of the Vazard will be here within the hour. They'll be directed to the rendezvous and provide a third wave only if absolutely necessary. No offense to our allies, but they can be a little indiscriminate from what I've seen, and rescuing the hostages will require finesse. The gaily bedecked war leader turned to Rukia. We head out now. It's up to you where you want to be in this strategy, Lieutenant Kukaki. I'd be glad to have you along if you are absolutely dead set on heading in to fight. She made a show of considering, one fist pressed thoughtfully to her chin. Actually, if no one objects, I would prefer to stay here and help coordinate the relief efforts for afterwards. Her best friend's tattooed eyebrows lifted in surprise. You would? We would? Yes. Yes, their tiny cohort nodded assuredly. It would be best to keep one senior officer in reserve for emergency. This search is mainly a question of manpower. You have more than enough to scour the area. One more person, regardless of rank, will hardly make a difference. The two leaders of Siamese exchanged glances. Huh, Renji grunted. Thought for sure you'd be all gung-ho to charge in and find them yourself. I will leave such reckless behavior to those more accustomed to it, Aburai Teiko. She smiled ever so sweetly back at him. A growl rose from his throat, and his tattoos scrunched together. Why, you? Well, that's settled. Nilil sprang up and sauntered over to a post where a tattered and somewhat blood-stained cloak was hung. Taking it down, she slung the battle-worn garment over her shoulders. Upon turning around, the head of the largest division in Seoul society had assumed the full mantle of her authority. The operation has now commenced. And then, true to character, she giggled. I'm so excited. I get to eat. With that she swept from the tent, already shouting for her bodyguards to make haste. The two remaining Shinigami rose up and looked at each other. Don't worry, Renji supplied quickly. I'll make sure she sticks to hollows and doesn't touch any of the kids. Nell can be a little impulsive. A fond smile played around Lieutenant Kukaki's lips. You seem to have things well in hand. Good luck, Captain Aburai Renji. He appeared surprised at the compliment, not to mention the note of sincerity evident in it. The red coxcomb clearly rose a little higher even as his chest appeared to swell proudly. Yeah. I mean, just sit back and I'll show you what Siamese squad can do. Flashing an eager grin, he crossed over and swept the flap back, exiting the pavilion and loudly barking orders to his followers at the same time. For her part, Rukia remained seated. As I thought. It's waiting for all of us to leave. And I think I can guess why. Her head dropped down low. Over by the wall, some cloth shifted restlessly, as if disturbed by a breeze. Only if one were to be standing right next to her would they catch what came next. The girl gave a slight sigh, breathing out her words at the same time. Udo number 9, Kaki. A red glow flared to her left, followed by a curse. In an instant Rukia leapt up and drew Sode no Shirayuki. What she saw revealed before her now gave the warrior maiden pause, however. Hitsuga Yateiko. The boy captain stood only a yard away, her admittedly low-level spell already dissolving away from him. Even at full strength, she doubted it could have held a soul of his caliber. All the same, he appeared quite cross at being found out like this. Damn it, Toshiro muttered, emerald eyes narrowed in frustration. Should have gone in sooner. How the hell did you even notice me? He demanded. She sheathed her sword slowly. Concealment spells like Bakudo number 26, Curved Light, will be perceived only if the viewer is stronger than the caster, and then only if they are looking directly at their location. It's not much of a weakness considering you're a walking blind spot to begin with. But a less well-known caveat is that the spell actually creates 2 blind spots, one for each eye. And if you stand too far to one side of a person, they go slightly out of sync, so that the images curving around from behind you on that side are reflected in their other eye, creating a sort of reflection. I have been trained to notice this flaw. For a while he just glared at her. I should have known better than to underestimate a student of Momo's when it came to magic, he finally gritted through his teeth. So you have been trailing me since I left Kukaki Manor. Why? You know why. The expression he wore now chilled Rukia's blood. Only the knowledge that his wrath was not directed at her served to dispel any conviction that she was about to die. I won't ask how you learned Matsumoto contacted me. She had her suspicions, hell butterflies not being completely inviolable. By now you've heard most everything. The reason you're still here. Her eyes drifted to the table, must be because you needed to know where to go next. And Nilil just inputted it on the map. He strode over to her without responding. A touch of his finger, and the exact coordinates supplied by Ranjiku appeared before them. While his attention was off her she studied this cold and reclusive individual. Captain, why stay hidden? Why not simply reveal yourself and insist on accompanying us? You have the authority. Because we have different goals. Hitsugaya nodded as if satisfied. Then, still concentrating solely on the map, you may leave me now, Lieutenant Kukaki. Her spine stiffened at this dismissal. An involuntary retort was swiftly cut off. Instead, the junior officer gave her superior a deep and most proper bow. "As you command, sir." She departed immediately after. The Prince of Ice waited until he was certain she had gone, after which he grasped Hyarin Meru's hilt and withdrew it. Once clear of the sheath, he pulled loose a green cloth secured with a gold medallion which tied the scabbard to his back, allowing it to fall free. Time to retrieve that later. No one would be entering the dual captain's quarters while they were out. A flick of his wrist and the scarf unwound to far greater lengths, twining back to enwrap him in its depths. As the teleportation charm activated, Hitsugaya concentrated on precisely where he wanted to go. A moment later the tent was empty, and he was standing on a barren expanse of rock and sand. He looked at the terrain, then down at his feet. "Where shall we begin searching, Taiko?" An explosive curse, and he whipped around to find Rukia Kukaki standing sedately behind him. "How?" "Bakudo #26, she responded primly and properly without the slightest hint of derision. One short eyebrow rose a fraction. "The best way to counteract those weaknesses I previously mentioned is to stay out of the target's field of vision completely. Easy when you're invisible. You were probably standing at my back before, which is why it took me so long to notice anything. I took a cue and did the same. Careful, girl. He looks ready to cut your head off and claim mutiny later. I believe we can expect at least a modicum of self-control from one of the most advanced Shinigami in existence. And I believe his teeth will break if he keeps clenching them that hard." The object of their opposing viewpoints had mastered himself enough to speak by now. "I told you to. You told me to leave, but there was no mention of me not coming back." Rukia felt certain that had he not already been used to this sort of insubordination from his former lieutenant, her career might be in peril. "Must remember to thank Matsumoto for that should we actually meet. I admittedly deceived Renji and Nilil as to my motivations earlier," she continued as he was still attempting to process the current level of thwarted anger. "I wanted to know who was spying on us, and now that I do, the situation appears most fortuitous. A small strike force consisting of 2 well-trained people could ascertain the location of the mortals more quickly than a full-scale military expedition. I already told you I'm not here to rescue anybody," he retorted, so angry that snowflakes were beginning to form around them from his increasing levels of Ryotsu. "This is a personal matter that doesn't involve anyone else." "Actually, it does." She locked eyes with him, deepest blue clashing with sharpest emerald. "There is one part of Matsumoto's message I did not impart to anyone else. One of my employees from the Usagi Shoten is with her. I don't know how he managed to accomplish this, but it doesn't matter. His life is in danger no matter how you look at it. And his safety is my responsibility. We are going to find the 2 of them together, and I will make sure he is safe from any threat." Her own Ryotsu was allowed to rise then, not in any foolhardy attempt to match his own, but enough to let him feel her resolve. "You can imprison me with a spell if you choose, but know that if you do so, then my employee's safety will become your responsibility as a result. Do what you will only if you are prepared to accept that burden." "Captain." The 2 Shinigami stood there in the middle of a wasteland, a light breeze causing their white and black robes to flap ever so slightly. The moon shone down on their confrontation. Neither of them moved or spoke for a time. "You seem to have an issue with headstrong women in your life." "I was just thinking the same thing, Hyarin Meru." "I don't have time to argue," he stated aloud. "Let's just try not to get in each other's way." She nodded, face set and defiant. "Agreed. Now, where shall we begin our search?" Off in the distance, a huge explosion of rock and sand erupted into the night sky. "There," Hitsugaya stated, and took off. Rukia followed close behind. "I'm positive. They came down somewhere here," Misato declared as she stamped her foot. "Whatever you say, madam," Makaizo Aramaki replied, rubbing his hands and smiling with all the conviction of a professional suck-up. The woman crossed her arms and pinned him with a slight frown that still somehow managed to make his insides quail. "Don't think I can't smell insincerity. I'm a high school teacher, half my job is figuring out when somebody is lying to me. Now granted, some of those kids are pretty darned clever. Little buggers, if prevarication were part of the curriculum, I'm sure that they'd ace. But still She then appeared to completely lose interest in even finishing her own sentence and began stomping around again, leaving slight indentations in the surface of the desert to mark her path. The hijacked Shinigami stood hunched over slightly as the only observer to such a weird display. Eventually this frightening young woman drew to a halt with head bowed and hands on hips. We were there. A twist of her head indicated a dune far back on the horizon. And we saw the bats all descend, right here. She then jabbed a most implacable finger earthwards. There is not a doubt in my mind that this is so. Am I right? You are, he insisted. Most definitely, madam. Right about what? What are we talking about? Makaizo chose not to respond, long used as he was to his Zanpakuto's idiocies. Well. Her back was turned, but the question was clearly directed at him. Well, what? Makaizo stammered, confused. Do something. He jumped at this shout. A second later she had her hands fisted in his tunic and was glaring up into his face with cold chilling purpose. By contrast her voice now sounded very casual, almost conversational. Use your magic, draw your sword, do a little dance. I'm not particular about how. Just make whatever is down there open up so we can get in. Madam, I don't, that is to SSS say, I'm not. His tongue failed him at last, and he could only stare in sweat-stained misery at his own meager reflection in her glasses. It occurred to him this diabolical creature might be a relation to former Lieutenant Nanao Ise. They certainly looked alike, and that woman in particular had an unusually high ability to transform him into a puddle of damp fear with just a look. Perhaps if he offered her money she would let him live? Fine. Misato released him and turned away. She drew several paces off and knelt down, rolling up her pants to remove something that was seemingly strapped to her ankles. Afterwards she began rummaging around in her pockets, muttering and seemingly unconcerned with his continued existence. As he had been doing a lot during their time together, the craven drunkard took this opportunity to dispatch a hell butterfly with his latest update. The woman took no more notice of this than she had the others. Her new task seemed to be taking up all her attention, involving as it did moving around in odd patterns and holding something aloft. Is that booze she's pouring on the ground? Can we have some? Go and ask her. Actually, he was somewhat curious about this display himself. Taking a few cautious steps closer, Aramaki managed out, Don't step on that, she called back, indicating at his feet. He looked down but saw little that made sense. Just something that resembled lines of liquid silver glowing in the moonlight. Was she making a sand painting or something? Madam, if I may, be so bold, what exactly are you doing? Oka waved a negligent hand, the other holding a collection of small gleaming sticks and tubes. Oh, just something I picked up from Darling. Who's Darling? Are we Darling? Come on, why won't you answer me? Yes. The chipper damsel was now happily engrossed in pouring out the contents of those vials in odd patterns over the sand. He kept them lying around, and I kept asking what they were for, and he kept refusing to tell me, so I kept on asking. Naturally we're so devoted to one another that he couldn't keep anything from me for long. Once I got the gist of it, I asked Urayu-kun for a demonstration. He showed me in exchange for a free meal. But he didn't realize I was recording him on my cell phone, or that I had already borrowed these things from his father. I've been practicing getting it to work on my own, and I think I've finally developed a functioning substitute. At last she drew to a halt and stepped back to examine her handiwork. Limned over the ground in lines like fine spiderwebs was a great pentagonal symbol of some kind. Silver shafts were all driven into the 5 spokes. I'd get out of there if I were you, Shinigami. Huh? Not one to question like his soul cutter, Makaizo quickly complied. Moments later they were both standing near one of the spokes. Misato held up a final gleaming flask. I didn't want to use this right away, but I guess there's no choice. She sighed and threw an accusing look his way, clear indication that whatever had gone wrong, it was all his fault. With that she upended the contents of the tube onto the silver stake. Okay. Misato turned around. Now run. So saying, she bolted away at top speed. Once more her henchman did not question. He simply dashed off in hot pursuit. Wonder how long we have before. At his back, the world exploded. Blue fire leapt high in a bonfire so bright that it lit the bone-white surroundings with its aura. The shockwave lifted Mokaizo off his feet, sending him flying past Oki, who had already hunkered down with hands cradling her head. He hit the ground moments later. For a while, the stalwart man of Tiger Company was content to simply lie there. And hurt. And smoke. And burn. It dawned upon him that his mustache was on fire at the tips. Reaching up, he assuredly snuffed them out with his fingers, then went back to quietly basking in the pain. A few seconds later, somebody had hoisted him up to a sitting position, and through much struggling and heated exhortation, Aramaki Mokaizo finally stumbled to his feet. He was then marched at an unsteady pace back the way he came, flew, to be more precise. The smoke had mostly dissipated. At last the two of them stood at the edge of a newly made sinkhole some 50 yards across. Pale sand cascaded down its sides in torrents, forcing them to constantly adjust their footing or risk sliding in. They examined this bit of geographic remodeling together, her blandly interested, him still wobbly and wondering if that ringing in his ears was permanent. "Lot bigger than I expected," the public school teacher threw out offhandedly. "I certainly hope nobody I know was hurt in that blast, otherwise the school board might revoke my license to teach." He nodded, only somewhat registering her words. She pointed. "Hey. See there? That's a tunnel in the side, isn't it?" He looked where indicated. Sure enough, their demolition project had unearthed a previously hidden borehole. Visible elsewhere were several other shafts, all clearly not made by nature and certainly not the result of the explosion. "All right, I guess we should just pick one." The architect of this devastation regarded her handiwork with a critical air. Then she leveled a triumphant finger at one exposed cave in particular. "That one right there." So resolved, she trooped around the edge of the crater with Mokaizo shambling in mindless obedience behind her. Once they came to the desired spot, Oka stopped to consider. "Now how do we get down there safely? Jumping doesn't seem an option." Bakudo number 18, Stare of Starlight. It was a testament to his durability that even this low-level spell managed to bear fruit. Before them there appeared several transparent planes that descended in a curve until they reached the open tunnel. Grains of sand littered their surface. They looked a little unstable, but solid enough to do the trick. "Well, hey, you're finally proving your worth, fella," the Mistress of Pain declared and patted him not unkindly on the shoulder. She then proceeded to troop down the glimmering staircase. Aramaki did not hesitate to follow. His thinking process was simply too blasted to really have an opinion on how smart an idea this might really be. Being slung around in near total darkness had allowed Tatsuki's other senses to sharpen as a result of her blindness. At times it sounded like they went by people who were engaged in sweeping the floor, of all things. She could pick out whispered conversations that grew more distinct and then receded, indicating that they were probably passing other hollows massed throughout this dungeon. Their tones held a distinct note of stress and uncertainty, far more than she would have expected from bloodthirsty monsters. Just what the hell were they all doing down here, anyway? It certainly didn't seem like they were amassing for an invasion, which had been her first thought. The atmosphere in this place felt almost claustrophobic. It was as if they were trapped down here. The girl had long since given up trying to memorize their route. There were simply too many twists and turns to keep it all straight. It would take a miracle to get back to where they left Orium. Much to her relief, she and Chizuru had not been separated. There was a certain measure of comfort in knowing that were they to die, at least it would be in each other's company. Of course, there was a fairly long line of people she'd rather spend her final moments with, but beggars couldn't be choosers. There was no way to tell how long their journey lasted. It came as a surprise, however, when they finally drew to a halt. There came the sound of a door opening with a low rumble. The process took a while, and in this time she subtly attempted to determine whether or not her body was getting back to normal. It felt as though the muscles might be trying to respond to her commands, maybe. To Tatsuki's shock, it was her eyes that suddenly started working again. There was light somewhere nearby. Not much, but enough to see by. It enabled her to dart a few quick peeks around. She was held in the crook of someone's arm. Someone big. There were 4 others of similar make, bulky misshapen beasts boasting masks that marked them instantly as hollows. Chizuru Honsho dangled over the shoulder of one of these. As far as she could tell, the redhead was still alive and in one piece. The reason for this might be about to come clear. 2 of the figures in their party stood out for the simple fact that they looked human. Both were female, short, and slender, wearing white clothes that further marked them as different from the naked brutes with whom they traveled. Each had a sort of bone eye patch covering one eye. Their most distinguishing characteristic was their hair, short and blonde for one, long black pigtails the other. Otherwise they were pretty much the same. She guessed these must be Loli and Mainoli. The hunting party moved forward past a tremendous door that had a detailed carving of a skull etched into its surface. This new chamber was no mere tunnel. It sounded huge, judging by the way their footfalls echoed. Weird lights like will-o'-the-wisps glowed around its perimeter. Arisawa craned her head with utmost caution, trying to get a better view of the place as they moved further into the room. "I gave you lot 3 strands to follow." A woman's voice snapped angrily. "What became of the 3rd? "This is all we could get," Loli replied, holding out a hand that looked to be empty. "Your 3rd turned out to be Uryamanu. She shielded herself in time and there was no way to get to her. Azimuth died trying. We decided it was best to return with those we had captured rather than risk winding up totally empty-handed." None of the remaining hollows saw fit to speak out against what they all knew were lies. Whether the listener believed her proved a moot point anyway. "I will not bandy excuses with the likes of you, filth." A slender hand snatched something out of Loli's palm. "Keep the unused strand. You will return at once and apprehend the escapee. Should you die in the process, consider yourselves fortunate. We must have all of them if we are to ensure the rejuvenation's success. Now go." Tatsuki still couldn't see who was speaking, but she caught the looks of fierce disdain Loli and Mainoli now wore. It looked like they were both getting ready to throw caution to the wind and attack their abuser. In response, there came a liquid rumbling growl, and the sound of something big lumbering closer. Both hollow women drew back at this clear threat. "Yes, Lagrima," Mainoli spit in acid distaste. The duo's anger had been replaced by fear, so that seconds later saw them quickly retreating back the way they came. "Barinholtz. Take them up." At this command, Tatsuki found herself handed off along with Chizuru to a hollow that proved even larger than the hulks who held them before. It must have stood around 20 feet tall by her guess. Its claws were long in the manner of moles for both hands and feet, with short spikes sticking out all along its massive hide. This one just felt stronger than all the rest. Still, the thing exercised care in holding them. Once more it became clear that they were being kept alive for a reason. What that reason may be could prove worse than death, though. "The rest of you may leave. Rejoin the others and find out what is taking them so long." The pack obeyed this order with even greater alacrity than had Loli and Mainoli. Her shift in handlers allowed Tatsuki to get a look at the one called Lagrima. This hollow proved to be partially human in appearance, tall and dressed in a toga with long milky hair and a mask that sported only different sizes of holes. Her appearance in no way imbued the same sense of brute strength as the one called Barinholtz, and yet clearly this slender female was the one in charge of the rat's maze in which they lay. She cradled a large urn in the crook of one arm and had what resembled a harp strapped to her back. None of this could hold the paralyzed teen's interest for long, because it quickly became apparent that the ruler of this sunken burrow was standing at the edge of a pool filled with blood. Even with the light being so dim, there was no denying it for what it was. She could smell it, even like this. When the door leading into this cavern had closed, Lagrima carefully placed the urn on the floor before sinking to her knees. She faced the pool with the harp now in her lap and plucked one string. The note it produced echoed almost sweetly to their ears. For several minutes there was nothing. In that time, Tatsuki was pathetically pleased to feel one of her toes move ever so slightly. Her relief at this triumph did not last. What happened next guaranteed her nightmares forever should she survive. The surface of the lake began to froth in a nauseating fashion, at which point something rose from its depths. Not emerging, it was more as if the blood itself lurched up to greet them, fashioning itself into the torso of a great loathsome demon whose skeletal form was made of sluggishly moving gore. Its crimson skull was held in both hands, and it fixed eyes bright with hunger and malice upon them all. Ah, the embodiment of horror chuckled. So this is why you see fit to call upon us without our leave. The way it spoke made her ears hurt and flesh crawl. Of all the revolting, insane things that had happened in her life, this was the one that had Tatsuki Arisawa seriously wishing none of this spirit business could be real. What in her normal everyday life could possibly make sense when something like that lurked just around a corner, waiting to destroy anything remotely resembling a safe happy world? Meanwhile, Baron Holtze had dropped to one knee. Lagrima was abasing herself in full form, prostrate on the floor with arms outstretched as though to worship some god. "Your Highness," she whispered in fervent devotion, "an unexpected harvest has come our way. I know not how, but the vessels have all been transported here, to Hueco Mundo." "What is this?" her hideous deity growled. It lurched forward, causing waves to lap against the edge of the pit. Those unnatural eyes fixed upon the girls in a way that was almost curious, before quickly darting back to Lagrima. "And you had no part in this, we suppose?" No inkling was given that such a thing might be planning to occur. Many harvesters returned at the same time, but that is all. "I swear it to be so, in your name." The worshipper shivered where she lay. Tatsuki couldn't blame her, really. Things had gotten ugly for everyone concerned, whether dead or not. "Yes. Of course. Our faith is well placed in you." The fleshless titan observed them all in turn, finally settling on Chizuru. That severed skull twisted somewhat in its own bony grip so that it appeared as though it had cocked its head. It gurgled out nasty pink bubbles, as if in a sigh. "Lagrima." She started up. "Highness. Have you determined when and how this chattel might have come in contact with all four of us?" His servant managed to sink even lower to the floor. "As you mentioned before, the dark-haired one was present during that first scouting mission to the human world, as to the big male, and Inu Orium. That would explain how she became a vessel. But the one with red hair was not, and we cannot say for certain how she or any of the others were blessed. 9 humans with our taint on their souls. Yet only 3 whose origin we can precisely pinpoint. How did they survive these encounters? When did they meet them? When did they meet us? And why do we not remember this?" As it spoke, the monster planted one hand on the stone floor and stretched out the other, which held its head. Tatsuki quickly fixed her eyes downwards, hoping that Chizuru would do the same so as not to give away the fact they might be starting to come around. All the same, she could feel prickles of dread traveling instinctively up her spine, letting her know that she had fallen under the attention of something monumentally fatal. She had to clench her teeth to keep them from chattering. "Neither of you, it seems," that sepulchral voice mused over their heads. "But at least one among you did. How is it that we did not eat you, then? Don't let me pass out," she prayed. "I don't want to die like a coward. At least let me know it's coming." Even as she thought this, the feeling of imminent death withdrew. "It matters not, we suppose." That besmirched bone turned to regard its idolater once more. "You have them now. And your intentions are clear. Take them to him, and see that he is well fed. Keep them alive until he no longer needs them. This is our will. Obey, and flourish. It shall be done, your grace." With that, the demon god slipped back into its fount, disappearing without a trace. The pool now appeared as calm and foul as it had been when they first entered. Lagrima stood. She collected the jug which she cradled like a child to her breast before looking at her bulky bodyguard. "Bring them." So saying, she led them towards a tunnel gouged in the wall. This experience had actually done Tatsuki a great deal of good. For starters, she had renewed her determination not to die. If she could survive a meeting with whatever that had been, then nothing less should have the right to do her in. Secondly, now that she thought about it, Lagrima had mentioned they were the only ones captured so far. Which meant her friends were still on the loose. How long this would last was anyone's guess, but still, cause for hope. Help might even be on the way right now. And finally, most important of all. Slung under the huge hollow's arm, her fingers stiffly curled into a fist. "I can fight again. 4 members of Siamese company held watch at their assigned position. It was uneventful work, and held markedly little chance of seeing any action. Still, they remained attentive to their surroundings so as not to miss an opportunity to impress the top brass. Scanning the horizon, one of them squinted. "Hey," she nudged her partner. "You see that?" The man looked where indicated. "What?" "I don't see." His vigilant ally then felt a hand grab her butt. "Hey!" she yelled, rounding on him furiously. The next thing both Shinigami registered was a sonic boom that threw them off their feet. Bewildered, they looked at one another uncomprehendingly. None of them noticed Khan already speeding off into the distance, grinning at his accomplishment. If he could cop a feel on a Shinigami and get away before anyone even noticed him, then this body really was up to snuff. Satisfied, he then returned to scanning the flight of the bats. Was it his imagination, or were they starting to come down? Better hit the accelerator just to be safe. Moments later, he was shooting across the desert of Hueco Mundo so fast his footprints barely disturbed the dry soil. If I just stop moving, maybe she won't notice I'm gone. Makaizo discarded this prospect almost immediately. He did not want to be left alone down here, wherever here may be. This cave system was immense from what he could make out. There were branches leading off in every direction. Oki had taken the lead again, using another one of those magic tubes to light their way. Where did she keep getting those? More importantly, the light might serve to attract the attention of whatever lived down here, in which case, they would probably die. The only worse prospect would be to have no light at all. Then they would die in the dark. How did she even know which direction to take? Mustering up his courage, he finally decided to ask. "Do you know where we're going?" "No. I do. To our deaths. I'm having fun." "No you're not." "I'm not, so you're not. No girls stuck around us this long in a long, long time. It's fun." "Don't you think it's fun?" "Actually, I think I'm starting to grow more comfortable with the idea of being a lifelong bachelor." "Tell her you like her." "No. Why would I do that?" "Grab her, Makaizo." "What? What for?" "Hollows." Before he could think twice, the 10th seat sprang forward and grabbed Misato around the waist, leaping backwards even as she gave a surprised exclamation. The glowing stick dropped from her hand. As it hit the ground, a masked demon the size of a small car leapt from the shadows to pounce upon this light source. Several more came into view behind it. "There it is!" one of them shouted. "Be sure to take her alive," another growled. "The Shinigami can die." Aramaki had heard enough. It was time to leave. More of them were on the way, without a doubt. He turned and sprinted back the way they came. Draped over his shoulder, the human was pounding on his back with her fists and kicking him indignantly, but he did not let go. She could abuse him as much as she wanted once they were safe. That much he could live with. A small bobbing light globe he conjured served to illuminate their way now. Unfortunately, this was the only comfort to be found. Because before he knew it, they were completely lost. Even more than they had been before. That passage up to the right, should he take it? The sound of snarling and slithering alerted him this was not the safest course. So he continued on into the next one. Why wasn't he getting a good feel for the Hollow's souls? It was like they were covered up. Only his Zanpakuto's senses had noticed their approach, and that at the last second. Just have to hope my luck holds out. True to form, it didn't. Because shortly afterwards he found himself facing a dead end. Noises back down the way alerted him to their approaching peril. Spinning around, Makaizo cried out, "Bibakudo #81. Didanku." His desperation was evident in using such a high-class spell. What was even more apparent was that he couldn't pull it off. The barrier did appear to block the tunnel, but it flickered and bent in a way that indicated weak casting. Shadowy figures appeared at the mouth of the trap, hissing and growling upon finding their prey cornered. They began to slowly advance, as though they wanted to savor this moment. "Makaizo?" "Yeah? It's time. I was afraid you'd say that." His decision had been made. Swallowing resolutely, the lone fighter deposited Misato on her feet, Immediately he thrust one hand into his robes and emerged with the gourd of booze from earlier. He concentrated, muttering a certain spell with much more confidence and assurance than he had the defensive one. This was something he knew down to a T. "Excuse me, are you about to get drunk? 'Cause if so I'd like some of that." He ignored her. Fangs and claws were now ripping into the Danku. He could feel it crumbling already. His will was about to cave under the pressure of all this day's fears as well as life's staggering disappointments. But at the same time, his spirits soared as he felt the flask grow warm in his hands. Yes. Salvation. With that, Mokaizo Aramaki threw back his head and began to slam down the keto mixed drink. "Seriously, I don't think." He whipped up one finger to prevent her from speaking, never ceasing to chug. The precious juice sloshed down his throat, burning and warming him at the same time. Already his cheeks were turning red, nostrils flaring, eyes rolling up into his head. "I feel the power." Mokaizo Aramaki. Coward, bootlicker, and fool. Every Shinigami knew these things to be true. The man was charitably described as a stooge. They laughed about him openly. But some of the more intelligent ones also posed a question: if Aramaki was such a useless dolt, then how was it he had managed to get into the 11th Division, which was reserved for the most battle-hardy, aggressively violent maniacs of their race? Those in the know speculated he was sent there as punishment for some indiscretion. That sort of thing happened every now and then. They couldn't be more wrong. In fact, whether Aramaki himself realized it or not, his assignment to the 11th had been a reward. Because he could not hold his liquor. Give him a drink and he was tipsy after just a few swigs. It actually served to clear his head, making him more perceptive and, strangely enough, a better man overall. Maybe because he wasn't thinking so hard about trying to please people. But give him a keto mixed drink. Ryayarg. The flask was flung against the ground. A Zanpakuto leapt from its scabbard, and Misato Oki heard an unfamiliar voice scream, "Savage, Inu no Mir." Spiritual energy exploded like hounds let off the leash. She fell on her rear and regarded the figure standing before her with awe. An unholy red radiance washed over his body. His shoulders were hunched, legs bent as if in preparation to spring. That lumpy face had actually transformed into something impressive, or rather, downright frightening. Teeth bared, eyes flung wide, mustache standing out in points, her Todi Shinigami had become a war machine. Her admiration lessened slightly when she noticed he was holding what looked like a keychain in his hand. That was the term which best described it. From his clenched fist where once a fine katana had been now dangled a short chain. The mass of keys at its end all resembled weirdly shaped blades. They clinked against one another, no two alike, some with curves, others boasting serrated edges, a few that simply qualified as hooks, and many that resembled no weapon she had ever seen. The only thing they all shared was teeny-tiny size. Right then, Mokaizo drew back his arm and whipped his puny weapon forward with a scream. It elongated. No, wait, it enlarged. The whole thing grew along its length, links getting thicker as it went out, key blades growing vaster and infinitely more dangerous. Now it was the length of a flail, then a spiked morning star, and after that it became an industrial crane's hook. A veritable armory of sharpened steel tore down the tunnel, smashing through the protective wall like it wasn't even there. The hollows clustered behind it fared no better as that cannonball of swords blasted through their ranks, tearing them to shreds. There was no space to dodge or hide in these cloistered confines. Blood flew everywhere. The splattered pieces of their corpses hit the ground, dissolving even as they did into butterflies that disappeared so fast it was like they had been traumatized. Amazed, the children's educator found that her estimation of this man had risen considerably in the last few seconds. His soul cutter retracted back into his grip, once more at trinket dimensions. Its owner looked down at her with blazing cheeks and slightly loopy eyes. "Come on, baby," he ordered, and gestured towards the exit. Misato rose and dusted herself off with a smile. "Lead the way, good sir." Tatsuki stood before a corpse. They were in a mausoleum, one that reminded her of Italian catacombs from ages past whose pictures they had seen in history class. Shards of skulls and pieces of bone lurked in crevices dug out of the walls. The only illumination came from two black tapers whose wicks sputtered like they were in the act of dying out. This feeble light served to reveal the body reclining at the end of the grave shaft. Laid out in a private sepulchre, it had the shape of a human, though fairly tall. Nothing more could be discerned, as it was covered in a grey shroud which prevented any great detail from showing through. It did not breathe. It did not move. And yet somehow, she realized this thing was alive. Lagrima had bent down near the body. She whispered to it in a low voice. Baron Holtz remained behind her, still holding on to both girls in his great paws. The undead priestess opened the jug she carried and brought it up to its mouth. As she tilted it, the cloth stirred. No. She paused, then drew the urn back. Its head moved, almost painfully slow, looking past her. Unseen eyes lingered for a while on Chizuru, before transferring over to Tatsuki. It croaked. Lagrima looked at Baron Holtz and gave a nod. In response the behemoth stalked forward. His mistress stepped aside to allow him room. The two captives now got a better look at what lay under the shroud. It resembled something that had been burned down to ash but still retained its shape. Even the slightest movement sent crumbling flakes sliding off its skin. Whatever was animating this, only a supreme act of will could keep something so fragile from simply falling apart. Death clearly hovered eagerly over this figure with every breath. So this is what they've been saving us for, Tatsuki realized. The next thing she knew, Baron Holtz had lifted her up. She now hovered over the corpse's face. In this position, their eyes met briefly. With it came a weird sense of recognition. Then she was brought down lower, and a mouth latched onto her throat. Her head snapped back. All traces of lethargy seemed burned away at this violation. She sought to break free, but Baron Holtz's grip was iron. He would not let go. Arms pinned to her sides, legs flailing helplessly, Tatsuki could feel that ghastly maw sucking at her neck. It was hungry, but gentle, like a timid lover seeing how far he could go. That made the experience all the more horrific. Its mouth was cold, and this sensation traveled throughout her whole body, leeching away all warmth as the vampire drew something essential out of her and into itself. Lagrima had caught her by the hair to prevent her from struggling. The girl's teeth were clenched, breath exploding in and out of her nose in rage. She snarled and gnashed like a mad thing. At no time in her life had she ever felt so humiliated, so completely demeaned, as right now. A red haze of fury settled over her vision. The urge to hurt them was so great she could not even speak. And still it suckled tenderly at her skin, teasing and tickling her with its weak wispy caresses. Get off of me, you fucking animal, damn you to hell. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill. From the depths of her soul, Tatsuki wrenched her head downward with all the strength she could lay claim to at this time. She felt hair rip loose from her skull, and then she was free. Before anyone could stop her, the deranged young woman gave an inhuman snarl and sank her teeth into the vampire's throat. A choked scream sounded in her ear, the loudest noise this thing had made yet. No longer did its loathsome mouth invade her. Exhilarated, she bit down harder even as a taste like charcoal on her tongue threatened to suffocate her. Still it uttered weak breathless cries. That's right, bastard, she exulted as she sought to chew its head off. Do you like that? Do you want some more of what I can give? Here, take it all. She was pulled off at last, dragging away the shroud and half the vampire's neck with it. Lagrima shrieked in fury as she attempted to pour a glowing blue liquid from the jug into the damaged monster's mouth. Got you. Their rebellious sacrifice gazed eagerly at her handiwork with the cowl still clenched between her jaws. She would have gladly ripped them all to shreds and feasted on their putrid undead flesh. As she thought this, Baron Holtz opened his mouth and placed her head inside. She could see what looked like another smaller mouth inside the pitch-black void. From what sounded like very far away, Chizuru screamed her name. Go ahead. I'll bite your tongue off, at the very least. No. Everyone stopped moving. Mine. The dusty lich remained flat on its back. It lacked even the strength to move, let alone rise. Yet still when it spoke, its voice made them all halt, as though some angel of death had whispered in their ears ever so softly. Mine. They are mine. I need them, alive. That declaration apparently used up all its strength, for the ghoul spoke no more. Shivering, Lagrima stood staring down at it. Her whole body showed how repellent she thought this thing to truly be. After a time, she cursed softly under her breath. The priestess unslung her harp. She plucked 2 strings, one black, one red. As the notes sounded, a surge of intense pain tore through Tatsuki's whole body. Every nerve lit up at once. It felt like her skin had been stripped off to expose what lay underneath. As swiftly as it started, the torment passed, leaving her once again unable to move and dangling like a dead fish from Barinholtz's claws. There, Lagrima declared, satisfied. They will cause us no more trouble. Use the other one this time. She indicated where Chizuru hung. Perhaps there is less fight in it. Barinholtz dropped Tatsuki. She hit the ground like a bag of garbage and just lay there. It felt good to know that she had managed to strike out against their captors. But at the same time, her anger flared hot when she saw Chizuru about to be put through the same degradation as she had. And there was nothing either of them could do to stop it. Without warning, there came a low boom, and the ground shuddered beneath her. At the same time, a string on Lagrima's harp snapped with a loud twang. Startled, the hollow peered down at her instrument. What is this? She rasped, nerves frayed, and obviously teetering on the brink of collapse. What is this? I don't understand, what is going on? Her head whipped around accusingly at all of them before returning to study the damage. Pale fingers lifted the limp strand, rubbing it experimentally. Then she let it go with a gasp. My dream catchers. Someone has destroyed all my dream catchers. Her empty eye holes rose to train on Tatsuki. She took a step forward, and one trembling hand rose to hover over the same black string as before. You. The furious Sanes Chal gasped. This is all you're doing. All a trap. You brought them here, didn't you? Whoever this is, you led them right to us, didn't you? The harp sung its tune, and once more the girl's body was awash in agony. Only this time it sounded again and again, so that Tatsuki writhed in dreadful torment that did not recede in the slightest, until finally, she simply passed out. Lagrima clutched the harp to her chest, gaze darting wildly between the ash vampire, her urn, and the 2 prisoners. Cannot leave, she mumbled to herself. We cannot leave him like this, but he will not survive the move. His Holiness forbids it. We must stay. We must fight. Her head jerked up, and now a new string was plucked. The sound it made was deep and low, like a bell tolling somewhere far in the distance. As it did, Barinholtz gave a violent tremble. Go now, the murderous musician hissed. Whoever is responsible for this, be it Shinigami or traitor, find them and kill them. Kill any who dare to invade our domain. The huge bear skull slowly nodded. Her champion dropped Chizuru to the floor before turning to plod down the tunnel. Moments later he had vanished into the darkness ahead. Shuddering, all alone, Lagrima sank to the stone. And there, she began to sob. His Holiness must be informed of this. He would be wroth with her, she knew it. Her weakness, her unsuitably, would be made plain. Just as it had before, when the jackal's vile silver-haired servant had broken her, forced her to betray all the trusts he had placed in her. The other servants all suspected it had been her, she was certain of it. They never trusted her again, nor Lagrima them. Everything she ever valued had been taken away, by Shinigami. And now they had come for her life. Rising, the grieving servant hobbled away to summon her god and receive his fury once again. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may / your head will soon be flying / you know not where its course may lay / but who cares? You'll be dying. A swing of his arm, and more hollows were purified into ribbons, giving up all their grief and remorse under the bite of his soul cutter. Inu no Mure's steel song rang in counterpoint to the verses he composed, and Makizo laughed wildly upon hearing them both. Since I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me / we shared a drink, our blades did sink into your anatomy. There was very little going on in his head now. He knew only that battle was upon him, and he welcomed it. In addition, there was a woman he had to protect. That was something new. She hunkered down by his feet, clutching his leg as he swung his multi-pronged death implement round and round this large cavern where he had chosen to make his stand. Inu no Mure's screaming blades cleared a space around them in ever-increasing arcs. Sometimes high, sometimes low. Like jump rope. Around the world, here we go, see if you can keep from getting hit. Some shot their seros at him, which he swatted aside or gleefully dodged to let them go arcing by and explode into the hollows swarming at his back. Nice shooting, morons. This was the sort of mania which made Aramaki the man he was today. Formerly a member of the 13th Division, he had joined the Goti 13 eager to make a very comfortable living for himself. And for a while there, everything seemed good. He had a nice house, the food in the Siridi was excellent, and his comrades were occasionally willing to have him tag along whenever they went out to drink. His prospects looked good. Then one night, some rowdies from the 11th came bursting into their division, led by a red-haired galut with tattoos for eyebrows. A party started soon afterwards, one which would go down in division history for sheer amount of injuries and property damage. Makaizo found himself a member of these revelries, much to his delight. He drank, he ate, he enjoyed himself. Late in the evening, someone handed him a keto mixed drink, and he was off. A militant splinter faction of this wild party eventually detached itself to go in search of more liquor. Aramaki was at the head of this mob. Leaving chaos in their wake, they made their way to a bar in the 42nd ring of the Rukonga, where they proceeded to level the surrounding area. Residents evacuated en masse. The flames could be seen from the walls of the Siridi. By then, the Mustache King, as he had crowned himself, was engaging in a spirited game of "you chop me, I chop you" with his new friends from the 11th. 5 minutes later, Captain Zaraki Kenpeka wandered into the bar in search of a good time. Seeing only another target, Makaizo hauled off and delivered his mess of blades full straight into the big man's head. When they fell away, Zaraki's lip was bleeding. And he was smiling. 2 months later, the Mustache King awoke in a hospital wing of the 4th Division inside a full-body cast with only the memory of that god-awful smile still clear in his head. The medics informed him that he had been transferred to the 11th as a result of his actions that night. What he and they did not realize was that this had occurred as the result of an actual formal petition from Captain Zaraki, one of only 2 he had ever made in his career. He got Lieutenant Nanao Ise to help him with the paperwork to make absolutely sure everything was official. And so, with no clear understanding of why, Makaizo Aramaki was welcomed into the happy-go-lucky Squad 11. After that, drinking became necessary for his survival. And so he was always prepared. Getting back to the present, after fighting for an indeterminate length of time, the blood ceased to flow. Aramaki kept swinging his death dealer for a while until this fact finally presented itself to him. Panting, he retracted Inu no Mure to give himself a chance to figure out where to aim next. The answer came quickly. The hollows were retreating into tunnels, casting fearful looks back at him. The reason for this came squeezing out of another passage. A huge hollow, by the look of it. Big sucker, too, all spikes and claws. It had the skull of a bear, and the sight of this made him grin. "Gonna make me a bearskin rug, boy," he boasted gleefully. "Drink brandy by the fire on you." At this, the hollow opened its mouth and roared. Its huge mitts came up, and they began to spin like 2 drills. As they did so, sparks shot out of its joints, and even its eyes and mouth. In moments the looming monstrosity had transformed into a blazing dynamo, and the whole thing came charging right at him. For as surely as the rain doth fall / your blood will splash upon the wall. Makaizo let Inu no Mure loose. The blade warhead ballooned up and smashed right into his new adversary. To his frustration, this attack in no way blunted its momentum. The beast came on. Aramaki quickly snatched up his woman and flash-stepped aside just in the nick of time. Bear Boy blazed on by them, impacting against the wall in a huge detonation of yellow energy. That entire part of the cavern came down in an avalanche of rock. The night sky was visible through a crack in the ceiling. Fuzzy Wuzzy shot out of this mess before the dust could even settle, streaking along the floor to come up short, standing there stock-still watching him. Makaizo snarled in readiness for its next attack. "Looks like I'm gonna have to give it my all." He looked blearily over at his girl. "Hey," he hiccuped, and coughed. "While I'm keepin' him busy, I want you to climb. He gestured over towards the sloping hill of detritus. Climb the stairs, all the way to the stars. And get out of here. Got it. The hottie looked at him and smiled. Only if you die, she promised. That's my girl, all the way. Now ready to go, he flash-stepped to the center of the remaining clear stretch of ground. Tearing open the front of his robe, the buzzed berserker slapped his chest and bellowed to get the enemy's attention. Pray ask not why your hour is nigh / the bell doth toll, give up your soul. Once more the electric bugaboo began to spark like a Roman candle, so bright it made stars dance before his eyes. This time, however, it chose to stalk towards him, drawing steadily closer and leaving streaks of light trailing behind it. In response he grasped Inu no Mure by the chain with his free hand and began to swing him up and down, faster and faster, letting him grow out to a goodly length till he raked the floor with each revolution. A red aura flared around both his body and weapon as he unleashed the very depths of what his soul had to offer. Ah, hell, yeah. Bigger than life. I got you, ugly. I got you good. The flare bear started to pick up speed. Looks like he wants to get in close before charging this time. Okay, honey badger, let's see you come back from this. 20 yards away, the flaming hollow suddenly barreled towards him, great piston feet smashing the floor to fragments. I am the Mustache King. Ma Kaizo shouted, dizzy and proud, before dashing forward to let his ultimate attack fly. I do dare say that come what may / I'm not in a giving vein this day. They met head-on in a collision of red and yellow that swiftly became orange. For a few moments this was all that could be seen, a miniature sun which lit every corner of this secluded underworld. Then the ball slowly started to dwindle, shrinking down with ever-increasing speed, until at last it resolved into two shadowy figures at the heart of that incandescence. When it winked out completely, Makaizo Aramaki was down on his knees before his opponent, a length of broken chain held out defensively before him. The rest of Inu no Mure lay in shattered pieces on the ground. The brood hollow rumbled its pleasure. For his part, the Shinigami took pride in simply having survived. He looked up into its dead black sockets with a smile. From the corner of one eye, Misato was visible edging over towards the only means of freedom available. Atta girl. No, wait, she's picking up a piece of rock. Ah, come on, I went to all the trouble of giving you a way out. Don't just go and. The stone went sailing through the air to strike the hollow on the snout. Its head turned slightly to take in the human glaring defiantly. Help. She sang with what sounded like very little concern while bending to pick up another fragment. If anybody can hear me, we need some help. The brutish victor considered her for a moment. Its pointed ears seemed to twitch. Then it turned back to Aramaki. Great fang-filled jaws opened, and both claws raised overhead. A rock bounced off again, but this time it did not pause. Stupid girl, go on, run. The opening in the roof was still an option. He could see the stars glimmering through it. They twinkled so prettily. With his vision still blurry, it almost looked like snow was falling through the hole. Hey. That is snow. Stupid. It doesn't snow in the desert. As he was thinking this, Baron Holtz's claws swept down to behead him. There was no pain. Only a sharp clanging sound and a very strong sense of cold. Makaizo blinked, eyes coming back into focus. Before him, his would-be executioner had somehow failed to complete its strike. The explanation for why became obvious. Two swords crossed together held back the blows from falling upon him. The hollow's arms shook, claws scraping against those sharp edges, and it gave a dark growl at finding itself so balked. In turn, Aramaki's rescuers spoke at the same time. Tenso Jurin. Hakurin. Following this there was a white burst of spiritual combination. For a while snow and mist veiled his vision. When it cleared, the monster had been frozen solid, trapped in the very moment of its triumph. But something far more important than simple survival was becoming evident to his wine-heavy senses. Namely, one of those people standing to either side of him had on a white haori, while the other wore a wooden badge on her arm. Every last trace of alcohol was swept from his system in a subservient flash. Hichuga Yuteiko. Kukakifo Kotaiko. How wonderful to be in your presence. Thank you for saving me just now. How may I be of service to you? Even on his knees, both these people were still at eye level to him. All the same, to Aramaki's imagination, the pair towered over his huddled form in their splendor and overwhelmingly superior rank. Lieutenant Kukaki lifted her chin in regal disdain. Are you from Siamese, then? Hi, Rukia-chan. Misato waved. The icy warriors regarded her as she hopped briskly over to join them. That was a nice save there. Are you here to rescue us? Good. You get a passing grade this semester. The noblewoman's face took on a shade of confusion. Oka-sensei, I am no longer one of your students. A cheerful shrug was the only response she got back, and Rukia made an obvious effort to get back to business. Never mind. Can you tell us where the other missing students are right now? No idea. We haven't seen any of them since I got here. But don't worry, they're not dead. The woman took off her glasses and rubbed both eyes tiredly. At least I wouldn't think so. I heard one of these hollows say earlier they wanted to take me alive, so it's probably the same with the kids. Stands to reason, right? Replacing the lenses on her face, she once more assumed that chipper grin, which was somewhat unnerving considering their current situation, before turning to Captain Hichugaya. You're a captain, I take it? I am. But you look 10 years old. That makes it hard to take you seriously. I just want to mother you. Come on, gimme a hug. And she held out her arms, beckoning him in cheerfully as though this suggestion were the most natural thing in the world. A vein was starting to twitch in the snowy prodigy's temple. His frigid gaze turned back to Aramaki. You. The lickspittle scrambled upright and stood stiffly at attention. Aramaki Makaizo, 10th seat, 11th. I mean Tiger Division, sir. You will take this, woman, back the way we came and get her to safety. Siamese Company has this area surrounded, Captain Hichugaya declared while fingering his blade in a most intimidating manner. Inform Captain Adolshvank of our position and confirm there are hollows down here. And be sure to stress that we can't feel their riots, so, Rukia added. Yes sir. And ma'am. Absolutely right away. And if I might say. Both top-tier commanders leveled identical frigid glares at him. You know, maybe it is time we were going. Laughing shrilly, Aramaki jogged over and swept up Misato in his arms. Let's leave them to it, eh? And so saying, he sped across the cave, up the landslide and out the cavern roof like his life, and more importantly his career, depended on it. Rukia glanced sidelong at her companion. I thought you were only concerned about Matsumoto. She questioned him. I am. The boy genius then began to twirl the heavy sickle attached to his sword by a chain. But it seems there's something down here worth cleaning up as well. So saying, he swung the gleaming crescent moon and beheaded the frozen hollow. Its great skull crashed to earth. They watched it roll back and forth before coming to rest. The captain scowled. This thing was pretty tough, and yet it had no spiritual signature I could detect. I've been in a situation like this once before. Rukia's face had grown grim as old memories resurfaced. A large group of Shinigami entering enemy territory, only to find they can't sense their enemy's riotsu. She looked over at Toshiro. We cannot allow a repeat of the hollow bug incident. I've read the reports, he mused. They might be using those sombras to hide their presence from us, same as during the war. But if their leader is the one responsible for it, like back in the bog, we need to find and destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise our men will be going in blind. At least we know if the humans are here, they're still alive. Assuming what Oka-sensei said was true. She drew in a deep breath and let it out with a sigh before examining their surroundings. So where shall we go from here? We can't just assume another lucky break is going to show us the right way. At that moment, a hell butterfly dropped down to land on her head. Hey, BA-san. It's me. I'm still with Madame Jiggles, in case you're worried, but she said that the location of that spell we're tracking has moved. Sneaked a peek at the new coordinates on her phone, here's what it said. We're underground, by the way. Get down here quick, you're missing all the fun. Never mind, Rukia frowned irritably. They're this way. You have failed us. Lagrima's head hung low like a whipped dog's. Yes, my lord, she murmured dully. The invalid's safety is of paramount importance. And you allow enemies to enter this domain while he is still incapacitated? It would seem our decision to rely on your abilities was an error in judgment. The Abayan Tajichas did not dare even look at him now, so ashamed did she feel. What would you have me do, Highness? Do? Surely that is a jest. You can do nothing. Your forces are inadequate. A sloshing, splattering sound reached her ears. Too much is at stake here to risk further failures. If some rebel riffraff would profane our works, then they shall greet death at the hands of the king of Hueco Mundo. And let those who look upon their ends be warned. A hoof made of blood struck the ground near her. Looking up, Lagrima found her master had risen completely from the depths. The Dullahan, Barragan Lusenburn, walked among them once more. He took a few slow steps to allow the blood which comprised his avatar to stabilize, and then moved past her astride his bony steed with head clenched in both hands. A long red tail grew from the end of the horse component that kept him connected to the scrying pool. This was necessary to maintain his presence in this world. The way must be cleared for him, she realized. Energized at the chance to walk with her lord and king again, Lagrima raced to the door and flung it open. Outside, a mass of her hollow followers clustered in agitation. Make way! She cried angrily. Make way for your king! They did so, slinking fearfully back as the mighty Vastolord rode out. Moans and wails of adulation escaped their masks. The great Barragan paused to give them a chance to bask in his fearsome countenance. As he was about to step forward, however, the master paused. His head moved from side to side warily, as if sensing something out of place. His mount pawed the ground restlessly. Lagrima came up to his side. Does something offend you, Majesty? He remained silent for a short while. No. It is nothing. He did not sound certain of himself, however. As if sensing these treasonous thoughts, eyes crafted of blood dropped to regard her. Locate Baron Holtz. The rest of you, go forth and apprehend the remaining vessels. Destroy any other trespassers you find. Make certain a watch is kept upon our sanctuary whilst we are occupied elsewhere. It shall be done, his despondent worshipper intoned as he trotted past her down the hall. Although she knew nothing could harm him, still Lagrima silently prayed for his safe return. His last command returned to her thoughts. She then noticed 3 masked hollows standing back against the wall. They looked powerful, enough to cause her to doubt approaching them for an instinctive dread that they might fall upon her with all their terrible might. Would the king stop them if they did? She was no longer sure anymore. You 3, she indicated the trio. Remain here and guard the master's chambers until he returns. The 2 on either side glanced at their partner in the center, a female, who said nothing. Then the left-hand hollow sketched a courtly bow. With goodwill, O mistress, he sneered unervingly. The tone of his voice made Lagrima once again fear for her safety. Rather than run the risk of angering them, she strove to hide these cowardly inclinations and hastily walked away in pursuit of her duties. All 3 hollows watched her go. The one on the right leaned out and craned his neck to get a better view until she had passed from sight. Well, wasn't that bizarre? Kigo Asano said, and clicked his teeth. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.